4. The big mobile command post arrived at the Albina Valley Warden's Lodge 40 minutes after Chang discovered the diaper, roaring along the chewed-up mud of the track. It was followed by a long procession of regiment vehicles, bringing a lot of troopers who had just been ordered to stop their sweep of the Naxian Valley. Colonel Hokianga had spent most of the intervening time in the terrain truck, issuing orders through the radio operator. The vehicles he'd dispatched across roads and tracks beyond the lake were told to make for the next junction and establish a roadblock, locking down the whole area's traffic. Nothing was to pass, and use of deadly force was authorized. Chang spent the time going through the lodge. Picking through the contents of the wicker basket in the bedroom wasn't fun, but he laid out the tissues and diapers on a table in the living room. The diapers were a kind of shiny, absorbent substance that he'd never seen before, which helped confirm that the baby had been brought to this world in the space machine. With that settled in his own mind, he set about examining the living room. The 2 bookcases were large, which wasn't entirely unexpected for a man who lived completely by himself. Chang started pulling books off the shelves. Nearly a third of them were folders containing mimeographed copies of technical manuals, mostly mathematics texts and electrical systems. "Find every machine and electrical device," he told the troopers. "I want to inspect them. He must have been building some kind of gadget." "Communicating with the alien?" Hokianga asked. "There's no such thing as coincidence," Chang said automatically. Even so, the man he'd met in this lodge earlier didn't strike him as some kind of Commonwealth secret agent. But then what does one look like? And if he is, then he managed to fool me easily. Chang fetched a screwdriver from the workshed on the side of the lodge and started to take the radio apart. He wasn't an expert, but the valves and capacitors inside didn't look like they had any other function. The troopers started to pile up the power tools they'd found. He'd opened up about half of them and was just unscrewing a big air compressor when the mobile command post showed up. It parked in front of the lodge, along with a dozen support vehicles. The chief communications officer plugged the command post into the sweep comms box. Every farm and isolated home on Bienvenido had one. It gave regiments multiple telephone lines to the local exchange, enabling them to talk directly to their county headquarters, allowing them to coordinate sweeps with district authorities and reserve platoons. "I'll call in a fall alert to headquarters," Hokianga said, when the communication officer gave him the thumbs up. "No," Chang said. "This is now a nest alert. It'll provide us a plausible cover story and give us the authority to call in the sheriffs." For a moment he thought Hokianga might argue, but the colonel gave him a tight nod and made the call. Regiments were tasked with finding and eliminating faller eggs, motionless targets, but a nest alert, with fallers moving about, put the PSR in charge. The plan he and Hokianga came up with would see sheriff's offices in every town out to 100 kilometers from Albina Valley establish roadblocks on the major roads that evening. Off-duty sheriffs were to be alerted overnight. They would then set up more roadblocks at dawn. Once that was organized, a second tier of sheriffs, from 100 or 200 kilometers away, were to repeat the procedure. They would have to be run by the regiment headquarters in conjunction with the Opal PSR office. That size of operation was just too big for the mobile command center. Also at dawn, the troopers would start sweeping the entire Albina Valley. "He's gone," Hokianga protested. "They should be helping extend the roadblocks." "He fooled me once," Chang replied. "This time we are going to be completely certain." After that, it was the bad phone call. The communications staff managed to track down Stonell at the Opal Air Force Squadron Aerodrome, where a transport plane was assigned to take him and his consignment back to Varlan. Chang accepted the telephone handset from the operator with a sinking sensation. The wretched thing felt as heavy as lead. "What is it?" Stonell asked. "Sir, your suspicions were correct. The machine had someone in it." Chang closed his eyes, waiting. The pause lasted several seconds. "Do you have them in custody?" "Not yet, no. Sir, I believe it's a baby." He didn't want to say anything more. It was a regiment telephone line, but he had no idea how many people could overhear the conversation. "A baby?" "Yes, sir. An Elita called Florian is on the run with it." "Florian? Isn't that the forest warden in the next valley?" "Yes, sir." "I thought you visited him." Chang grimaced. "I did, sir, but the baby was hidden when I was here, and he misled me completely. By the time I realized what had happened, he'd gone. I apologize for the mistake. I've instigated a county-wide nest alert." "I see." Chang waited, wondering if he was going to be relieved of duty on the spot. Perhaps Hokianga would get a phone call and the troopers would line up in a firing squad. "Who else was involved, Captain?" Stonewall asked. "I'm at the Warden's Lodge now, sir. We're examining the whole place. So far, there's no evidence of anyone else working with Florian. He was in the Naxian Valley last night, rustling sheep. It's looking like his encounter was purely chance." "If this visitor is from where we think, then Florian must not reach the radical Elita movement. That is imperative." "Understood." "Yes, sir."
"Good. So what is your course of action?"
"It's unlikely he'll head south. That's into the mountains. But I've ordered the colonel to deploy the regiment in a sweep through Albina Valley, starting at first light. Florian's open land is missing, so the regiment and sheriffs are coordinating roadblocks to the north. Regimental vehicles will patrol all night, trying to spot him on the roads."
"How long has he been a warden?"
7 years.
"He'll know all the back routes in the area?"
"Yes, sir. But if he uses them, he'll be travelling slowly. The roadblocks are being set up for 100 kilometres outside the Albina Valley. Tomorrow I'll extend them farther."
"Do it tonight, Captain."
"Yes, sir."
"Anything else?"
"I'm going to requisition all the Opal PSR officers' files on this Florian. Find out who his friends and family are, who he's likely to turn to for help."
"Proceed, Captain. The Air Force plane should take 8 hours to reach Valen. I want a progress report as soon as I arrive. Don't use radio to contact the plane unless it's urgent."
"Yes, sir."
Chang took a moment to steady his nerves after the phone went dead.
"Get me the Opal PSR office," he told the operator.
His name was Minskal, and according to Yaki, he was the leader of the 3-strong Section 7 team Stonewall had brought to Opal to monitor Captain Chang. Jennifer stood beside the dresser in his hotel room, with her bare back pressed to the wall, and watched him screwing the teenage Elita girl. For a 42-year-old, he had plenty of stamina. The honey trap had been closed perfectly. It shouldn't have been, not on anyone from Section 7. But Jennifer had been wearing her PSR uniform when she and the Elita girl had walked into the hotel bar, where Minskal was sitting by himself. With Chang called out to the countryside so unexpectedly, the team had been left with nothing to do. Minskal was killing time with a drink and a news sheet, while he waited for instructions. Jennifer chose the table next to him. He knew her, of course. That helped close the trap. The junior corporal who had been in Frickel Alley, who had obediently excluded any mention of a strange creature from her report. The Section 7 team had checked the records division. The corporal who had slept with Chang. They'd been watching his flat. A good little PSR agent. No risk, and her young friend was very pretty too. There were smiles. A few tentative words exchanged, quickly becoming a conversation. Drinks were ordered. An hour later they were upstairs in Minskal's hotel room. It was a suite, of course, befitting someone of his status, with a high bay window in the bedroom. Jennifer made sure the curtains were open, allowing bright afternoon sunlight to splash across the bed. Then she and the Elita girl put on a show, undressing each other, that matched any you could find in Opal's private clubs. Jennifer took him first, delighting in using her strength to excite him, and through that to control him. Her only regret was that he didn't realize how much she'd played him, how superior she was. But that knowledge would come later, and she would get to see his stricken realization. When she finished with Minskal, she rolled off the mattress so the other girl could begin. There was a mirror fixed to the wall above the dresser, overlooking the bed. Jennifer stood beside it, watching for a while to see if she would have to intervene. But the girl did as she'd been instructed, and started talking, admitting how turned on she was by him being a PSR officer. And what did he do, exactly? Tell me about the bad guys you've caught. Have you actually seen a faller? Jennifer slipped away into the suite's lounge and picked up her clothes. Carrying them, she walked down the corridor to the next room. It had a number on the door, but it was never used by residents. There was no furniture other than a couple of wooden chairs. The curtains were closed, keeping it dark. She went into what used to be the bathroom. The plumbing had all been taken out, providing space for the substantial cine camera on its tripod. Its wide lens was pointing through the small square hole in the wall that had the mirror on the other side. Thanks to the bright sunlight pouring through the bay windows, Minskull's bed was perfectly illuminated even through the misty one-way glass. Major Gorlan was peering through the camera's viewfinder, one hand clamped on her headphones so she could hear everything the concealed microphone was picking up. She gave Jennifer a sardonic look. "Has he given away any state secrets?" Jennifer asked as she started putting her underwear back on.
"No, he might be crazy horny, but he's not completely stupid. Besides, I made it very clear to Lorraine. Don't press for anything detailed. Keep it to generalities."
"Lorraine?" Gorlan pointed through the mirror.
"Your new best friend on Bienvenido." "Oh, right."
Gorlan patted the film drum contentedly.
"He said enough to make him ours. Yaki will be satisfied." "Good."
Jennifer buttoned up her blouse. "You didn't film me, did you?"
"No.
I want to see the film after you have it developed."
"Don't you trust me?"
"No." Jennifer put a civilian coat on over her uniform and slipped out of the back of the hotel. One of Yaki's fleet of private cars drove her home. Her real home, not the small flat she maintained that was appropriate for her lieutenant's salary. Her real home was an elegant old four-story townhouse on Doral Avenue, where she had her own apartment on the third floor. After she handed her uniform over to a maid for laundering and showered, she went down to the gym in the basement. That was where Yaki found her, straining away on the bench press.
"You need to be careful,"
Yaki said as she checked the weight Jennifer had loaded.
"This is very heavy." "I can take it,"
Jennifer shot back, and defiantly lifted again.
"And you take risks." "Do I? That Lorraine girl is an eliter. You can't trust them, no matter how much pressure Gorlan applies. Suppose she linked to the radicals and gave them Minskull's identity, or even mine. She can't. This operation was a strategic advance, not a risk. Lorraine is a mule. Just because you have elite appearance doesn't mean your macrocellular clusters actually work. The PSR has plotted a small but noticeable decline in functionality in the elite population over the past century. I didn't know. Did we get what we wanted? Yes. Once I'd banged him, his brain was so fevered he couldn't stop bragging to Lorraine about the fallers he'd killed. It's total bollocks, I reckon. He's internal security, not a field agent. But we have it all on film. A Section 7 officer telling an elita about his missions. Excellent. But you just said she's a mule. That part isn't on her official file.
Jennifer grinned maliciously.
Neat. So how are you going to use him? Strategically. Someone in his position has a great deal more than his pay grade clears him for. I need eyes and ears in the capital. What's in the capital? Power. You have power. You run this city, not the mayor or national unity. The cradding elites were on to that nest.
Yaki snarled angrily. Her scar throbbed dark red.
Do you have any idea how bad that makes me look? There was a nest in Opal for years without the PSR office getting a hint of it. My office. It's a weakness I can't afford. Oh, it's cradding humiliating, and it should never have happened. But the PSR has gone soft. We're starved of resources and authority. People like Stonewall have lost sight of our true objective. He's old and weak, grown comfortable in the capital where everything is about politics. His generation has lost its relevance to this world. He'll be departing it soon enough.
She jabbed a forefinger at her scar for emphasis.
And this is what he's leaving us to face. The faller apocalypse. It's real and it's happening. And what's he done to prepare us? Nothing. He sits around on his arse and tries to cover up any evidence that he's doing a piss-poor job. That has to change. We have to be ready for them. We have to be strong and make the right decisions, not just build bunkers in Bjarn to retreat to. But that's not going to happen with him in charge. That's why I need assets like Minskal. So I don't need to see Chang again? Good. No, I want you to keep screwing him. For Jiu's sake, he's not even a proper Section 7 officer. He's weak, too. You know I hate that. The only reason Stonewall gave him the badge was because he was in the wrong place. But he found the wrong place, didn't he? And he met the warrior angel there. What? You heard? He never said. Crud. It was her that slaughtered all the Fallers like that, wasn't it? So he's not quite as weak as you thought, then, is he?
Jennifer stood up and admired herself in the full-length mirrors on the wall.
He doesn't deserve me. That's what makes you so effective. None of them can believe their luck. All right. And the first thing I need to know from him is what's going on in the Sansone Mountains. Stonewall has half the Opal regiment out there running some kind of high-priority sweep. But there was no fall. I don't understand. What is it, then? I haven't been briefed, which is cutting insulting. So you're going to find that out? Chang is helping Stonewall. A test, presumably, to see if he's up to Section 7 standards. So he'll know everything.
Jennifer ran a hand back through her black hair and sneered.
Getting that out of him isn't even a challenge.
The phone rang. Yaki picked it up and dialed in the secure code. A blue light on the side lit up. Jennifer watched her listening to the voice on the other end. Then Yaki smirked and held out the handset.
"Speak of the Urakas," she said. "It's your lovely new boyfriend. He wants you."
It was 90 minutes before dawn, and Chang was asleep in a chair when the mobile command center door swung open. Jennifer walked in, wearing a long leather PSR uniform coat with a broad fur collar. The command center's officers threw some dubious looks at her, but kept silent.
"Busy night?"
she asked archly as Chang peered up at her with bleary eyes. "Oh, yeah." He levered himself out of the chair, scowling at how stiff his joints were, the twinges of pain coming from his wrist. Yesterday's rain hadn't done his cast any good. It had gotten soaking wet, and now it was starting to crumble around his fingers. "Coffee, please," he told the centre's young orderly, "and one for the corporal."
"So there's a nest faller on the loose with an egg?" she asked.
"Almost." He lowered his voice. "It's an Elita, Florian, who's run off with a Commonwealth artifact that fell from space." Jennifer's delicate eyebrows shot up.
"What sort of artifact?"
"A baby."
"Babe!"
she squeaked, then clamped her lips together.
"For real?"
"Oh, yeah." Her finger pointed at the command center roof.
"So, have they finally arrived? And their spaceships?"
The finger jabbed upward urgently. "I don't think so. Section 7 believes it was the latest tree fall that started this."
"What?"
"I know. I don't understand either. But right now all I'm worried about is making sure we take Florian into custody."
Jennifer held up a slim black leather briefcase. "Okay, these may help. Files on Florian. Not many." She grinned. "Last night was something to watch. Yaki had Kukaida brought back in after midnight to oversee your search request."
"Ouch."
"Oh, yes," Jennifer said maliciously. "But it worked. Florian's a nonentity, but his family's interesting."
The orderly came in, carrying a tray with 2 mugs of coffee. Chang took his gratefully. Jennifer waited until the orderly left the command center before continuing.
"His mother is Casilito, father unknown. She refused to name anyone on the birth certificate, and paid the fine. Brother?" She gave him an expectant look. "Lurgy."
"No crud." Chang grinned, and used his coffee to wash down a couple of painkillers. "Even I've heard of the Graffito Lord of Opal. That was, what, 10 years ago?"
"Yes. Some of his artwork is still there."
"Didn't I hear he also burned down the mayor's residence?"
"To be fair," she said with a smirk, Only the expensively refurbished wing the mayor's mistress used. That's when he took off. National unity and the sheriffs didn't appreciate the anti-corruption statement.
So, do we know where Lurgy is now?
There haven't been any verified sightings for years. PSR believes he's gone to ground in Port Chana, like all of them.
Good call. But this valley is big, isolated, the perfect place to hide, especially when your brother is the warden.
Any evidence for that?
No, he admitted, but I am starting to wonder if this is coincidence after all.
If it was planned, it was very long-term. I read the files on the drive over. Florian's regiment service was completely unremarkable. He got bullied a lot, but then he's an eliter, so what do you expect? He's been in Albina Valley for 7 years, never taken his holidays, always here when the supervisor turns up for an inspection. He signed up right after he left the regiment, and I mean within a couple of days. There are no entries after that day. He's been a good boy.
7 years without a break. No one's that good.
Kukaida made her clerks dig in the right places. There was a 10-year-old intelligence file in Gorland's department. One of our informants reckoned Florian was some kind of hotshot at writing instructions to control those specialist cells elites have in their brains. His kind wanted him to carry on, but he turned them down. That was right around the time Lurgy was getting down and dirty with Opal sheriffs.
So he didn't want to follow his brother's path, then?
Maybe not. But you're right. It's incredibly convenient that he's got contacts with the serious elite radicals.
Yeah.
Chang stared at the new maps on the central table. There were more than 70 red pins stuck in the largest, showing the area to the north, each one a roadblock. How big a start does he have?
Jennifer asked. Half of yesterday afternoon, and all last night.
She wrinkled her nose up. I would have been here 90 minutes earlier if we hadn't been stopped at all those roadblocks. The troopers are good. He won't get far.
Yeah. We need to catch him and the baby.
Your pride got hurt bad, huh?
I keep thinking about it. What he was when I questioned him. A shy, awkward loner. That wasn't an act.
He tapped the files with his index finger.
We're seeing connections that maybe aren't there.
What do you mean?
It could just be that he really is acting on his own. It's not cunning and planning and determination that's gotten him this far. Just sheer blundering luck. We weren't prepared for this. Not a Commonwealth spaceship, and certainly not one that's brought a baby. I mean, a baby? Why? What's it here for?
To give the elite some kind of leader they can rally around. Their greatest weakness is how fragmented they are.
We can't see the Commonwealth galaxy with a naked eye. And according to Mother Laura, they don't know we even exist, never mind where we are. If they have found us, they have a power beyond even the story Elita propaganda tells. They're not going to sneak around making contact with the pissy little radical movement. They'll arrive in 100 spaceships the size of Skylords, and order us around like we're cattle. And if they truly are this big, super-powerful, benevolent society, like Elitas claim, they certainly won't stand for humans being eaten by fallers. They would have blasted every tree out of the ring.
I don't know. She shrugged. Maybe this is just the first scouting mission. Taking a look around?
A baby is not a scout.
I don't have the answers, Chang.
I know, he said wearily. This is just all so frustrating. I'm so sure we're missing something, that's all. Something obvious.
Then we'll get there eventually.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. Did you bring me some clothes?
Yes. So what now?
He checked the clocks on the wall. The troopers are having breakfast right now. At first light, they start a sweep of Albina Valley. We have bloodhounds, too.
Looking for what, exactly?
Florian, or maybe Lurgy. I'd settle for something that'll tell me where I can find him and that baby.
I thought you said he's charging away from here as fast as his open land can go.
He's not stupid. I've already underestimated him once. That isn't going to happen again.
Ah, she said appreciatively. Misdirection?
We'll know soon enough.
At 1 o'clock, the sweep found Florian's open land truck. Chang and Jennifer got to it 9 minutes after the discovery was radioed in.
Their terrain truck plunged through along the overgrown firebreak track and came to a halt 10 metres short of the open land. "Did it break down?" Chang asked the corporal.
Sir?"
"Never mind." Chang brushed past the confused man and clambered into the cab. There was no key in the ignition. He pulled out a pocket knife and cut the wire bundle below the steering column. Jennifer leaned against the open doorframe.
"And where did you learn to do that?"
she asked coyly, as he stripped the ends of 2 wires. "Misspent youth." He touched the 2 bare wires together, and the starter motor growled. The engine caught with a clatter, black smoke belching out of the exhaust. "He abandoned it," Chang announced.
"Misdirection," Jennifer said. "You were right. That's impressive. We've got half the regiment and every sheriff for 200 kilometres searching the roads. And he's on foot."
Chang climbed out of the cab and stared along the overgrown firebreak track. "Get the bloodhounds up here," he told the corporal.
"Yes, sir."
Jennifer gave the lush lingrass and thick pine trees a sceptical glance. Raindrops still beaded every leaf, giving the forest a glossy texture.
"Do you think they'll pick up a scent?"
"I don't know, but probably not." Chang looked back into the open land cab. It was dirty and worn. The leather on the driver's seat had several holes in it. The passenger seat was covered in dog hairs. He checked the fuel gauge, which was showing the tank half full. "This doesn't make sense," he said slowly.
"What doesn't?"
Jennifer asked. "I get that he parked it here, so we'd start off thinking he was driving away. But actually, why not drive away?"
"Because the roadblocks and patrols would catch him."
"Yes, but he had 4 or 5 hours head start on the roadblocks. He could park the open land in a shed 30 kilometres away and switch vehicles, or take a train or a bus."
"Nearest train station is Colsterworth. That's 50 clicks away. And the local sheriff was there last night, right after you started putting out the alarm."
Chang pointed along the firebreak track. "How fast could you walk up here?"
"Average walking speed is 5 kilometres an hour. Florian is young, so he could probably make 7 for the first couple of hours. But it's uphill and overgrown, so that'll take him back down to maybe 4.
And he's carrying a child, so 4, maximum. The terrain trucks can push through this stuff easily. We'll catch him in a day, and he knows it."
"That's good."
"No. Somebody has collected him, or there was another vehicle in the valley. Crud! He drove away, but not in the open land."
"Makes sense," she said.
"I need to get back to the command centre." The terrain truck driver backed down the firebreak, snapping several low branches as he went. When they pulled clear of the tree line, he turned them around and started heading down the slope. Chang looked back. The trees extended all the way up the valley slope behind them. No way could Florian have contemplated walking out. The abandoned open land had to be a double bluff. To the north, where the valley opened out, the lake glimmered in the warm afternoon sun. He could make out the lone track winding along the floor of the valley, following the stream that fed into the lake. "Stop!" he snapped at the driver. The terrain truck lurched to a halt, slipping on the mud.
"What the crud?"
Jennifer demanded. She'd nearly been thrown out of her seat. Chang pointed through the windscreen. "The Vatny village. Of course. We've been going about this from the wrong angle."
"You mean the Vatny would have seen whatever vehicle he used to drive away in?"
"No." Chang smiled coldly. "The troopers found the sheep by the stream in Naxian Valley. Why drag it there from the field it was killed in?"
"You're speaking in riddles."
"No, I'm not. He's a sheep rustler, so he needs to get into Naxian Valley without being seen. No matter how late at night he goes, there's always a chance the Eelton family could see the open land's headlights. So he doesn't use it. Why?"
"Oh," she groaned, "because he's got another method of transport."
"A boat. There was a boat at the Vatny village yesterday when I asked them about the space machine. Vatny don't need boats. They're aquatic. He's not walking. He's not driving on the roads. He's on the crudding water."
"That lake feeds into the River Kelleher," she said, "which is a tributary to the Crisp.
which goes all the way to Opal.
His good fist hit the dashboard.
"Get us down to the village," he told the driver. "Now!"
He picked up the microphone.
"Okyanga, I'm en route to the Vatni village. Send me some backup."
The terrain truck pulled up 20 meters short of the intricate woven branches of the Vatni's tunnel-like buildings. Chang climbed down and frowned at them. More terrain trucks were coming up behind him, as well as a couple of tracked carriers. Squads began to jump out of the vehicles.
"Give me a flamethrower,"
he told the sergeant. He didn't want to, but everyone knew how stubborn the Vatni could be. After all, they didn't have to detonate a quantum buster to be rejected by the void.
Sir?" "You heard."
The sergeant wasn't going to argue. He signalled one of his squad members, who went around to the tracked carrier's armory locker. It had been a long time since Chang had used a flamethrower, and that was only in training. They were standard issue for regiments conducting a sweep. Procedure was for any faller eggs they found to be broken open, and the yolk incinerated. The backpack with the fuel cylinders felt a lot heavier than he remembered. A dozen adult Vatni had gathered by the edge of the village to watch the humans. Chang strode right past them and walked the length of the jetty, to where he'd seen the little rowing boat. They whistled in short, low notes as their tusks rattled. He ignored what was undoubtedly their version of gossip, and beckoned the trooper, who was equipped with a flute and maracas. She looked young, probably still in her teens, which made him suspicious.
"Are you an Elita?" he asked.
She scowled at him. "Yes, sir."
"So you know Vatni language perfectly. That's one of your kind's memory files, right?"
"Sir."
"What happens here is classified. If it leaks out, I will make sure it goes bad for you and your family. Understand?"
"Yes, sir."
"Good. Translate this. Who speaks for you?"
"Can we help you, land friend?" came the reply from one of the bigger adults.
"I came here yesterday to ask your help. I wanted to know if you had seen a fall the previous night. You told me you hadn't. You lied."
He looked at the gathering of Vatni, who had now fallen silent. For a moment he hesitated, but this had to be done. They had to understand he was desperate to find Florian. He turned to the nearest of their huts and fired the flamethrower at it. For wood so close to water and recently rained on, it burned well. The gel that the flamethrower squirted out helped considerably, clinging to the curving branches and enveloping them in flame, dripping through onto the earth floor inside. Flames roared several meters into the air. The Vatni bellowed loudly, shuffling about in alarm. Their low-pitched whistling carried across the whole village. He saw several of them dive straight into the water, shoving youngsters ahead of them.
"You ruckus, Chang!"
Jennifer exclaimed. "What are you doing?"
"My job,"
he told her calmly, refusing to let any hint of emotion contaminate his voice.
"You,"
to the Elita girl,
"tell them this. There was a boat tied up to this jetty yesterday. I believe one of my kind left in it. Is that correct?"
She looked scared as she turned to the group of Vatni and began blowing a series of notes on the flute. The aliens shuffled closer together and hooted softly among themselves, their tusk clicks subdued. Then one of them, a big male, waddled forward to stand in front of Chang. At another time, Chang might have felt intimidated by the alien's size and strength. Not today. Today he was going to face them down. This was the point where Florian's luck ran out. "Why do you do this, human of the land?"
"What's this one's name?"
Chang asked. "Moray," the translator told him.
"Well, Moray, did Florian take your boat into the next valley 2 nights ago?"
"Yes."
"Did he use your boat to sneak away yesterday afternoon?"
"Why do you want to know this?" Chang spun around and fired the flamethrower again, sweeping the long horizontal jet of flame over one of the bigger huts until it was completely ablaze.
"Did you help him escape?"
"Friend Florian left this place in a boat yesterday afternoon."
"You would be better off not making friends with people like him. Where was he going?"
"I do not know." Chang turned and raised the flamethrower nozzle again.
A furious hooting came from the Vatni. "He doesn't know," the translator said frantically. "Florian went down the Kalahar. That was the last Amore saw of him. But—" "Yes?" Chang asked darkly. She found and played some fast notes, clicking the maracas. The Vatni replied. "Florian said he'd be back in a month." "Why a month?" "It would be safe to return then." He didn't say why. "You're sure, this time?" Stonel asked. "Yes, sir." Chang was standing in the mobile command center, looking at the new maps Hokianga's officers were unrolling across the table. These were a smaller scale than the ones illustrating the roadblocks and road patrols, but they showed the entire River Crisp tributary network in detail from the coast to the west of Opole. Some of the northern rivers reached almost up to the Pritwalds. He hadn't realized how many subsidiary rivers there were, nor their multitude of feeder streams. Most of them were large enough for boats to use. Apparently, back in the void, a lot of the region's commerce had been carried by cargo barges. Then, after the Great Transition and the advent of combustion engines, a lot of goods shifted to road transport. "He's in a Vatni boat, heading downriver, or at least he was yesterday. I don't think he'll be able to make it all the way to Opole. The Kalahar will take him down to the Crisp, but after that he'd have to row against the current to get to the city, and he's got a baby to take care of. He'll switch to an alternative route soon enough. There are two possibilities: the Elita Underground or his gang connections."
"Very well. Your course of action?"
"I've got regiment troopers heading for every town and village along the Kalahar. They'll ask the port masters if they've seen the rowing boat. They'll also commandeer motorboats to patrol the river. Colonel Hokianga is in contact with the river sheriff's office at Opole. They're going to send their boats downriver to the Kalahar. It's a pincer movement. If he's on the river, we'll get him. If the boat is berthed somewhere, we'll find it."
"Very good, Chang."
"I'd like to use Section 7 authority to deploy that Air Force helicopter from the Opole squadron. That can cover the Kalahar a lot quicker than boats."
"You have that authority. Don't keep referring back to me. I'm not here to cover your ass. Carry on."
Chang put the telephone receiver down and let out a breath of relief.
"So now what?"
Jennifer asked. "Get the helicopter up. We've got a few hours of daylight left, and I need those files from Opole prioritized."
"Yes, sir."
She grinned and picked up the telephone. It was 7 o'clock when the radio call came in from one of the boats the regiment troopers were using. They'd found an empty Vatni-made rowing boat snagged on the banks of the Kalahar, 17 kilometers downstream from a town called Latroy. 5. The sewing kit didn't have much thread in it, and the needles were bigger than the ones Florian was used to. He was also having trouble cutting up the curtains from the spare room. The kitchen scissors were blunt, but he was determined the toddler should have a decent dress, at least for one day. Besides, a dress was a lot easier to lift up when she needed the toilet. So he started stitching just as the rose-gold sun rose above the cliff, sending a thick light pouring through the living chamber's opening.
"How long is this going to last you?"
Florian muttered to himself. Already she was larger than when he'd woken up. He glanced over at the toddler, who was now standing beside the raised fireplace. She was naked except for her diaper, a strip of faded red towel held together by 4 large safety pins. Her fingers raked through the mound of cold ash. Small puffs of the stuff clotted the air around her, swirling like miniature snowflakes to dust her black hair. Florian sighed, but didn't try to stop her. She laughed as she flung a handful of ash into the air, then sneezed. He turned back to the dress. The cloth was too thick, really, and the faded green flower print wouldn't have been his first choice. His stitching was crude. He was used to sewing on buttons and patches, not whole seams.
"You're going to look really gorgeous in this. Yes, you are. Dada!"
She grinned and began to totter across the floor, trailing ash in her wake.
"Hungry very, Dada."
"Oh, look at the state of you. We'll give you another bath, and then you can wear the pretty dress."
"Bath! Bubbles!"
"Yes,
Bubbles, lots of bubbles before we go."
"That needs to be real soon," a man's voice said.
Florian whirled around, knocking several cotton bobbins off the table. The man was standing in the entranceway to the hall, dressed in a worn check shirt and dirty grey jeans. He wasn't tall, but had a rangy physique, emphasized by exceptionally long arms. His face had a long jaw, with wide eyes and small grey-blue irises, making it hard to see what he was looking at. Just by standing there, he was managing to intimidate Florian. Teal barked at the intruder.
"Who?" Florian grunted. "Name's Lucan. Philip said you needed a ride into Opal."
"Oh, yes."
"Let's move it then, guys."
He walked into the chamber, glancing quizzically at the half-completed dress.
"Sweet."
Florian scooped up the toddler, ignoring the ash that smeared down his tie-dye shirt. "I didn't know you were here already. Joffler didn't say." He glanced back at the entranceway, wondering where the crud the buyer had gotten to.
"Well, here I am."
Lucan eyed Teal.
"Nobody mentioned a dog."
"Teal comes with us," Florian insisted stubbornly.
"Okay, but it's going to be kind of crowded on your side of the car. What's with the girl and all?"
"I've got some bags we need to take as well."
"Really? Buddy, you might want to take a look outside."
Florian gave him a worried look, then went over to the big oval window.
"Oh, crud,"
he groaned. His retina zoomed in on the road that led out of Latroy to the west. A long convoy of black terrain trucks was rumbling along it. To the east, the other road that led into the town had a similar regiment convoy heading in.
"I spent the whole night avoiding their roadblocks to get here,"
Lucan said, sounding almost amused.
"They're sure riled up, hot over something. You want to wait around and find out what?"
No."
"Good."
Lucan clapped his hands loudly.
"Come on, then."
Joffler appeared behind him, still pulling on his caftan.
"Lucan. Hey there, fella. Wasn't expecting you for a while.
He looked back into the hallway.
"I thought the gate was locked."
Lucan grinned, showing off 3 missing teeth, and slapped a hand down hard on Joffler's shoulder. Joffler winced.
"No cage ever going to hold me."
Lucan laughed.
"Told you that enough times. Fella."
"We have to go," Florian said anxiously. "What's happened?" Joffler caught sight of the convoys.
"Holy crud!"
He stared at Florian, his jaw open.
"Are they coming for you? All of them? Crud and your raucous fella. I thought you were in trouble with her mother, not... Oh, crud, what have you done?"
"Rule 1, never ask," Lucan said.
"If you don't know anything, you can't tell the sheriff squat when they come a-knocking."
He pulled a huge hunting knife out of a sheath on his belt. Florian took a step back, hugging the toddler tighter.
"Rule 2, I don't drive no fallers."
He beckoned.
"Come on, buddy. Blood check time."
Very reluctantly, Florian held out a hand. The blade wasn't just long. It was amazingly sharp.
"Ow!" "Had to be sure,"
Lucan said without sympathy, and pushed the blade back into its sheath.
"You really sure you want to take a bag?"
"Yes, we have to. It's for Billop." Florian started to suck his thumb. The cut stung.
"You got 1 minute, then I'm out of here, with or without you."
Florian ran into the spare room and struggled to get his backpack on, then shouldered the duffel bag. In the kitchen, he basically took every piece of food he could find. Not much. Finally, he picked up the toddler.
"Dada! Hungry, Dada! Very hungry!"
"It's all right," he promised. "We're going for a big fun ride. Bouncy, bouncy along in a car. You and me."
"Dada!"
She hugged him and giggled.
"Still hungry?"
"I've got your milk, but we have to go." Lucan and Joffler were talking in low, heated voices when he arrived back in the living chamber. Florian went over to the table and picked up the half-made dress and the sewing kit.
"You've got to be kidding me,"
Lucan said. "She doesn't have any clothes," Florian said, hating how whiny he sounded.
"Give me the bag."
Lucan took the duffel bag from him.
"These are all Billop's going to care about anyway."
Florian squared up to Joffler. "Thanks. For everything." I mean it." The buyer couldn't quite meet Florian's earnest gaze. "Sure thing, fella. I'll see you in a month, back at the Wymondon store for a handover, yeah? There's going to be a lot of Waltons ready by then. At the store it is, fella." Joffler hurried forward and hugged him, then kissed the toddler. "Look after her, okay?" "Okay." "We need to move it, buddy," Lucan said as they hurried away from the outcrop. "Once those troopers' boots hit the street, we are dead men walking." "What do you think they're going to do?" Florian asked apprehensively. Teal was bounding along beside him, happy to be outside again. "I was listening to their radio chatter last night," Lucan said. "They found a boat downriver from here. Yesterday afternoon, late on. Lots of big noise about that, like someone shoved a hot needle up their arse. Their mobile command center came down out of the mountains and set up there. Been squawking ever since. Turns out they're looking for a man and a baby, travelling together." He raised his pale eyebrows. "Fancy that, huh? So they're hitting Latroy and 3 other villages along the river this morning. They've got orders to visit every house and ask questions, and gee, you help anyone that doesn't let them in or answer. They can just break the door down and cart them off for PSR interrogation. They can do that because this is an official nest alert." "Oh, crud." Florian clutched the toddler harder. "But I'm not. I'm not a faller." Lucan grinned. "I know that. Why do you think I checked your blood? I'm a driver. I get cargo where it's supposed to go is all. Never failed to deliver. Ain't about to start now. I got me a reputation to think about." Florian nodded, too scared to say anything. There weren't many people about as they hurried along the paths that wound around the rock outcrops. Florian could hear the engines of the terrain trucks grumbling across Latroy. "If they're still moving, that's good, right? It means they haven't let the troopers out yet."
"Hunkway!"
All right," Florian said, as the toddler squirmed about in his arms.
"What's wrong with her?" Lucan asked. "That thing on her head. Gotta be bad news, right?"
"No," Florian said, keeping it casual. "It's a submandibular gland tumour, but non-cancerous. The doctor said they'll remove it when she's older." His U-Shadow had accessed files of similar-looking natural tumours, and it was a nicely complicated name, the kind that if you say it authoritatively no one would question.
"Ah, right. So how old is she?" Lucan asked.
I'm not sure when she was born. Her mother didn't tell me."
"Oh, man, that has to hurt. But you win, 'cause she's a real cutie. What's her name?"
Hunkway. "Essie," Florian said proudly. They headed away from the river toward the cliff that dominated the town. "Where's the car?" Florian asked. "Do you think you can get past the regiment? There are a lot of them."
"You worry about your girl. Leave the delivery to me."
Florian wanted to ask a whole lot more questions, but didn't have the nerve. There was something about Lucan that reassured him. If anyone could drive them to Opole, it was him. Yet at the same time Florian felt thoroughly daunted by the man. Lucan stopped outside Germain's store, which still had the shutters down. He checked around to see if anyone was about, then used a key to open the wooden door. Germain was waiting inside. He nodded tersely to Florian and showed them through the back of the narrow chamber that made up the store. There were stairs carved into the stone, leading up to his home above, and another locked door that led into the storeroom, which he opened for them. "Thanks, buddy," Lucan said, and shook his hand as they went through. The cavern was filled with storage racks holding bales of cloth and big drums of dye. Lucan went right to the back and pushed at the rack. It pivoted neatly away from the stone wall, revealing a circular opening 1.5 meters wide. Wherever it led to was hidden by darkness. "This'll take us to the top," Lucan said. "This old cliff is riddled with natural caves. The people who built their homes here opened up a few, but the rest, the deeper ones, are unused and unmapped. Well, most of them anyway." There were 5 flashlights on the ground just inside the opening. He gave one to Florian and switched on his own. Teal didn't like the narrow caves at all. Florian had to coax him along the whole way, even carrying him when they had to work their way up vertically. Some of the passageways were oppressive. When he shone his light into some fissures, the beam couldn't find the far end.
The toddler's cries got so bad that after 40 minutes, Florian had to stop and give her one of the rich milk bladders. Lucan took the delay well, but he did complain the flashlight batteries might not last. Eventually they made it to the highest cave, which Lucan explained was part of a rock ridge several hundred meters behind the top of the cliff. He used it as a hidden garage and small-scale repair shop. It was wide, more than 20 meters, and not particularly high, 3 meters at the apex. Parked in the middle of the rumpled stone floor was the big old Copperl sedan Joffler had told him about. The bodywork had started out as a light blue, but now had various different coloured patches, where some new metal sheet had been riveted on and painted with whatever colour had been available. There was some kind of fat air intake sticking up out of the centre of the hood, but it was the tyres that drew Florian's attention. They belonged on something a lot bigger. Lucan had extended the wheel arches considerably to cope with them, and the hefty suspension was now lowered below the base of the car, lifting it 40 centimetres higher than when it rolled off the production line. "Great Jew," Florian muttered. Even the toddler stared at the machine with interest. Lucan lit an oil lamp and grinned back at them. "She's something else, huh?" "Certainly is," Florian admitted. He'd enjoyed doing his own maintenance work on the open land, but the Corporal was beyond anything he'd ever be able to build. "I calls her Sandy J, after a girl I was hot on. Hell of a ride." He winked, then gave the toddler a guilty glance. "Right. Hankway!" Little hands were tugging urgently at the tassels on Florian's tight black trousers. "Coming, sweetheart," he promised, and shrugged out of the backpack. The toddler grabbed the bladder from him. "She'll be finished in a minute," Florian said, as Lucan walked toward the gloomy shadows that shrouded the front of the cave. He could see the entrance had been blocked off by a wall of wooden planks at a steep angle. Most of them were supported by thick posts, while in the middle a rectangular door was held in place by a complicated pulley and chain arrangement and 2 counterweights. It looked like the whole section could hinge up horizontally. Florian was quite curious what the other side of the door looked like. Some kind of camouflage? "No matter," Lucan said as he examined the door. "We're here till night now." "We are, buddy. They got troopers and sheriffs crawling the ground like a Bussalore apocalypse. They even had them a helicopter buzzing about yesterday. So sure as Urachus shits, they'll use it again today. Now, there's a lot of open land between here and Opal. If they see us, we are royally screwed. I can get us past the usual sheriff patrols, but this... Let's just say my bragging rights are going to skyrocket if I zip us on through this one without getting burned." Waiting should have bothered Florian, but he found it oddly reassuring. Lucan clearly knew what he was doing. He used the time to finish sewing the dress together. When he put it on Essie, she smiled happily. "Pretty." She toddled over to show Teal, not nearly as unsteady on her feet as she had been back in Joffler's house. "Dada?" "Yes, I know. Hungry." He pulled some of the food from the backpack. Lucan used the time to fix big extension tubing to the exhaust pipes, which were pretty large already. "It'll reduce our power a fraction," he said as he started threading the bolts on the first one, "but we're not going to be counting on speed tonight. I need quiet for this, and my Sandy J, she's not a modest girl." So Florian spent the afternoon lying on his back on the cold, hard rock, holding the big cylinders in place while Lucan made various connections and added support brackets. When they finished, the old Copperl looked like it had a pair of rocket engines screwed on the back. Essie drank down more rich milk and ate all the fruit Florian had brought. Then she curled up on his caftan and went to sleep. He watched her in the light of the oil lamp. She must have been at least twice as big as she was when he lifted her out of the Commonwealth machine. In fact, the dress was almost too small already. He could see her eyes moving constantly beneath her eyelids. REM sleep, his medical files called it. She whimpered a lot, which he found distressing. She was such a wonderful little girl. She didn't deserve any kind of suffering. After the mobile command center had driven to the riverside, where the boat had been abandoned, Chang and Hokianga had spent most of the night planning the next day's urban sweep. They identified 4 villages and towns where Florian could have gone ashore and set the boat adrift. The roadblocks around them were immediately strengthened, with nothing allowed in or out. Troops were assigned and moved into position, their officers and NCOs briefed, a mimeographed photo of Florian, taken 7 years ago for his Valley Warden Service application form, distributed. They moved in just after dawn. Terrain trucks dropped off their squads, then drove around the streets with loudspeakers blaring, officially declaring the nest alert and ordering everyone to remain inside. The squad started moving from home to home. It was one of the grocery store assistants that identified Florian and confirmed he had a small child with him. The corporal in charge of the squad immediately radioed it in. Chang arrived in Latroy 11 minutes later, the terrain truck bouncing along the narrow tracks that wound between the weird rock outcrops. By then, the captain in charge of that sector had confirmed Florian was accompanied by a local citizen called Joffler. Joffler's rock home was surrounded by a ring of troops, using the scattered boulders and lush vegetation to deploy without being seen. Heavy machine guns were set up and trained on the openings in the outcrop, most of which were covered by curtains or shutters. Chang and Jennifer led 2 squads of troops along the spiral path that wound up to the entrance of Joffler's home. He was confronted by iron railings with a locked gate, so he nodded to the engineer, who came forward and jammed a small explosive pack onto the lock.
"Remember, he has to be taken alive,"
he told the troopers, though it was more of a warning. The charge blew the lock, and troopers rushed in, carbines held ready.
"Bedroom, sir,"
called Cavris, the captain in charge of the assault.
2 hostiles.
Troopers were ripping the home's fittings apart as Chang walked along the curving stone passage that linked all the chambers. The bedroom was clogged with a thick smell, Narnik smoke, and something like ammonia. The place was a mess. The big bed sheets obviously hadn't been washed for a long time, and clothes spilled out from chests and a couple of hefty wardrobes. A man and a woman were on their knees beside the bed, hands behind their necks, with fingers linked. 3 troopers stood beside them, carbines pressing into their necks, while Cavris watched them, his expression one of disgusted contempt.
"Name of the woman,"
Chang snapped. She was naked and clearly heavily stoned, judging by the way she was swaying about and humming under her breath. Her long green hair had dozens of ribbons woven in, which helped to curtain her body.
"She hasn't spoken," Cavris said. "Crudding Narnik addict."
"She's Rohana," Joffler said, looking up. Chang backhanded him with his good arm and he yelped in shock.
"Speak only when you're spoken to, is that clear?"
Chang said coldly. A badly frightened Joffler nodded quickly. The humming from Rohana grew louder. Her eyes were squeezed shut.
"Check her,"
Chang told Jennifer. Rohana squealed as Jennifer stuck a needle in her arm. A drop of red blood welled up.
"Human,"
Jennifer concluded. Tears trickled down Rohana's cheeks.
"You,"
Chang told Joffler.
"Arm out."
He jabbed the needle into the fleshy part of the man's upper arm. Red blood.
"Where's Florian?"
"He's not a faller,"
Joffler exclaimed. Chang paused, allowing Joffler to register his disappointed expression. The man was clearly going to need some hard facts explaining to him. But before Chang registered what was happening, Jennifer stepped forward and kicked Joffler in the groin. Joffler screamed, collapsing onto the rug, curling up, hands clutching desperately at his testicles. Jennifer grinned, watching keenly. Chang turned to her and mouthed, "What?" Rohana wailed and started rocking back and forth.
"The Sky Lords will come! The Sky Lords will come!" she chanted. "My soul is pure! My soul is pure!"
"Get her out of here,"
Chang told the troopers. They dragged the young woman away.
"Bad cop,"
Jennifer said in a quiet voice to Chang. Then she crouched down beside Joffler, studying the man's agonized expression, seeing the fear.
"I'm not interested in your smart-mouth opinions. The only thing I want to hear from you is answers to my questions. Next time you say something wrong to me, I will have these boys hold you down with your legs apart, and I'll keep kicking your balls until I've ruined you."
"Oh, you help me?"
Joffler sobbed. Enough, Chang said. He took Jennifer by the shoulder and pulled her away. This is my operation.
Fine. You ask then, but he won't tell you crud. I've seen his type before. They're tough. They need to be softened up.
I don't, Joffler wailed. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Just don't.
All right, Chang said. He pointed at Jennifer. You wait there.
You're going to need me, she said angrily.
Maybe, maybe not. He knelt beside a snivelling Joffler. I'm going to give you one chance. Where is Florian?
He left this morning with Lucan.
Okay, good. And who is Lucan?
Driver. He takes my cargo to the city.
You mean Paul?
Yes.
So you're a nasty little criminal drug dealer?
Yes. Yes, sir, I am.
How do you know Florian?
It was set up by Billop. Florian brought the wild tons he trapped to me, and I'd ship them back to the city. We'd meet at the Wymondon store every month for the handover.
Florian supplies you with Waltons.
Chang tried to keep the surprise from his voice.
Yes.
How long has he been doing that?
7 years. Ever since he started at Albina Valley.
Okay. So you bring the Waltons back here, and Lucan takes them on to this Billop person.
Yes.
Are you an Elita, Joffler?
No, crud, no. I swear it, no.
What was Florian doing here? What did he tell you had happened?
It was some girl he'd gotten pregnant or something. She dumped the baby on him. He wanted to get to the city. He's got family there who'd look after him for the month. After that, he'd be back.
A month? He was only going for a month?
Yes. He said it would be over by then.
What would be over?
I don't know. Just over.
Was someone coming to collect the baby from him?
He never said. I thought he meant she'd be dead by then.
Now why would you think that?
Because she was ill. Cancer, I guess. There was this tumour thing on her head. It looked awful.
So the baby was sick?
Well, it was seriously weird, you know?
No, I don't know. Tell me.
It was like she was growing up too fast. I mean, she could walk when they left, and she couldn't when Florian arrived. I don't know crud about babies, but I'm telling you, that one wasn't right. She ate more than I do and grew like a beanstalk. It kind of creeped me out, really. I didn't tell Florian that.
Chang stood up and turned to Jennifer.
A fast-growing baby,
he said in amazement. If she grows that quickly, Jennifer said slowly, then in a month
she'll be an adult. Great Geo, a Commonwealth adult, with all their capabilities.
He closed his eyes and saw her again, the warrior angel, her phenomenal invisible weapons wiping out an entire nest without any effort.
What does Lucan drive?
He asked Joffler.
It's an old Corporal, but he rebuilt it for speed.
I'm sure he did. Where was it parked?
He didn't tell me. He never does.
Smart man.
Don't do that again, Chang said as they hurried down the slope below Joffler's house.
Not without consulting me first.
Why? Jennifer said cheerfully. We're PSR. We're not weak or squeamish. And now we know where he's going, who's taking him, and how they're travelling.
Direct application of pain is only useful when the subject is determined to hold out. Joffler was never one of those.
You misread Florian,
she countered. Maybe. Once. I know him now.
Yet my technique got you a fast result, didn't it? We have a description of Lucan's Corporal. No way he'll ever get past our roadblocks. He's only got an hour's head start, if that.
I hope you're right.
He glanced over at her, as always misled by her stature and young looks. It wasn't just the strength she'd used when she kicked Joffler. It was the pleasure he'd seen animating her at the man's pain. He'd been shocked. Yes, good cop, bad cop was still an effective interrogation technique, and he'd gotten the right information. But they hadn't discussed it before. She'd just taken the lead. That wasn't good. Weakening the interrogation subject psychologically, the fear of the threat, was always more effective than any physical pain. Or so he thought. more efficient. My problem is that we're back to apparent coincidences again, he told her. I don't like that. What coincidence? Florian supplies Walton fungus. He's a forest warden who catches Waltons for a little extra cash. So what? I expect most of them do. It's not like he's a real drug dealer. You need a chemistry lab to process them into Grandad's Delight. The point is, Florian has connections with Opol's gangs. That gave him a driver into the city. How many civilians have contacts like this? It put him ahead of us again. I don't like it. He's got lucky, that's all. He can't escape the PSR. Nobody can. But he's smart, and his contacts, radicals and criminals. That's not a good combination, not for us. If he's been supplying the gangs with Waltons, he'll have money, too. That'll help him disappear. 7 years of drug money, and he hasn't spent any. I saw his lodge. Get a grip. If you're a proper PSR officer, you have to be positive. We're going to catch him. Lucan can't outrun an entire regiment, not to mention the helicopter. They've only got a couple of hours head start on us. Right. But we have to be certain. When we get back to the command center, I want you to call the Opol office. We need to know all about the city's trade in Grandad's Delight, which gangs supply it, where they operate from, known members. She nodded, approvingly for once. I'm on it. Florian had to admit he was expecting the Sandy J to start with a roar, maybe sounding like an Air Defense Force IA-509. Instead, the engine came to life with the purr of a happy kitten. Whoever designed the exhaust silencer extensions really knew what they were doing. Behind the windscreen, Lucan gave him a thumbs up. Florian turned out the oil lamp and started pulling the door winch chain. Its rattling was louder than the engine, reverberating around the cavern. Slowly, the big wooden door levered its way up. The night outside was as dark as the interior of the cavern. Florian carried on tugging the loop of chain. When the door was fully open, the Sandy J whispered past him. He pulled the release lever and ran out into the open as the door hinged silently back down. The car kept on going. What the? Florian gazed helplessly as it rolled across the gritty sand, past some low boulders. Hey, stop! Stop! He ran after it, waving his arms about. Teal barked excitedly, bounding along beside him. Essie was in the car. Sandy J curved around a small clump of rock and dipped down into a stone hollow before braking. Florian came skidding to a halt beside it, breathing heavily. You okay, buddy? Lucan asked as he climbed out of the car. Where were you going? Florian demanded. Shock was making him light-headed again. Exovision medical displays showed him his heart rate was 150. Feeling giddy, and ducked his head in through the open door to see Essie. She was sitting in the passenger seat, leaning forward so her hands rested on the dashboard, going, Vroom, vroom. You okay, sweetheart? Dada, I's hungry. I know. Come on, Lucan said, and started walking back to the hidden cave. What were you doing? What? You drove off? Buddy, you gotta be... Oh, you thought I was snatching the baby from you, didn't you? No, You did. Man, oh man, you are one paranoid ass. He pointed at the ground. See where Sandy J is parked up? She's on naked rock. But here, this is earth she's driven over. Sandy J leaves tracks in this crud, especially after the rain we've just had. So you and I, we go back to the door and cover our tracks. If we didn't do that, we might as well send up a big red flare to show your PSR friends where we are. Oh, yes, I get it. The door was camouflaged by a layer of soil on the outside, leaving it almost invisible amid a sloping pile of gritty dirt that lay against a long rock ridge. It even had weeds growing in the middle of it. Florian and Lucan used branches from scrub bushes to sweep the earth back over the edges of the door, then wipe the car's tracks away. Now we go, Lucan announced as they got back into the Corporal. Essie clung to Florian. Legs stiff, Dada. Stiff. Her tiny nose was wrinkled up as if she was about to cry. Okay, sweetheart. Daddy will fix it. He began massaging her legs, slightly surprised how chubby they were. Essie had been walking around the garage cave that afternoon, exploring while he helped Lucan. Along with her accelerated growth, it must be putting a strain on her muscles and joints. It was only after a minute he realized Lucan was driving without the headlights on. His own Elita retinas with the U-shadow enhancer routines allowed him to see at night, which must mean Lucan— "Are you an Elita?" he blurted. Lucan flashed him a wide grin.
"I am surely not, buddy. I am a proud believer."
"A believer?"
"In the Church of the Return." "Oh, right. Yeah. So you don't believe?"
"I haven't really thought about it." Lucan laughed softly and turned on the radio. The car was filled with the crackle of the speakers and the occasional garbled words of the regiment communications staff. Florian was still massaging Essie's legs. He stared out over the hood, watching the landscape. Sandy J was driving along a shallow stone gully. A narrow trickle of water ran along the bottom, almost invisible in the darkness. "Lucan has to have an Elita heritage," Florian decided. "No way could ordinary eyes see well enough to drive at night." He almost pinged the driver just to find out, but decided against. Not all Elitas embraced their community. After a couple of kilometers, Lucan turned off and drove along a farm track. Florian could see fields of tall wheat on either side of them. On the left, in the far distance, his infrared sight revealed a small spot glowing dull pink. Farmhouse? Whatever the source, Lucan kept well away from it. He knew every track across the land and through woodland, knew where the gates in the fences were. The only time they saw a main, tree-lined road was when they dashed across it to vanish up another country lane. Essie fell asleep after a couple of hours and plenty more rich milk. Cosy in Florian's lap, his arms around her. Then the whimpering began again. "So, do you think we'll reach Opal before dawn?" Florian asked.
"Sure thing. Look, a normal run would take me maybe 3 hours. This route, we're looking at 10. And if we do come up short, I've got me some holes to crawl into. We can wait the day out snug and secure. Quit worrying."
"Sorry, I've never done anything like this before."
"Well, I have. Wouldn't have life any other way."
"But I thought you believed in the Church of the Return."
"I do. The Skylords are the only way our souls can find their way to Geo. They are the guiders through the dark."
"But this life—"
Lucan laughed. "The Skylords don't judge how our life is lived in accordance with all the petty laws and restrictions we invent for ourselves. They judge only if you have led a full life, if you have lived in a way that makes you happy. They care that you have not wasted your mortal existence.
And, buddy, this is not a waste.
I bring people what they want, and have fun doing it. It don't get much better than that. Take yourself now. How would you like it if I wasn't around?"
"Good point."
"We were all better off in the void. We belong there. Our minds were strong there. I truly believe that this is a temporary exile, that Geo is punishing us for the crimes Nigel committed. But the Skylords will find us again, because they are the compassionate angels who have always guided us. It is why they exist. And when they do finally come to Bienvenido, we must show them that we have learned our lesson and be humble in the face of their glory. If we can do that, if we show that we are worthy again, then they will guide us back."
Florian didn't argue, much as it galled him. All the files he had in his head, the superior Commonwealth knowledge, told him what an utter load of crud the Church of the Return was. Yet he held back. He'd learned long ago that logic and facts never meant anything to true believers of anything. And now he was slightly scared of Lucan, too, not just because he was completely dependent on him, but also because of how the man would react if he learned what the child was, the hope she was bringing to Bienvenido. How many more people like him will she have to face? How much anger and fear? Smiling down at her little face, he brushed strands of hair from her forehead. "It's not fair. Not fair at all." The radio messages faded to almost nothing after midnight. By then they were driving through broad, open countryside, where the farm track stretched on for kilometers, and Lucan rarely changed direction. Progress was good.
It was only when they drew closer to Opal that the regiment chatter started to build again, and this time there were sheriffs out there as well, reinforcing the roadblocks. "Definitely going for the city. Code Parole is modified. High speed, chased Lucan before. Looks all battered, but—" Lucan sucked down a breath. "Now how about that? They know we're coming."
"Shuffler!"
Florian grunted in dismay.
"He betrayed us."
Lucan's answering laughter was shocking. "He's a drug dealer, buddy. What did you expect?" "Yeah, but you think all he does is pass Waltons along to the city. He's got deep connections, and Detroit is his territory. He supplies a lot of small local dealers. You weren't 5% of his traffic. Means he's got a lot to protect when those troopers come a-knocking."
"Crud."
"You betcha. Now, from what I've heard on the radio, they've got every road into the city staked out and blocked." Florian instinctively hugged the girl tighter. No way could he let the PSR get her. Not now he'd seen how they reacted to the space machine, how desperate they were to get their hands on him.
"Crud. It's going to have to be Port Chana."
He dreaded having to face Lurgy again after all these years, and those terrible words spoken at the end. But for the girl's sake, he was just going to have to swallow his pride. Assuming he could find his brother. After all, the sheriffs never had.
"I suppose I might know some people in Port Chana," he said miserably.
"It's a dump," Lucan said flatly. "Besides,
I'm due to deliver you to Opal."
"But they've got it surrounded." "They've got the roads covered, sure, but there's plenty of rail tracks into the city."
"They'll be covering the stations as well."
Lucan laughed again.
"I said rail tracks, not trains."
Less than an hour later, the Sandy J was sitting atop of a steep railway cutting. The lights of Opal were creating a pale haze in the pre-dawn sky, 5 kilometers away to the west.
"You ready?"
Lucan asked with a manic grin.
"Oh, Euracus."
"Come on, buddy. This is what I was talking about before. This is living."
"Yeah,"
Florian muttered,
"but for how long?"
Clearly, Lucan was crazy.
"Oh, yeah, here we go."
Lucan gunned Sandy J down the slope. Florian squeezed himself back into the seat, holding the girl firmly. They must have been tilting at 50 degrees, though it seemed they were only 1 degree off vertical as they dropped. He could feel Sandy J's back end starting to slide sideways. Lucan spun the steering wheel enthusiastically, fighting the skid, keeping them stable. Then they reached the bottom of the cutting, levelling out with a lurch. Essie moaned in her sleep as she was jolted around. Florian shushed her, stroking her face softly. Lucan steered Sandy J onto the tracks. The metal rails stretched out ahead of them, perfectly straight lines reaching into the heart of the city.
"Do you know the train timetable?"
Florian asked nervously.
"Nope. Just hoping the Skylords are smiling on me tonight."
"Oh, crudding Euracus."
"Hey, young ears, buddy."
Lucan slipped the car into 3rd gear and accelerated. The big tires thrummed monotonously over the sleepers as they raced forward. For the first time, Sandy J showed off the kind of speed she was capable of. Florian desperately wanted to shut his eyes, to disconnect from what was happening until such time as Lucan announced they were in the city and turning off the track. But instead, panic made him sit bolt upright, his eyes scanning around for any hint of a train, ahead or behind. After 5 kilometers, the cutting walls suddenly grew higher and they shot into a tunnel.
"How long?"
Florian demanded.
"Dunno."
But Lucan did floor the accelerator. Sandy J leapt forward. Florian's enhanced eyes found the soft semicircular glimmer of light that was the end of the tunnel up ahead. Then a pinpoint of bright light was shining in the rear-view mirror.
"Train!"
he yelped. Lucan chuckled.
"Oh yeah, baby, this is what it's all about."
Sandy J raced out of the tunnel. The cutting wall sank down on either side, and Lucan twisted the wheel. They bounced off the tracks and sped along parallel to them.
"Need a place to hide," Lucan said. "See anything?"
"There, on the left, shed."
"Got it."
Lucan started braking. Behind them, the tunnel mouth was a bright white semicircle as the train approached. There wasn't much room between the shed and the cutting wall. Sandy J wound up tilted at 30 degrees, wedged in behind the shed as the train roared past, belching out steam and smoke, pistons pounding. A long line of goods wagons followed. Then silence. "Skylords," Lucan said knowingly.
"Utter crud,"
Florian thought. A kilometre and a half farther on, they reached an intersection where more tracks joined the ones they were following. The land on both sides flattened out. Sidings branched away from the main tracks. Old abandoned wagons stood on rusting wheels, while buddleia bushes grew tall and spindly between them. Lucan turned off the tracks and found a service road. 2 minutes later, they were driving carefully through the back streets of Opol's Bingham district. It was a small brick warehouse along Connellan Street. Lucan stopped outside and flashed his lights twice. The double doors were opened and he drove in. With the headlights off, there wasn't much light inside. A couple of low-wattage bulbs hanging from the age-blackened rafters high overhead. The warehouse was practically empty, with just some old wooden packing crates along one side. Lucan took a moment in the silence after the engine had died, staring through the windscreen. "Careful around these guys," he said softly. 3 men were waiting for them. Florian knew it was an ancient prejudice, but he didn't like the look of them. They were dressed sharply, suits of expensive fabrics, cut well, heavy-set, a bulk that wasn't all fat, and gold jewellery worn prominently, thick rings, bracelets, necklace chains outside their shirts, earrings. Earlier he'd been intimidated by Lucan. Now he was glad the driver was sitting beside him. Essie woke, blinking, as Florian climbed awkwardly out of the car. Incredibly, she'd grown again while curled up in his lap overnight. The dress was far too tight across her shoulders. Teal lolloped out behind him. Lucan was climbing out on his side, smiling welcome at the men, reaching out a hand. "Peric, good to see you, buddy." The tallest of the 3 men smiled and shook his hands. "Impressive, my man," Peric said in a throaty rasp. "The sheriffs have the whole city sealed up. My boys here said it was pointless waiting for you. But me, I said no, we will wait. The mighty Lucan has never missed a delivery. And see, here you are." "Yep, here I am. And this here is my friend, Florian." "Greetings, Florian." "Hello." He wanted to say more, but Essie was snivelling.
"Dress tight, Dada. Everything hurts. I was hungry."
"Okay, sweetheart. Daddy will sort this out. There's some milk in my backpack. I'll take the dress off and wrap you in my coat. Be nice and cosy, yes?"
"Hungry. Need toilet."
The men sniggered. Florian tried to ignore that as he went back into the car and retrieved his backpack. "You got the cargo?" Peric asked. "Sure," Lucan said, "in the trunk." While Florian was trying to pull the last rich milk bladder out of his backpack, one of the men opened Sandy J's trunk and retrieved the duffel bag. I need to go with you to Billop," Florian said, as Essie snatched the bladder of rich milk from his hands. "I need my money." Peric directed a neat, implacable smile at him. "No, you don't go see Billop. Not now. Not ever. We've been listening to the sheriffs and the PSR on the radio. You are way too hot, my friend. That's if you're even human. We don't need dangerous liabilities like you fouling our territory."
"Of course I'm cruddin' human. Lucan, tell them."
Lucan raised his hands in a sorrowful gesture. "I'm just the driver."
"You're cruddin' kidding!"
Florian cried in outrage. He turned to Peric. "I need my money." Teal picked up on his anger and barked. "What money is that?" Peric asked, feigning curiosity.
"My money. 7 years I've been trapping Waltons for you. I want my money. It's mine."
"You should go to the sheriffs, then. Put a complaint in." All of them laughed at that.
"Those are my Waltons!"
Florian shouted. He started toward the man carrying the duffel bag, ready to snatch back what was rightfully his. "Don't!" Lucan warned. The 3rd man took 2 quick steps forward and punched Florian hard in the gut. He doubled up as the breath was slammed out of him and toppled onto the hard stone floor. Essie wailed. Teal barked and charged forward, snarling. "Cradding dog!" Teal leapt, jaws closing on the arm of the man with the duffel bag. Medical alert sprang up in Florian's exovision. He couldn't get enough oxygen, and his heart was doing its panicked flutter again. Concentrating was hard. There was a lot of angry shouting. Teal's snarls. A pistol shot rang out, incredibly loud, and Teal was lying on the ground, blood pouring from the huge hole in his neck. Florian yelled out in anguish. Peric swung his pistol around to point it directly at Florian's head. "Faller bastard!" "Imminent threat identified," Florian's U-shadow declared. "Suggest immediate neutralization." More display slipped up into his exovision as the defense bracelet armed itself. Target circles captured all four men, shrinking around them like colored shadows. "Do it!" Florian wheezed. Four slim, dazzling blue-white lines ripped out from the bracelet, stabbing the men. A ferocious bang accompanied the discharge, and all four of them were flying backward through the air as if they'd been struck by a sledgehammer. "Cradding Urarchus!" Florian whimpered. The silence in the warehouse was as shocking as the beam's thunder had been a second ago. Then Essie started wailing at the top of her lungs, tears flooding down her cheeks. Florian patted the smouldering holes in his shirt cuff as new files popped up in his exovision, explaining the bracelet's stun pulse function. "Mostly harmless," the summary read. "Targets usually recover after a few minutes. Not recommended for targets with a weak heart." Lucan was twitching where he lay, so he was still alive. Peric and the man with the duffel bag were unconscious, but groaning as if having nightmares. The third man was completely inert. Florian staggered over to Essie and picked her up, hugging her close. "It's over," he soothed. "It's over, sweetheart. Daddy promises. It's all over. Only good things are going to happen now." She went rigid in his hold. "Leave, Dada," she said in a clear voice. "Bad people will come. Always more bad people." Then she slumped down lethargically and started trembling. "Oh, great Geo, help me," Florian moaned. He looked at Teal's body for a while, holding back the anger and tears, then picked up his backpack and headed for the door. It was 7 years since Florian had been in the Gates district. As dawn washed its narrow, crooked streets in a pastel light, he found the old memory triggers oddly reassuring. Nothing had changed. The sweet shop his mother used to take him and Lurgy to, the second-hand clothes store, Tollgate, a long bent lane where he and Lurgy fled a gang of lads who'd shouted out, "Elitas!" and run at them with clubs. 6 Bells pub, where, age 13 and goaded by his brother, he'd tried to buy a beer, only to be thrown out by the jeering barmaid. Lurgy had laughed and taunted him the whole way home. Most of all, he was reassured by the links. The Gates was full of link pings, buzzing around him like invisible bees, as elitas called to one another with address codes, then began talking. Encrypted files filled the electromagnetic spectrum. The general band was full of data packets with the warrior angel's icon. It was music to his mind. "I'm home." And the broad, green-painted door, halfway along Misslegate, Aunt Tyrannia's club. The door was smaller than memory had it, drab paint, old and scuffed. He stood in front of it for a long moment, then knocked. Nothing. The club had probably only shut a couple of hours ago. Knocked again, more forcefully this time. Heavy bolts thudded back, and the door swung open. Aunt Tyrannia stood there, a formidable woman in her 90s, dyed ebony hair dishevelled, wrapped in a threadbare burgundy toweling robe, blinking in amazement. "Florian! Oh, Urarchus, it is you! Come in, my boy, come in!" To his absolute horror, he burst into tears. Book 4. A Long, Fast Week. 1. The Opal General Hospital was a 9-story grey stone building on the edge of the Jaminth district, built more than 400 years ago. It was designed to provide the comfortable Void-era middle classes with individual rooms where they could be treated privately, and the management board had struggled to adapt it for the requirements of modern medicine, and the massive post-transition political shift of the state providing equal medical treatment for all. But it persevered through funding crises and staff shortages, giving local citizens a basic medical safety net. Ambulances delivered urgent cases to the emergency treatment centre, a newly built brick annex at the back. To get to it, you had to turn off Roturan Road, which ran along the front of the hospital, and down Vilgore Alley, a narrow back street that had a sharp turn at the end, which was difficult for ordinary vans, let alone anything as big as an ambulance. When Chang's Kuba pulled up outside the hospital late in the afternoon, his PSR driver didn't even have the option of turning down into Vilgore Alley. It was blocked off by 3 sheriff patrol cars. He and Jennifer got out quickly and barged through the cluster of reporters outside the main entrance. They were both wearing their PSR uniforms, which quashed any complaints before they were made. The emergency treatment centre was divided into 3 wards. The sheriffs had taken over one of them, with 2 officers standing guard outside the door. They exchanged a glance as Chang advanced on them and reluctantly let him past unchallenged. Inside, the long ward was lined with assessment bays that could be curtained off. Most of the curtains were open, showing several injured sheriffs on the trolleys. Arms were in slings. Foreheads were grazed and gashed, wrapped crudely in bandages. Pressure dressings were bound over abdominal wounds. One had badly bloodied, torn trousers, her foot at an impossible angle. The ward's harried doctors and nurses were treating the casualties, conferring with a couple of surgeons. More sheriffs milled about in the centre of the ward, looking angry and anxious, wanting to help and not wanting to get in the way. "Where is he?" Chang asked the first one. The sheriff pointed along the ward, scowling. "We should have just left the piece of shit in the wreck." "No, comrade," Jennifer said levelly. "You shouldn't. He's ours." That earned her plenty of animosity from the other sheriffs. "You did a good job catching him," Chang said. "Yeah, 5 of our patrol cars got smashed up in the chase before we ran that bastard off the road. It's a cruddy miracle nobody was killed." "The PSR appreciates what you did, comrade." Chang carried on down to the main trauma suite. It was a bigger area than the assessment bays, with solid walls and double doors big enough to wheel surgical trolleys in and out. 3 armed sheriffs stood outside. He ignored them, pushed the doors open, and strode in. 2 doctors and 3 nurses were in attendance. Chang glanced at the man on the trolley. There were a lot of grazes and facial bruising, but he didn't even have to compare what he was seeing with the file photo. It was Lucan. His clothes had been cut away, allowing bandages to be applied to both legs. Blood was already soaking through them. One long arm was in a splint. His wrist was crushed, wrapped in a bloody dressing. A doctor was stitching up gashes on his torso. "Get out," Chang ordered. "But out!" They went, cowed and sullen. Jennifer held the doors open for them. "Don't let anyone in," Chang told her, although he was more concerned that she wouldn't be in the room when he began. He didn't want a repeat of what she'd done to Joffler. She nodded and went out to stand guard. Chang studied Lucan for a moment. The driver was barely conscious. An intravenous drip of Amanarnic had been set up, feeding the drug into his good arm to banish the pain. There was a supply regulator tap underneath the bag. Chang turned it off. One of the cupboards contained the trauma suite supply of bandages. He took out several and wound them around Lucan's arms, binding him securely to the trolley. Once he'd finished that, he opened the man's mouth and began feeding a bandage in. As the drug wore off and the pain returned, Lucan began to moan. His awareness came back slowly, head turning weakly from side to side, eyes blinking into focus. His moans grew louder, confused as he realized his mouth was full of bandage. He frowned up at Chang and tried to lift his arms. Another muffled protest emerged when he found he couldn't move. Chang stared down at him. "You know, I've often heard my colleagues claim that the worst possible thing that could happen to anyone is waking up to find themselves in a PSR basement, strapped down on an interrogation bench, with one of our professional torturers standing over them," lighting his blowtorch. Lucan strained against the bonds, trying to shout, the cords in his neck standing out in sharp relief. The wad of bandage crammed into his mouth prevented anything but a frantic mewling. Chang held up a scalpel in his good hand. Lucan froze, mesmerized by the blade. Chang began to carefully cut along the bandages around Lucan's leg, exposing the badly damaged flesh. "Personally, I disagree," Chang said. "I think the worst thing that could happen would be if you woke up, strapped to a trolley, much like this one, in fact, with an amateur torturer standing over you. What do you think?" Director Yaki had assigned Chang to a big operations room on the 3rd floor of the PSR's Opol office. It had 3 long, barred windows along one brick wall, and with typical PSR thoroughness, the glass was misted to prevent the minute chance of anyone looking in. Metal desks for the investigators were arranged in a long row, each with 2 telephones. The secretaries' typing tables were smaller and lined up behind them. Bulletin boards occupied the wall behind the chief investigator's desk, which was the biggest in the room and made of wood. So far the boards had a standard street map of the city, and several photos arranged in a pyramid, with Billop at the top and his suspected senior lieutenants below. There were 2 further photos, one of Florian and one of Lucan, over which someone had scrawled "Gotcha" in red felt tip. Chang resisted a grin at that when he and Jennifer walked in that evening. He'd been appointed 10 PSR investigators. 3 records division clerks stood ready, with direct lines down to their basement offices to summon up whatever files the investigators wanted. Captain Franzel from the PSR assault squad had also been given a desk. Chang and Yaki had agreed that the assault squad should be on standby throughout the investigation, and this time he didn't need senior officer authorization before deploying them. Even the transport pool was represented by a manager. The only person not in a PSR uniform was Natalie Guillot, a senior detective on secondment from the city sheriff's office, who ran their gang investigation bureau. Yaki had brought her in as liaison. Apparently, no one knew more about Opol's gangs than her. When it came to running a case, Chang couldn't ask for a better support team. The only person missing was Lurvry. Damn, he would have relished working a case like this. Yaki was waiting for him. "You have the floor," she told him quietly. "I'll keep the county commander off your back for now, but given the scale this is running at, we're going to need results. Stonel won't take any responsibility for this." "Understood," Chang told her, and turned to face the room. "We have fresh information," he announced as the heavy door swung shut behind him. "Lucan was very eager to cooperate with the PSR. Knowing smiles appeared around the room. "He told me he delivered Florian to a warehouse on Connellan Street early this morning. I want a team over there to check it out right away. The reception committee was 3 of Billop's people, Perick, Tavask, and Bulren. I want their files up here within the hour." Now, being the low-life crud he is, Billop was going to dump Florian on the street and hold on to his money. Even the gangs realized Florian is too hot for them. According to Lucan, there was a fight. It was a short one, because Florian has some kind of faller weapon. It's like a gun that shoots lightning bolts. He paused for that to sink in. Stonel was adamant there was to be no mention of a Commonwealth connection, so they were still running with the Nest Alert cover story. "That means," he continued, "when we do catch up with him, we will be taking extra precautions. Franzel and I will be drawing up an assault procedure later. In the meantime, our priority is bringing in Billop." He raised a hand as Natalie Guillot gathered herself to speak. "Yes, I know he's hard to find, so first I want to talk to our friends Perick, Tavask, and Bulren. We have a clock running on this, so I need them here by tomorrow midday at the latest. Draw up their full profiles, families, friends, where they hang out. Liaise with the sheriffs on this. Natalie, what do we need to know about gangs?" She nodded and stood up. At 110 years old, her hair was mostly silver. but her grey-blue eyes were still alert, and she was clearly enjoying her moment as part of the investigation.
"Thank you, Captain. Some background for you all. There are 4 main gangs in Opal. The largest is run by Rox Wolf, who I'm embarrassed to say we still haven't shut down after 15 years. He is the smartest, most ruthless gang boss we've had in the last 100 years. We've never been able to pin a damn thing on him. I can't even give you a likeness, let alone a photo. Witnesses vanish, and it's impossible to turn anyone. We've tried sending in undercover sheriffs, but he always spots them. Any illegal activity in this city runs with his approval. The other 3 gangs are nominally independent, but in reality he tolerates them, and most of their rackets are run jointly, with Roxwolf's boys taking the lion's share. Billop is the smallest of these." She put her hand on the map, tracing an outline. "The last gang territory war was 3 years ago, which saw a whole lot of the smaller operators wiped out, and left Billop with the eastern half of the gates, extending out into the Varalson and Guntas districts. That's his turf, as agreed with Roxwolf. After the warehouse fight, he'll have gone to ground somewhere in that area. Captain Chang is right. Peric is our best way to him, and that leaves Tervask and Bullron as the best way to Peric. The 3 of them are a solid crew."
"Okay, then," Chang said. "It is imperative we get Billop into custody as soon as possible. Someone arranged for Florian to deliver Waltans to Billop, and that someone is the best connection we have to Florian right now. Joffler doesn't know who it was. He was told to collect the Waltans and arrange shipment, which means it's Billop who has that name. So go and get me Billop."
With the investigators given specific assignments, Chang pulled Jennifer and Yaki aside.
"I don't like Billop being our only lead."
"I'd be disappointed if he was," Yaki said. "What have you got for me?"
Jennifer had the records department draw up a list of all Florian's known family and associates from when he was growing up. "I want to bring them in."
"All of them?"
"Yes."
"How many?"
17. And that's really scraping the connections barrel. Florian wasn't a sociable person.
"Okay, do it."
"His mother is Castellito."
"Crud. The civil rights activist?"
"Yes."
Yaki clenched her jaw, which made her scar lighten. "Irrelevant, especially in this case. She doesn't get any special treatment."
"I'd like to send the assault squad to carry out the arrest. They can search her home and offices, too."
"Florian won't have gone to her. That's too obvious."
"Florian is very good at doing what we don't expect."
She raised an eyebrow. "Is he getting to you?"
"Absolutely not. I'm just trying to think like him."
"I'm glad to hear it."
Like most buildings in the gates, Aunt Tyrannia's club was high and narrow, its wooden beams warping over the centuries, leaving walls and floors without any level surface. The ground floor was given over to the club itself, with a small raised stage for musicians facing a floor with 20 tables. A bar along the rear served a good selection of beer, with more casks stored in a tiny cellar underneath. Steep, awkwardly angled stairs at the side of the bar led up to the second floor, which had the green room, cluttered with crates of glasses and spare furniture. The staff room was next door and even smaller, with a row of ancient lockers and a cracked porcelain sink. There was also the tiny manager's office, where the desk covered half of the floor space. Boxes of spirits took up most of the rest. The floor above that was Aunt Tyrannia's apartment. Florian sat at the dining table in the living room, with Essie beside him, greedily scooping up porridge from a bowl. Dull, 30-year-old egg-blue paint on the cracked walls seemed to absorb light from the 2 electric bulbs hanging overhead, adding to the sense of decline, of no one caring. He tried not to look around, because he knew he'd start judging, but he reckoned his lodge back in Albina Valley was a better place to live. Aunt Tyrannia poured herself some tea from a big pot, glazed with an orange and green floral design into a matching cup. Florian remembered that crockery from his childhood. He and Lurgi used to come visiting Aunt Tyrannia a lot when they were growing up. She was actually their mother's second cousin, which made her about the only family they had in Opal.
"What's her name?"
Aunt Terania asked. She was watching Essie closely.
"Essie? Really? I remember another Essie. You were keen on her, as I recall."
Florian blushed heavily.
"I haven't seen her since I left. Yet you called this girl Essie. It's a good name. She calls you Daddy. Is she yours, Florian?"
"Not exactly. Please."
"I can't explain. This is me, Florian. Talk to me."
Florian couldn't meet her gaze. He'd forgotten how firm Aunt Terania could be.
"Where did this little sweetie come from, Florian?" "She was given to me by someone who trusted me. Please, I just need somewhere to stay for a few days." "A few days? How did you get into the city, Florian? Every road is blocked by the sheriffs. Yesterday, the queues were kilometres long. It was all anyone was talking about in the club last night. Is it you they're looking for?"
He nodded miserably.
"They're saying it's a nest alert," Aunt Terania continued. "We haven't had one of those for a decade, and never on this scale. Is she a faller?"
"No." Terania slammed a palm down on the table.
"Then what is going on?" "I can't tell you," he said wretchedly. "It's for your own good. I decide what I do and do not need to hear."
She narrowed her eyes to give him a fierce stare.
"Is she Lurgies?" "What? No! Please, stop asking!"
A man appeared in the doorway, dressed in blue and red striped pyjamas. He was probably a couple of decades older than Terania, with ebony skin that was thick with wrinkles, and short, curly hair that was nearly all silver. His beard was trimmed elaborately. A long gold earring hung from his right ear.
"Asking what?"
he inquired lightly. Florian looked at him, then back to Terania. He blushed again.
"Oh, Florian," she said in a disappointed tone. "Age doesn't mean people can't be happy together. It actually helps, being long past the time of exuberant youth's foolishness."
She grinned up and took the man's hand.
"Mathieu, this is my dearest nephew, Florian."
"Ah, the one you send all the textbook copies to.
Pleased to meet you, Florian. Nice threads, by the way."
Florian shook the hand he was offered. There was something wrong with Mathieu's fingers. They weren't straight, and the joint seemed swollen.
"Pleased to meet you," he mumbled. "Florian needs somewhere to stay for a few days," Terania said. "Half the government is hunting him, but he won't tell me why."
"Quite right, Florian." Mathieu grinned as he sat down. "A man is entitled to his secrets. Don't let her bully you."
"I might have known you'd take his side."
"We all share the same side," Mathieu chided. "Know your friends, trust your friends, love your friends," he chanted softly, and gave Florian an expectant look.
"Florian doesn't know any of your songs,"
Terania said.
"You're a songwriter?"
Florian asked. "I'm a musician, or I used to be."
"Mathieu plays drums with his jazz band here once a week. They've joined the electric trend. Even so, it's very good."
"Not professional," Mathieu assured him. "Just amateurs having a good time jamming together. If you do stay, perhaps you'd like to come and hear us play?"
"Yes, thank you,"
said Florian, who didn't like jazz at all.
"Are you going to call your mother?" Terania asked. "I don't want her involved." "She will be, Florian. They're blocking the roads, searching the train stations and the port. You think they're going to leave your mother alone?"
Florian dropped his head into his hands.
"Oh, crud."
"Your mother is a very tough lady," Mathieu said. "If they cross her, they'll regret it."
"They'll come here. I doubt they know we're related, so this is safe. I'm more worried about your future. Do you actually have a plan? Are you trying to meet someone to hand the girl on?"
"No, it's not like that.
I just have to stay away from the PSR for a month. It'll all be over then." "The PSR won't stop, Florian. They never stop. I don't know what you've done, but it must have really pissed them off." "I didn't do anything," he whispered fiercely.
Terania and Mathieu both looked at Essie, who had now started munching down buttered toast.
"Who is she, Florian? I can't. I'm sorry." If you can loan me some money, I'll go. Don't be ridiculous. You wouldn't last 10 minutes out there. Every sheriff in the city is looking for you. That means every informer, too.
Florian hung his head.
That's not all, he admitted. Go on,
Tyrannia said, groaning.
If I'm going to protect you, I need to know. The man I take the Waltons to, Joffler, he contacted a driver called Lucan, who got me into Opole this morning.
I've heard of Lucan, Mathieu said. He's quite a legend, in his own eyes.
Yes, but the thing is, they all work for Billop, and Billop's people were waiting for me. There was this sort of fight. Oh, great Geo, Tyrannia said, and I always thought Lord G was the problem one. I'm sorry, Aunt Tyrannia. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I'm kidding, Florian. There was a fight, then, with Billop's lieutenant, and you got away free.
Did you shoot him? Mathieu asked quickly.
What? No. Well, not exactly. They did get hurt. I knocked them out. They? How many are we talking about? 3. Well, 4, if you count Lucan. You knocked out 4 gang thugs, Tyrannia said in astonishment. Single-handed? Crud, Florian. That warden's job turned you into a real tough guy.
So it's the PSR, the sheriffs, and Billop's people who are going to be looking for you? Mathieu said.
Florian exhaled loudly. Yes.
Wow.
Tyrannia and Mathieu exchanged a glance. What is it that you need, Florian? She asked. From us, I mean. Just somewhere peaceful to stay. It'll only be for a month, I swear. After that, it won't matter. So you've said. Can you at least tell me what happens in a month? He gave Essie a fond glance. I don't really know, but it will only be a month. I know that. She nodded ruefully. If that's all there is to it, you can stay in the mod stable.
The office on the second floor was wood-panelled. Mathieu led him in and immediately started rearranging the cases of spirits, clearing them away from the wall. Florian stood in the doorway, watching him as he held Essie's hand.
Essie needs some new clothes, Tyrannia said, in a disapproving tone. That dress is far too tight and short. I know. Just some sheets or something will do. I can sew them into a new dress. Tyrannia gave the existing dress a closer look. Did you make this one? Yes. Florian braced himself for criticism. Not bad.
Here we go,
Mathieu said. He pressed a section of panelling. There was a click, and a small door swung back. Florian stared at the lightless passage it revealed. What's that?
A little bit of quiet privacy in a bad, noisy world,
Mathieu chortled. He took a couple of torches from a drawer in the desk. You take them, Tyrannia said. I'm not dressed for it. Mathieu gave her a pained look.
Because my old bones are just built for this.
Is it difficult? Florian asked. No, just not built for our height, that's all, Mathieu said. Essie will be fine. He switched the torch on and crawled in. Essie followed him, a delighted expression on her face. Florian brought up the rear, shining the torch forward so Essie would be able to see where she was going. The corridor was about 1.5 meters high, 1 wide. It had floorboards, and the walls were a reddish brick that had been worn smooth and dark by something rubbing along them for a very long time. There were small doorways at regular intervals, all of them blocked off, some with hurriedly laid brick, others with wooden planks. "What is this?" he asked.
"Mod Dwarf Passage," Mathieu said.
"Back in the Void there were millions of the creatures. They were a slave species that started out as newts, then got changed somehow by telepathy. Modified, hence mods. You could get mod horses, mod dogs, mod apes, things that helped with all the tough manual labour. You also got mod dwarfs, who were house servants. I have heard of them. We learned about them at school, but the teacher never said much. I'm not surprised. Slavasta had them all slaughtered after the Great Transition.
There was no telepathy anymore, so we couldn't order them around, and they were supposed to be related to the Fallers, somehow. Anyway, all houses had them to do the drudge work, so their stables were part of every building back in the void, along with these passages, so they could move between human rooms without getting in the way.
Every building?
Yes. Trouble is, the passages are all so small, there's no use for them. No human use, anyway, so down the years they gradually got blocked off. They reached the end of the corridor and climbed some small wooden steps into a larger room that Florian could just stand upright in. It was semicircular, with the curving wall inset with 2 rows of deep alcoves. A single window at the top of the flat wall was glazed with a white glass that allowed reasonable amount of sunlight to shine in. "The Mod stable," Mathieu announced. He pointed at the alcoves. "They slept indoors, but no worries. You've got these." He took a couple of bedrolls from one alcove. "Toilets in that corner. Sink over there. It does work. Not that there's any hot water, mind." Florian turned a complete circle, trying not to show his dismay.
"Hungry, Daddy?"
Essie said. "I'll bring you some food," Mathieu said, "and I'll see what I can do about some picture books or something for Essie."
"Thank you."
Florian picked up one of the bedrolls. There were more in other alcoves, he saw.
"Who are these for?"
"Ah." Mathieu gave him a soft smile. "Your aunt helps a lot of people who need to get out of town. I don't need to tell you how much crud eliters get given here, do I? That bitch in charge of the PSR office has a real animosity going for us. So if someone crosses them, they stay in here for a while to let the heat die down. Then we send them along to Port Chana. I think your brother stayed in here for a while before he left."
"Lurgy? He was here?"
"Yeah, and the PSR never caught up with him, did they? So you're perfectly safe, just so long as you remember not to make too much noise. The gates are kind of crowded, and you're only ever 5 meters away from your neighbors." There were 8 cells in the Opal PSR office that was specifically designed to hold elites. They were in the first level of the basement, with their own external access from the alley at the back. A corridor led away from the bottom of the stairs, directly underneath the building, so that none of the cells had a window, or even an outside wall. Inside each cell, the walls, floor, and ceiling had been covered in a metal mesh, turning it into a Faraday cage that blocked any link broadcast. Then another layer of bricks had been laid on top to make the cage secure. The cells were the only part of the building elites were allowed in, even the informers, run by Gorland's division. Chang was very aware of this as he stepped through the big iron gate that separated it from the rest of the basement. "I should have put Carilla in here. If I had, she'd still be at university." Ironically, he realized now, it was also the place that he would be taken to if Section 7 ever found out that he had an elite heritage, as the warrior angel claimed. But now that he'd finally read the Section 7 briefing documents, he realized the odds of them ever catching her were remote, verging on 0. The best Section 7 could do was contain and discredit rumors of her activities. There was plenty of shouting going on inside 7 of the 8 cells, the usual shouts of abuse and demands for lawyers, the protests leaking out through the grills in the doors. So far, they'd managed to bring in 15 of the 17 suspects connected to Florian. Chang didn't hold out much hope. Most of them hadn't seen Florian since senior school. 2 had served in the same regiment conscript unit, but that was 7 years ago. He was really only interested in Cell 1. The prisoner chief rose from his desk at the end of the corridor and saluted. "Open it up," Chang told him, "and turn off the tape recorder."
"Sir?"
"You heard."
"Sir, the logs—"
"You're changing a reel over. Understand? That's the log entry."
"Yes, sir."
The chief went over to a tall cupboard and opened the top door. Inside, 8 tape recorders were sitting on 2 shelves, their big spools turning slowly. The chief switched off the machine recording Cell 1. "Thank you, comrade." The door had 2 separate keys. Chang waited until they were unlocked, and the bolts slid back. It was all excessive. The danger from elites was never physical. Castellito was sitting behind the small table in the cell. She was in her late 60s, a beret of close-cut hair, coloured a strange violet. Her clothes were the kind modern electric bands favoured, a white blouse and suede waistcoat, inlaid with colourful glass jewels and beaded tassels. The maroon leather skirt came down to her knees, leaving a couple of centimetres of skin visible above her sky-blue boots. If Chang had seen that voguish combination on anyone else, he would have assumed they were Narnik heads, smoking away a vacant life. On Castellito, it simply looked elegant. "Captain Chang," she said. Her gaze lingered on the frayed edge of the cast sticking out of his tunic sleeve. "Glad to see you've recovered." "Very good, comrade," he said, sitting across the table. "Try and throw me right from the start. Was I supposed to ask, how do you know my name?" "Every eliter in Opal knows your name, Captain, especially after Xander Manor." "Yes, I thought you might be aware of that case. After all, you are the head of the Elita radical movement here in Opal." "You are misinformed. I'm a civil rights advocate. However, for what it's worth, I am genuinely sorry about poor Lieutenant Lurvry." "Thank you." "It couldn't have been easy, going up against breeder fallers." "There's no such thing." She laughed in his face. "Tell me about your son," he said when she'd finished. "Tell me why you brought me in here. It must be terrifically important. They wouldn't even let me have breakfast before they dragged me off." "It is. Your son is the most important person on Bienvenido right now. Where is he?" "Am I under arrest? The officer, the very excitable, unprofessional officer, I might add, didn't have a warrant." "He doesn't need one. This is a matter of state security." "Really? Has there been a fall? That's your only authority to claim that, and the Space Vigilance Office hasn't declared one. Not here." "It's not a fall. We are operating under Nest Alert procedures. That gives me a wide range of special powers." "A Nest Alert? Just after you've cleared up all those breeder-faller monsters at Xander Manor? That doesn't inspire confidence in the PSR." "Without us, Bienvenido would fall." "Keep telling yourself that. It might comfort you at night. Nothing else, well, the faller apocalypse is coming, and you're wasting your time oppressing eliters when you should be chasing down nests." "Just tell me about Florian, comrade." "My son left the city 7 years ago. He was driven out by the persecution of our people, as perpetrated by your organization. I haven't seen him since." "Has he contacted you?" "Who?" Chang brought a fist down hard on the table, and Castellito flinched. "Don't," he cautioned. "Right now, I'm being nice to you because I think your son is an idiot who is caught up in something he doesn't understand. But you need to know this. I will find him, and how I treat him when I do depends a lot on how much trouble he causes me. So, I'll ask again. Has he contacted you?" "You weren't quick enough, you know." "Quick enough for what?" "When your gangsters with badges came for me, they didn't stop me from linking to my friends. I was giving them a running commentary all the way here. And it isn't just me you've snatched illegally, is it? Lawyers have already filed motions for release with a judge. There's going to be a citizens' protest outside. A lot of citizens. It's not just eliters that you antagonize." "Imagine how frightened I am." "You know, one day you really should consider doing the math. There are more eliters in Opal than there are PSR personnel. Check with Kukaida if you don't believe me. In fact, there are more eliters on Bienvenido than there are PSR. We outnumber you quite heavily." Chang sat back in his chair. "I saw him, you know. I actually talked to him 4 days ago. He made me think he was a simple forest warden. Very clever, your son. Smart." He almost missed it, a flicker of uncertainty that showed in her eyes for an instant. "You've seen Florian?" "Yes. That is one pitiful life he chose for himself. Mind you, I can see how he'd think it was preferable to living at home with you." "Oh, gosh, ouch.
I'm so devastated. Please, let me confess everything to you."
"Florian is the nest alert."
She pursed her lips as she stared at him. "If Florian has fallen, you wouldn't be asking me for help. A faller copy of Florian isn't going to come running to his human mother. So what is this about?"
"State secret, but it's bad. If you help me, I can go easy on him."
"Really? Are you going to put that in writing for me?"
"No, because you're completely dependent on me. This all boils down to my whims, so you have to work really hard on not annoying me."
"He hasn't fallen, yet you've declared a nest alert. Dear me, have you been lying, Comrade Captain? Have you abused your position and the state apparatus for another purpose? What really happened out there in the valley?"
"Who is his father?"
"A very high-ranking PSR officer. He bribed me not to reveal his name on the birth certificate, paid the fine and everything. Oops! Did that go on the recording?"
Chang grinned at her, despising her smug expression. His usual technique wasn't going to work on her. He could see that. "Funny." He slapped her across the face. Hard. Castellito went over backward, crying in shock. Chang came around the table slowly and watched her squirm around on the floor. Blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. He bent down to deliver the ultimatum, to make it very clear what a piece of subhuman filth she was, how he owned her. Her hand lashed up fast. A rigid forefinger jabbed into his eye. He roared in pain and shock, staggering backward. Castellito was up after him, spinning around, a leg extending. The heel of her boot struck his cast. It cracked, and the pain flash of the impact was incredible. He couldn't see anything but a red haze. Nausea made him dizzy, his legs nearly giving way. "Crudding raucous!" He tottered back and banged into the wall, almost slumping to the ground. Elitas were fast. Elitas were strong. He'd forgotten the very basics of his profession. He'd been so angry with her defiance. "Sir!" The prisoner chief was knocking on the door. "Sir, is everything all right?" Castellito was standing still, staring at him in contempt as she dabbed at her split lip. "Well, is it?" she asked mockingly. "Or are you hoping the warrior angel will come and save you? Again?" Chang gaped at her. "She does know. I cruddy knew it. She is the head radical. She must be." "Sir?" The key started to rattle in the lock. "Go away, comrade," Chang shouted. "I'm fine." "Now let me tell you what's going to happen," Castellito said, righting her chair. "If I don't walk out of here within another 2 hours, details of your Eliter heritage will be anonymously delivered to Gorlan, and your precious Stonal." "I'm not an Elita," he growled, his undamaged hand pressing against his eye. The pain was bad. He worried she'd damaged the eye permanently. "Bitch!" "The way you react to Eliters shows how much you're overcompensating, Chang. Self-loathing isn't healthy. In the end, it'll eat you up. I've seen it happen before. Accept what you are. It's not like I'm asking you to help us. When the fall or apocalypse strikes, you'll need us. The day after Euracus closes up for good. You know you're an Eliter. You know there are breeder fallers. You've met the warrior angel. Just how much truth can you keep on denying to yourself? We're on the same side, Chang. We want to defeat the fallers. Why can't you acknowledge that? If you want to help me, tell me where your son is." Castellito sighed as she sat down. Her expression was like the one his primary school teacher used when she was disappointed with him. "Exposing you isn't a bluff. I sent a time-coded file about you to several friends when your people came for me. And as I can't link to my friends from in here, I can't stop the file from opening in 2 hours." He rubbed his eye, which just made it worse. "I don't trust you." "You don't have a choice. Do you know what they do to Eliters who've wormed their way to the very heart of the PSR? There's a furnace in the lowest basement level of this building for the central heating and hot water. They will throw you into it alive. You can trust me on that.
Because that's what you'd do to a traitor, isn't it?
I have friends too. If you ever make them suspicious of me, I'll know about it, because they won't believe you. That gives me time, and I will use it to come for you. A furnace will be the least of your worries.
I don't want to hurt you in any way, Chang. It's clearly going to take you a while for you to come to terms with what you are. One of us. But despite that, I have hopes for you. Great hopes. One day you might even sit in the director's chair.
I will never betray the PSR.
The PSR does a good job fighting the Faller nests. That's what you need to focus on.
He gave her a weary look. That's what she said.
I know.
You've met her, haven't you?
No, not in the flesh. I'm not important enough. But friends receive communications occasionally, and we send stuff back. Who do you think alerted her about the new kind of encrypted links in Opal? Who alerted her that you'd found a nest? Who do you owe your pitiful life to?
I owe you nothing.
What has my son done to bring all this down on him? Florian hasn't fallen. You would have tested his blood when you talked to him. The PSR always does that. So what has happened? The way she said it made it a rhetorical question. The regiment was deployed in Albina Valley, and you've been chasing him ever since. Why?
You're the head of the Opal radicals, he countered. That's not coincidence. Did you send him out there 7 years ago? Has he been waiting for this?
For what? And for the record, I'm not the leader of the Opal radicals. I am exactly what those precious files of yours say I am. A civil rights activist. A good one, but that's all. There is no conspiracy, Chang. There never is. It's all part of the lie Yaki feeds you on Stonewall's behalf.
If Florian contacts you, the only thing you are going to do is call me.
Castellito's victory smile was modest. Of course. Do you have a link code yet, comrade?
It was the middle of the second day when the pings with Florian's address code started to appear. Mathieu had been back to the mod stable several times, bringing Florian baskets of food. Then yesterday afternoon he handed over some cloth and a sewing kit. It was a much better sewing kit than Joffle's, and Florian set about stitching together a new dress, with shoulder straps that had buttons, so they could be extended as Essie grew. After gorging on more bread and fruit and drinking a lot of water, Essie had gone to sleep on top of the bedroll, snuggled up in his caftan. It seemed to ease her somehow, and he was pleased to be rid of the garish thing. As always, her sleep was beset with nightmares. She moaned and snivelled continually. Several times she cried out and sat up, with wide, frightened eyes. Florian soothed her back to a quiet slumber every time, unsure if she was actually awake during those episodes. That night she slept for a straight 10 hours, waking up ravenous, as always. The first thing he did was lengthen the dress straps by 3 buttons. He began to review the general band forums while he worked on another new dress. All anyone talked about was the nest alert. Retina image files of the queues at the roadblocks showed stationary lines of vans and trucks for kilometres along the roads, their drivers either stoic or furious. Yesterday he'd seen a few files showing the Coperel smashed up between a wall and 2 sheriff cars. He wondered if Lucan was all right, but after the ambush in the warehouse, he didn't really care much. The next morning the general band was full of news about people being arrested and carted off by the sheriffs without warrants. Florian recognized most of the names of those being taken to the PSR offices, even though he hadn't thought of them in years. The PSR must have been pretty desperate to include them. In truth, he'd not considered asking any one of them for help. With the newest dress finished, he pulled the food processor cylinders out of the backpack. Most of the food Mathieu had given him went into the hoppers, with water from the tap. This time he set the menu to a paste, which slowly extruded from the lower nozzle directly into a bowl. It had all the same specialist fats and vitamins as the rich milk, but with a thicker constituency and a mix of flavours, from apple to beef, so he could give Essie some variety.
He found another setting that produced hard pellets that she could suck on between meals like sweets. It was while these were starting to emerge, rattling onto a plate as if they were pebbles, that the first ping with his code came in. Reception in the mod stable wasn't great. The walls were thick, and there was only the one window. But his U-Shadow had some excellent filters, and its new subroutines had increased his reception sensitivity. He told it not to acknowledge any pings directed at him, but began reading the message headings. Opal's Elita community had discovered he was the reason the PSR had declared a nest alert. There was a lot of confusion about that. No one knew if he had fallen or not. Some urged him to give himself in. "We're suffering because of you." Most offered support and told him to run, to screw with the PSR bastards as best he could. Streaming in parallel to the pings for him, the general band conversations were saying that all this was nothing to do with the fall, that he'd struck some blow against the PSR. There were plenty of theories about that, from him burning down the PSR headquarters in Varlan, an impressive step up from his brother's arson, to the development of some new kind of weapon that could wipe out fallers with a single shot, with a whole lot of criminal acts in between proposed. Essie woke up mid-afternoon, crying. "Legs hurt, Dada," she sniffled. "I'll sort it out," he said, as he always did. He massaged her calves and ankles while she sucked on the pellets. "I have a new dress for you." "You best, Dada." Her simple love triggered a burst of emotions that made his throat constrict. "We'll be safe here," he told her, as his fingertips dug into her stiff gastrocnemius muscles. "You and me together." "Hungry, Dada?" He grinned. "Yeah, me too." That was when Captain Chang's name popped up in the general access. Florian scowled at the mention of the captain. There were a lot of protesters outside the PSR office on Broad Street, waving placards and chanting, holding up traffic. Surprisingly, the majority weren't elitas. The restrictions of the Nest Alert were antagonizing a lot of people. Encouraged by a fearless core of civil rights activists, they were becoming bold, protesting against the cause of the disruption. Mathieu turned up again in the late afternoon. He blinked in mild surprise when he saw the food basket was empty. "I'd better get you some more," he said in a mildly sarcastic tone. "Thank you," Florian said. "She doesn't do much else, does she?" Mathieu said, as he gazed down at Essie, who was asleep on the caftan again. "No," Florian said proudly. "Is she yours?" "No, she's not." "We've got a band playing tonight." "Who's MacLeod?" "What?" "That's their name, Who's MacLeod. They're going to be loud. That's how the kids like it these days. And there's other clubs as well." He pointed to the window. "You might not get much sleep." "That's okay. It wasn't too loud last night. Are you playing tonight?" "'Fraid not," Mathieu said sadly, and glanced at his hands. "Not that I don't want to, but I can't play so much now. I used to play guitar, but drums and singing is the best I can manage these days." "Arthritis?" "No, actually. The PSR didn't like the protest songs I used to perform. One night they came for me after a gig. They used wooden posts to break my hands." "Oh, great, Gio. Mathieu, I'm so sorry." "You didn't do it. That's why I'm pleased you're here. Whatever you've done, I'm glad of the opportunity to help you. It's another blow against them. And besides, people still play my songs." "I'm glad. We fight them in 1,000 small ways each day, my young friend. That is how decent people will triumph in the end." Florian had never been more tempted to tell someone what had happened, who Essie really was. "You're right. We will," he said fiercely. Mathieu nodded in understanding. "I have some good and bad news for you." "What?" "Castilito was taken into custody this morning." "Mum?" "Don't worry, they released her. I have friends who are outside the PSR office in Broad Street. They saw her coming out." "Oh, thank you." "But it does mean they will be watching her. Closely, I suspect. She is their only true connection to you now. That means you cannot see her, Florian. You understand that, don't you?" "Yes, I
I guess so.
In a way, he was relieved. The fact that the one person who had never sent out a ping for him was his mother had been bothering him badly.
Good man. So she'll understand why I came to Aunt Tirania and not her, won't she?
Of course. Mathieu hesitated for a moment.
I know you said you will only need shelter for a month, but have you considered what will happen if they start to get close? I'm not saying they will, he said quickly, but I've never seen anything like this hunt, and they're looking for Bill up now. Florian, he's a nasty piece of work who'll do anything to save his own skin. He might be able to point them here. I'll leave. I swear I won't put Tirania and you in danger.
That wasn't quite what I was getting at. Florian, there may be one person who can help you, but I don't know how you'd feel about asking her.
Her? Her who?
Why, the warrior angel, of course.
The warrior? But she's not. Oh, is she real?
Very much.
Crud.
There were 100 questions he wanted to ask about that. For his whole childhood, the stories of the warrior angel and how she protected Elitas had been a fascination and a comfort. It was her face that was the icon of every general band file, a constant reminder to Elitas that they had a champion. She was a myth he so wanted to be real.
Do you know her?
Me? Crud, no. But there are some Elitas that do, or at least know how to get a message to her. Or so they say. There's no direct link. No ping code. It's more like shouting into haunted fog and waiting to see what comes out of it. And there's no way of telling if she'll come, or even if she's there listening.
So do you think I should ask?
Right now? Maybe not. But I'd like you to at least consider it if things get heated. If I get dragged into the PSR dungeons, I'm not likely to hold out for long. Not at my age.
Don't. Florian said quickly. Don't hold out at all, please. If they come for you or Tirania, don't antagonize them. I'll go quietly if that happens.
The old musician shook his head. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just outlining a few options if things take a turn for the worse. You're not necessarily as alone as you think you are.
Thanks, Mathieu.
You're a good lad, Florian.
Your aunt thinks the world of you. She was always here for us growing up, he said sheepishly. She helped both of us. It wasn't easy in those days.
I know, and it's never easy. Not for us Eliters. He gave the sleeping girl a soft look.
Funny, she looks like she's grown again, even since this morning. Mathieu, she does grow. A lot. You need to be ready for that.
Right. Mathieu glanced at him, then back to Essie. Okay. I'll get you some more food now. Then you're on your own for the night. Can't risk anyone coming into Tirania's office while that secret door's open.
I have some songs, Florian blurted.
He hated how much danger he was putting Tirania and Mathieu in, and there, amid all the wondrous knowledge Joey had given him, were music catalogues. It wasn't much, but it was all he had to thank the man with.
Good for you, Florian. I didn't know you liked music. They're part of the Mindscape files I code, he said meekly.
The what files?
I make images you can play in your macro clusters, sort of like dreams, I guess.
His U-Shadow was assembling a file of titles based on a simple search request. He'd sampled a few tracks out of the thousands and thousands that the space machine had given him. Even he, who never really thought much of music, had to admit Commonwealth music was extraordinary. There was so much of it, and it varied enormously, from orchestras of hundreds to soloists, from bands to single song sculptors creating directly through their technology. And the catalogue stretched back centuries, right back to the first recorded songs, farther back if you counted the sheet music the truly ancient composers had written. The request he loaded into the secondary routine that handled simple searches was for songs that protested injustice and gave people hope for the future. Songs about love. There were an incredible amount of them, and lively tunes that were just plain fun. Plenty of those. The last criterion was that they had to be written for guitars and drums and piano in any combination. A list of several thousand slipped up into his exovision, dating from the mid-20th century on Earth. Data supplements told him Earth was the original home of the human race. "Show me," he instructed the U-Shadow, and Earth appeared in his exovision. Earth from orbit, as if he were an astronaut, and a real vision, not the constructs he featured in his simple mindscapes. Earth had huge brown and green continents, and oceans smothered in exotic walls of pristine white cloud. A world crowned by ice at both poles. The nighttime continents glittered with the lights of cities, vast conurbations that stretched for hundreds of kilometers, especially along coasts. It was so beautiful, he yearned to reach out and touch it. "Oh, great Jiu," he moaned. Tears started to fill his eyes. "Florian," Mathieu asked, "are you all right?" Yes, I'm fine." He wiped at his eyes, ordering his U-Shadow to shrink the list of songs down to 10. "These are for you," he told Mathieu, and sent the files over. "Your band can play them, if they're any good. I don't mind if you don't." "That's very kind, Florian," the old musician said with a soft smile. "I know how hard it can be to show your work in public, especially something as personal as a song. These are very big files, so I'll listen to them tonight, and we can talk about them in the morning. How's that?" Yes." He hadn't expected to have to discuss them. "That's fine." Chang walked out of the clinic on the second floor of the PSR office and took a lift down to basement level 5, 2 levels below the records division. The operation had made progress during the morning. Peric and Tavask were now in custody and on their way in. The sheriffs were still hunting Bull Run, but it was no longer a priority now that Chang had the other 2. Level 5 was where they were headed. The cells here were smaller than the Elita cells up above, the corridors narrower, unpainted brick soaking up the light from the small bulbs in their caged glass holders. Iron doors on both sides of the central corridor had a central grille covered by a sliding panel. At the end of the central corridor was a junction with 2 other corridors leading off at right angles. It had a desk for this level's cell chief, and a normal door into the guard office behind him. Jennifer was standing beside the desk talking to the cell chief and a couple of guards when Chang arrived. She turned, and the start of a smile swiftly turned to a concerned frown. "What the crud happened to your eye?" "Nothing," he said. The clinic nurse had been worried as she bathed it clean and applied a sticky ointment. She'd wanted him to go to the hospital optometrist, as if he had the time. He settled for a small dressing and an eye patch. One of the clinic's orderlies had removed his broken cast and put on a fresh one, which was larger than the first and still setting. It meant he had to cut off his shirt sleeve and wear his uniform jacket with its sleeve pinned across his side. "Just like Slavasta," the orderly had said when he finished helping Chang back into his clothes. His humour vanished fast when he caught Chang's expression. "Nothing," Jennifer exclaimed, "but I tripped, hit my face on a door. Now move on," he snapped. The painkillers weren't quite strong enough to stop the ache from his damaged wrist, and he was worried that Castellito's kick had shifted the broken bone out of alignment. It just didn't feel right somehow. The pain was sharper now. Jennifer's expression hardened. "Yes, sir." "When are they due?" Chang asked. "The sheriff's cars are pulling up outside in a couple of minutes, sir," the cell chief said. "Right. I want interrogation room 3 cleared out. Remove all the furniture. Then put Lucan and his cot in there."
Sir?"
"You heard, comrade. And when the prisoners come down here, put them both in with Lucan. Clear." The cell chief clearly didn't like any kind of shift in procedure, let alone this. But he nodded and said, "Yes, sir," almost as if he meant it. Guards were summoned and started carrying the chairs and table out of interrogation room 3. Chang and Jennifer went into the observation room, which looked in on interrogation room 3 through a big one-way mirror.
"Are you going to tell me what's happening?" she asked coldly. "Nobody on the 3rd floor knew where the crud you went after you interviewed Castellito."
"Sorry." Chang gave her an awkward smile. He waved his hand at the eye patch. "I had to go to the clinic. I did trip when I was hitting Castellito. I feel ridiculous. What kind of interrogator does that?"
She pushed her lips together in bemusement. "So is that why you let her go? To avoid the embarrassment?" Chang could practically feel her judging him. He was starting to get resentful about the way he had to justify himself the whole time.
"Not quite. She's still our best hope of a lead after Billop. Florian might contact her. I've got her under constant observation. If he comes within a kilometre of her, we'll spot him."
"He's not going to go anywhere near her. She's his mother, for crud's sake. He doesn't want her involved. At best he'll do that Elita Link thing. How would we ever know?"
"Some of Gorlan's informers are watching for that."
Jennifer gave him a puzzled glance. "You're relying on them?"
"What else have I got? Locked up here in a cell, out of contact with her kind. She was no use at all to me. This way at least I've opened up a possibility. And yes, I know how slim it is, but Florian might risk it."
"So this?" She indicated the room on the other side of the shaded glass. 3 guards were carrying in Lucan's cot, with him on it. The driver was moaning feebly, barely conscious.
"This is to encourage attitude adjustment. Information volunteered through fear is always more reliable."
"Than information extracted under duress. Yes, I know that's your preferred method." She watched Lucan for a moment. "He's not going to last much longer if you don't get him back to a hospital. You know that, right?"
"I know, and don't care. He helped a known nest alert subject get into the city. I find that kind of behaviour is beyond understanding. It's treason against his whole species. Like this. He's useful to me."
For once her expression was almost approving. They had to wait for a couple of minutes. Then the door of interrogation room 3 opened again, and PSR guards shoved Peric and Tavask in. Their shackles were unlocked, and the guards left.
"What the crud!"
Peric exclaimed, and went over to the cot.
"Euarchus, it's Lucan."
"What?" Tavask hurried over. He paled as Peric pulled the blankets back, revealing the driver's ruined legs wrapped in bloody bandages. Most of the cot's blankets were stained with urine and feces. Peric swung around to stare at the mirror, his round face showing signs of panic.
"What did you do to him?"
he growled. Chang chortled quietly. "Lucan?" Tavask called anxiously. "Lucan? Pal? What happened to you? What did you tell them?" Lucan tried to say something, which emerged from his battered lips like a hissing cough.
"What's he say?"
Peric asked. "I think he wants some water," Tavask said. Peric turned a full circle, then fastened his gaze on the mirror again.
"I don't know where Florian went," he said loudly. "The bastard shot us with some kind of gun. Ain't never seen anything like it before. It was like it was firing lightning bolts or something. My legs still ain't right. I've got trouble walking half the time. But listen, anything I can do to help you catch him, and I'll do it."
He gave Lucan another concerned look.
"Glad to hear it,"
Chang muttered. "Honour among thieves," Jennifer said in contempt.
"These aren't thieves,"
Chang told her.
"These are gang thugs. Tough as Euarchus on the outside, but no brains."
"Which one are you going to question first?"
"Well, Tavask is the weaker one, but Peric is senior, so he's more likely to know where Billop is. But he might just get stubborn when he knows it's his boss that he's got to give up."
"Peric, then. We can't afford to waste time on Tavask. The longer it takes to get Billop, the more distance Florian can put between himself and us." Chang gave her an approving grin.
"You're right. Peric it is."
Interrogation rooms 1 to 5 were for people who could be intimidated or misled into revealing what the PSR wanted to know. Rooms 6 through 9 were equipped for prisoners who were tough and stubborn. The centrepiece of number 7 was a big wooden X set into the brick floor, with manacles at each extremity. 4 bright spotlights on the ceiling shone on it constantly, turning the rest of the room into a glare through which sinister shadows moved,
and the relentless questions emerged. The only time that light stopped punishing the prisoner's face was when one of the interrogators stepped forward carrying electrodes, or sharp instruments, or heavy cudgels. These tools of the trade were always laid out neatly on a bench at the start, so that the smarter prisoner could see them when they were brought in, before they were fastened to the cross and the big lights turned on. If they were truly smart, they would know just how utterly hopeless their situation was. Billop was smart, but then Chang had expected him to be. You didn't get to be a gang boss by thuggery alone. He'd put up quite a fight when the sheriffs came for him, resisting arrest right up to the end. Now, though, it was different. Now the screaming and struggling were from fear, as the guards ripped his clothes from him, beating him with leather truncheons every time he resisted. He screamed a lot more as the manacles closed around his wrists and ankles. The lights came on, and he stiffened as if the illumination were a physical force, pinning him to the cross. He squinted into the glare as he pissed himself. A mocking chuckle came out of the dazzling brilliance, as his urine splattered onto the brick floor and trickled into the drain grill between his feet. "What do you want from me?" he sobbed, as his body began to shake. There was only unnerving silence. "What is it? What do you want? Please." This time there was an answer. "I want a name." "Yes. Yes!" "You know Florian, don't you?" "Yes, I do. I didn't know he was a faller. I swear on Geo itself, I didn't know that." "You worked with him. You paid him for the Waltons he caught." "I did. It's just for Grandad's delight. There's no harm in that. But I never actually paid him. He has no money." "The name I want." "Yes." "Who introduced you? Who told you he was going to be a warden, that he was the kind who would trap Waltons? Who is his friend in Opal? Who will he go to here when he's in trouble?" "Rashert!" Billop yelled at the top of his voice, as if he was expelling something evil from his body. "It was Rashert! He came to me! He fixed it all up! It was Rashert! Rashert!" "Good. Now, where is Rashert?" "Huh?" Billop froze up again. "Where is Rashert?" He's... Tears started to dribble down Billop's cheeks as he shook his head. "Oh, Geo, please." "Use the cutters. Remove his toes." "He's dead!" Billop screeched. "He's dead. I'll swear it. Please, that's the truth. He's dead. Rashert is dead." The whole team looked at Chang with eager faces as he stomped into the third-floor operations room just after midnight. He kicked his desk, hard. Expressions changed fast. Everyone was abruptly busy with work, heads down at their desks. Chang kicked the desk again. "Crudding Urachus!" He sat down, and so nearly swiped his good arm across all the files and folders on the top of the desk, sending them flying. Instead, he took a breath and made a pained groaning sound from deep inside his chest. Jennifer hurried in and slapped the thin folder down in front of him. It had "Deceased" stamped in scarlet ink across the front. "Billop was telling the truth. Rashert was killed 3 years ago. There was some kind of power struggle with neighbouring gangs." "Yeah, Natalie mentioned it. Crud! We had him, Jennifer. There was a connection. Rashert would have known where he would go, who would take him in. He might even have sheltered Florian himself." "There will be others who know." He glared at her. She endured it calmly. "Who?" he demanded with all the petulance of a 5-year-old. "We're the PSR. Finding out dirty little secrets is what we do." Chang nodded slowly. The pain in his wrist was just awful. He opened the top drawer and fished out the little bottle of painkillers. "You have to come up with a new line of investigation before Yaki gets in tomorrow morning," Jennifer said. "You have to show you're on top of this." "I know." He tipped 4 pills into his hand and swallowed them without water, grimacing as they slid down slowly and awkwardly. For a bad second he thought he might choke. "All right, let's think this through. The positive. We've identified Rashert as a close acquaintance, close enough to know Florian would be willing to catch Waltons for a drug dealer.
But he wasn't on our original friends and family list, Jennifer said. Her finger tapped the folder. He is an eliter, of course. That's why Records Division had his file. Chang gave the drab cardboard folder a weary look. Florian won't have old friends outside the eliters. We've both read his file. He didn't get on well with anyone at school, and his time in the regiment was a disaster. But eliters stick with their own. So it will be an eliter sheltering him? Yeah, and the PSR knows every one of them. Not true. They don't know about me. His hand came down on the folder. So let's start with Rashiat. Get Kukaida's people to run a cross-reference. I want everyone he knew around the time Florian was in Opal. Bring them in. I'll get on to Records Division, she said briskly. Every time, he muttered sullenly. What? Every cradding time we're closing in on him, luck snatches him away again. How can anyone be this lucky? You still think this isn't a coincidence? I don't know. You couldn't plan to have Lucan to smuggle you into the city, not 7 years ago. But Florian isn't stupid, that much is obvious. And he certainly knows someone who can shelter him. Anyone else, anyone, and they'd be in custody by now, and that Commonwealth girl would be alone in a cell with Stonewall. Not sure anyone deserves that, she said with a raised eyebrow. I've been there. Yes? How was that? He grinned lamely. I might tell you one day. I'll get working on this, she said, picking up Rashiat's folder. Chang watched her walk across the operations room and gather a couple of investigators together at her own desk. A Records Division clerk joined them as they started poring over the pages in the folder. He was sure that they'd come up with a decent list. More possibilities, more arrests and interrogations in the basement. He ought to be satisfied, but it would take time. And the girl, the fast-growing girl from the Commonwealth, was getting older with every day. He wasn't sure why he feared that so much. Instinct? And maybe the memory of the incredible warrior angel. Perhaps I should throw in the towel and join the other side? Castellito would welcome me, that's for sure. And they certainly seem to be winning right now. But winning what? The warrior angel has had 250 years, and she's not accomplished anything different. Helped us, yes. But a significant victory. Eurakis, even she said the Liberty flights were our only hope of survival. Chang went over to Gorlan and sat down in front of her desk. It wasn't that they didn't get on, simply that their paths rarely crossed. But now Gorlan was pissed that a hunt for an Elito was being conducted by someone from the Nest Investigation Division, and a mere captain at that. As far as she was concerned, his appointment as Operation Commander was a monumental and deliberate vote of no confidence from Yaki. There would be payback for that, later. A bureaucratic ally in the office's vicious political jungle would no doubt leak some critical piece of knowledge at a strategic time. A detrimental comment would be placed on his permanent administration file. His promotion prospects would be hurt. That's how it always went. But Gorlan didn't know he was now with Section 7. Just the thought of all the office politics made Chang weary. "Didn't go well with Billop, then?" Gorlan asked sardonically. "He told me everything I wanted to know. Thank you, comrade. The trouble was, the information wasn't any use. The only connection between him and Florian is dead. Gang turf war." "Yeah. When they happen, they're short and nasty. You should talk to Natalie Guillot. These are not the people who take prisoners." "I didn't realize Elitas were part of the gangs too." "Gang bosses aren't like us, comrade. They don't discriminate. And Elitas can be quite an asset to gangs, as their links provide unbreakable communication. Very useful for criminal activities." "Okay." Chang leaned back in the chair. "Question for you, comrade." "Go on." "Say I'm a radical Elita. I've done something bad, struck a victorious blow against the terrible government, and now the PSR is really mad about it. They're using every trick they have to hunt me down, calling in every favour, every asset, every informer. Every road and rail line and river traffic route out of the city is blocked to me. What do I do?" They'll catch you eventually, Gorlan mused, so there's only one thing you can do. Like all your hothead friends before you. Leave.
Leave to go where?
Port Chana is where rumour has it, a hotbed of elite radicals. But we both know the PSR has a disproportionately large office there, precisely because of that. So it's not actually the destination that matters, because it could be anywhere.
An isolated valley in the Sansone foothills, for instance.
Quite. But it's how you get there that is important. Concentrate on the route.
Ah, I use the equally legendary Underground Railway.
A little less of the legendary, comrade. It's not a formal organisation, but the elites do stick together and help one another out. Sometimes they use people like Lucan.
Non-elites? For this? Really?
It's been known. You've seen that people like Lucan don't care what their cargo is, only that it pays.
So the radical elites will get Florian out of Opal?
Every elite knows someone who knows someone. Then there's anonymous links. The General Band, it's called. It's how they operate. So eventually, when the pressure gets too much, yes, they'll get him out.
Then all we have to do is find which elites are more helpful than others, and make them show us their secret routes out of the city.
Yes. Gorlan laughed benevolently. It's that simple.
Thank you, comrade.
Chang got up to leave, then hesitated.
How many elites are there in Opal?
Records Division will give you the exact number, but it's in the thousands. 10,000, probably. Maybe a few more. Why?
So there are more elites than there are PSR officers.
Yes. Gorlan smiled knowingly. But don't forget, we have all the guns. Chang nodded thoughtfully, as if reassured by her assessment.
And that's exactly what Captain Phileas thought before Slavasta's revolution.
2. Rai Evine watched the crowds ebb and flow along the street below his wide sash window. As soon as he'd arrived in Opal, he'd rented a one-bedroom flat above a clothing store on Broad Street, almost directly opposite the imposing grey stone monolith that was the PSR office. As far as sheer chutzpah went, he doubted it could be beaten. Watching the people who would be on the alert for him, separated by 60 metres of road, 2 tram lines, and on the second day of his vigil, a throng of angry protesters. Their chanting and singing had been persistent and inventive. He'd never known there were so many songs about freedom and what had happened to Slavasta's balls. The banners they waved were direct too, demands for the release of prisoners, insults, lewd caricatures. In a strange way he found it rather pleasing that so many people were prepared to stand up to the PSR. His incredibly sheltered life in the astronaut regiment had fostered the assumption that the PSR's power was unchallenged, that they were somehow invincible, infallible. His interview with Stonal had certainly reinforced that view. Even the astronaut regiment was subject to PSR authority. It had taken his mad trip to Opal to make him realize just how much of his life had been governed by fear. First, 26 years concealing his own precious secret from them, and now defying their deceit. That first day's train journey he'd sat hunched up on his seat, silent and numb, waiting to be caught. But it seemed the PSR weren't so fearsomely efficient as he'd been led to believe. After all, they'd need to be told he'd gone missing, and who was going to do that? Certainly not General Dolores, nor Anala. All government organizations were heavy with bureaucracy, even the astronaut regiment. And with everyone jittery about the PSR's strong interest in Liberty Flight 2673, his absence from events and training sessions would not be remarked on. Nobody wanted to ask questions about things they shouldn't be asking. With luck, it might take a week before his absence was officially noticed. By the time the Opal Express pulled into Gifhorn for refueling, he'd been gone for nearly 2 days. With that much time to think, he'd realized his initial flight from Cape Ingmar had been far too impulsive, and he was actually woefully unprepared. Anathema to an astronaut. To confuse his tracks a little, he booked into a hotel using his own name,
and had his first shower in way too long. He never went back to the hotel, but the registration form would be forwarded to the local PSR office as a matter of routine. When the alert was finally raised, they would waste a great deal of time following that false lead. After the hotel, he visited 3 banks and wrote himself a check for cash at each one. Only one cashier, at the County Agricultural Bank, recognized him, which he had mixed feelings about. She asked for an autograph for her son, which he obliged, then put his finger to his lips. "I'm here on a break," he told her quietly, "before the whole Treefall Triumph tour kicks off next week. They always give us a few days to ourselves after a flight." "I understand, comrade," she whispered back, delighted to be his confidant. The checks gave him enough cash to see him through a few weeks, if he was careful, maybe even a month. If he hadn't found any trace of the alien spaceship by then, he knew it was all over anyway. In the bank, he committed his first theft. A man in his mid-30s with a full beard was getting irate with the next cashier, something about payments on a tractor-trailer. A whole array of papers were spread out across the counter to prove his point. Rye walked past him, fussing with his jacket, and deftly lifted the man's ID papers from the counter as the argument over finance grew even more heated. A fast, confident, conjuring motion, as if he'd been practicing for years. Maybe I missed my calling. Back at the city's train station, he opened the papers and studied them. His victim was Tarial, from some small rural town Rye had never even heard of. The small black-and-white photo on the ID might be a problem, but Rye hadn't shaved for 4 days now, so his stubble should give him a reasonable chance of passing a courtesy inspection. It wasn't going to get any better. The ticket clerk never even looked at the proffered ID when he bought a ticket for the Bautzen Express. 42 minutes later, his train was pulling out of the station at the beginning of a journey that travelled the first 1,000 kilometres overnight to Opole, before starting on its final 1,200-kilometre leg south to Bautzen. They were still 120 kilometres north of Opole as dawn broke, shining its fresh rosy light into the carriage. The guard switched on the tannoy and announced that Opole had enacted a nest alert, and that all passengers would be inspected by the PSR before they were allowed to leave the station. It was an anxious 15 minutes in the queue that wound along the platform at the side of the express before he reached the barrier. A very bored and tired junior PSR officer took a fast look at his ID papers, barely glanced at his heavily stubbled face, and waved him on past the armed guards. Opole had come as something of a revelation to Rye. Cape Ingmar and Port Yamenk were completely devoid of elites. Here, in a much older city, where the elite community was large and well-established, their pings and links were thick in the air. Rye had never sent out a ping in his life. The closest he'd ever come to embracing his heritage was accepting basic management routines from the general communication bands, which allowed him to organize his memory in a more orderly fashion. After that, he'd closed himself off to all electromagnetic communication. Once he was in Opole, practical considerations overcame his lifelong refusal to involve himself with the elite community. He still wasn't going to link with anyone, but he did search through the general communication bands for upgrades to the routines he already had. To his delight, he discovered a whole section given over to the free distribution of files containing educational bundles and upgrades for secondary thought routines. Intriguingly, every file's identity icon had the visual image of the legendary warrior angel. She was still a huge idol for the elites. With some of those new routines operating in his macrocellular clusters, he began to filter the news and gossip that were flung about so gleefully by the city's maligned and abused underdogs. The first thing he learned was that none of them believed the nest alert was actually about a nest. There had been a regiment deployment among the Sansone foothills the previous week, but oddly, no corresponding fall warning had been issued. That's my alien spacecraft landing. It has to be. The main focus of the nest alert was an elita called Florian, who, according to the few Opole residents who remembered him, was a harmless nonentity. Florian had been a forest warden in a valley where the regiment had been deployed. Speculation as to whether he had now fallen reached a fever. Some pointed out there was no evidence, They were countered by others who suggested the PSR simply wouldn't mount an operation of this scale for anything other than a nest.
Florian's the key, then, Rye decided. He must have encountered the alien spaceship. It must have given him something, information or a piece of technology the PSR are desperate to recover, to make sure nothing on Bienvenido changes.
News leaked that it was Captain Chang himself who'd been appointed to lead the hunt. Chang, the one who'd recently faced down a whole nest of Fallers at Xander Manor. So the threat was real and serious. Then it came out that Florian was Lurgi's younger brother. Okay, so maybe he hasn't fallen, but he certainly pissed off someone high up in government. Typical of that family, no thought as to how the rest of us will suffer. To Euracus with that defeatism. Go, Florian! At the time that argument broke out, Rye had just moved into his rented flat on Broad Street and was settling down to watch the PSR. The general band was alive with stories about a car chase in the city. Visual files showed some kind of ancient, battered saloon moving at dangerous speed along narrow streets, being chased by sheriff patrol cars. It ended in a spectacular pile-up. Nothing much happened after that, but early the next morning, joint PSR and sheriff teams started to systematically arrest Florian's old friends, hauling them from their homes without any valid charge or even a warrant. Then Florian's mother was arrested. Almost immediately a crowd appeared in Broad Street below Rye's flat, their chants growing louder. Within an hour, their numbers had expanded dramatically. Traffic was blocked. Even the trams had to slow to a crawl. The sheriffs hung back, unwilling to intervene and make it worse. It was perfect for Rye. Their presence put him next to the heart of Elita's gossip about the whole nest alert, and they didn't hold back what they were broadcasting across the general band. Sometime around midday, Castellito was released, to a huge outbreak of cheering as she emerged from the front entrance. After that, the crowd thinned out considerably. Fresh gossip had it that the PSR was shifting their attention to gang members, specifically Billup's crews. Rye sat patiently by his window, meticulously organizing and indexing all the information accumulating in his storage lacuna, noting who was wanted, and their position and relevance, watching, waiting. It was evening, with an iridescent twilight claiming Broad Street, when the man came down the short steps out of the PSR office. He hunched his shoulders as if frightened by the hard core of protesters who were still stubbornly clustered on the opposite side of the road, and immediately slunk off along the pavement, away from the big domineering building. Rye was interested. That was certainly no PSR officer coming out at the end of his shift. The furtive behavior simply didn't match. His eyes strained against the dim illumination, filter and magnification routines sharpening the image. Then a couple of men got out of a van parked farther along Broad Street. The man stopped and looked around at them. Rye finally got a reasonable look at his face. His new visual recognition routines kicked in, zipping through files and general band streams to find a match. Perrick, one of Billup's senior lieutenants, arrested earlier for questioning. The two men from the van now stood on either side of Perrick, who was severely discomfited. Rye could see that in his body language.
Crudding Euracus. They're snatching him. In the middle of the street, outside the PSR headquarters.
It was so incongruous, so wrong, that Rye knew it was important. Without thinking, he ran out of the flat and down the rear stairs to the alley at the back. Renting the tuk-tuk had taken more than half of his cash, but as soon as he climbed into it at Opal Station, he knew it was the perfect way to get around the city unnoticed. They were everywhere all the time, yet completely unseen. The little three-wheeled vehicle trundled out of the alley, spluttering oily smoke, as all its kind did. Nobody paid him any attention at all. He was just in time to see the van door shut. He turned toward it as it pulled out from the curb. A street map of Opal was another gift from the general band. He tracked his own position as the van drove steadily out of the city centre and headed north toward the River Crisp. After 20 minutes, they turned into Midville Avenue, which ran parallel to the old Hawley docks along the waterfront. Back in the Void days, those docks had been a source of great wealth for the district's merchants, who had spent their money lavishly along Midville Avenue, creating an extravagant mix of high-rise tenements, plush homes, fancy offices, and commercial properties. After the Great Transition, the nature of trade and commerce changed drastically as the economic equality laws were brought in, and Hawley Docks was designated part of the state rationalization plan. Fewer ships used them, wealth and jobs drained away to the city's central docks, and the neighbourhood declined in every sense. Rye stared up at the once elegant facades as he followed the van. Judging by the number of windows that were lit, nearly half of the tenement flats were unoccupied. Several of the commercial buildings were boarded up. Offices had heavy iron bars over their grimy windows, doors protected by equally sturdy metal gates. The huge old walwallow trees that lined the avenue hadn't been pruned in decades, allowing their thick boughs to spread over the street to create an intermittent roof of furry ginger leaves. Trunks and roots were now so thick they were lifting the pavement slabs and cobbles, making the ride bumpy. The van pulled up outside a 5-story townhouse of dark red brick. Rye rode past, taking in as much as he could. The upper levels of the townhouse were invisible behind the walwallow, while the big bay windows on the ground floor shone with light. There was a discreet scarlet and violet neon sign curving over the broad door. Cameron's. A couple of beefy men in smart black suits stood outside. The van doors opened, and Peric was escorted to a narrow set of iron stairs at the corner of the house that led down into a narrow sunken courtyard running along the side of the building. Then Rye had to stop looking back before it became obvious. He studied the street map in his exovision and turned off down Yenkoy Street, 70 metres farther along from the club on the other side. Half of the alleys and service lanes behind Midville Avenue were so narrow and decrepit they didn't even feature on his street map. Weeds and creepers were colonising every wall and mound of refuse, producing a decaying arena for buzzsaws and feral cats to fight over. The tuk-tuk puttered along the confined maze of dank passages until Rye was behind one of the larger tenements. He wheeled the tuk-tuk into one of its many deserted outbuildings and made his way cautiously to the rear door. A third-floor tenement had no door. The rooms inside looked like a domestic battlefield of broken furniture and mouldy carpets. Something smelled really bad, and Rye had no desire to investigate the source. The lounge was down a short corridor, which shielded it from any view from the tenement's central stairwell. Several panes in the tall window were empty. He peered up over the rim and had a perfect view of Cameron's. Even better, he could see right down the iron stairs that led to the sunken courtyard. The van that had delivered Peric was gone. Rye had visited clubs like Cameron's many times during his interminable astronaut tours. Civic dignitaries and Democratic Unity Party officials would invite him and his fellow astronauts along after the formal functions were concluded, their glamour adding to the establishment's prestige. A lot of clubs and pubs on Bienvenido had connections with gangs, mainly because they were perfect for money laundering, supplying drugs, and human trafficking. High-end establishments, like Cameron's, tended to have friends in the local party, so their patrons weren't blatantly shaken down. Nonetheless, they remained the business of choice for gangs, so Rye was sure that whoever Peric had been taken downstairs to meet was well placed in the Opal underworld. All the files he'd acquired while he waited on Broad Street said the same thing. Roxwolf was Opal's major player. No one else would have the audacity to have a man snatched from outside the PSR office, or a reason. So it looked like the gang chief himself was taking an interest in Florian's whereabouts. That gave Rye two possible routes to Florian: Chang and Roxwolf. He gathered some torn cushions into a pile and settled down to wait. 3. Florian gave up on making dresses on the third day in the mod stable. Essie was now growing so quickly there was no point. Anything he made in the morning was too small by midnight. So instead of dresses, he fashioned the cloth into a kind of toga robe that she could button together down the side. That ought to last 2 or 3 days. There was a change to Essie's daily pattern now. She used to eat and sleep with short times between spent playing. She'd never been much of a talker, Now, though, there was no more play. She just cried or whimpered, complaining about the pain. It was more than ordinary growing pain. Every joint was sore, so even the slightest movement made her wince, and her legs cramped constantly. That afternoon, Florian had spent 2 hours trying to massage the cramp away with little effect. Exhausted, as she guzzled down some paste from the processor, he let tears trickle down his own cheeks in sympathy for her suffering. He felt utterly useless and, worse, completely to blame. He was such a monumental failure. The space machine should have entrusted her to the Vatni. They would have done a much better job caring for her. She deserved better than him.
"Don't cry, Dada,"
Essie said mournfully. He pressed his lips together in shame as he looked at her. That delightful, pretty little face was smeared with gooey paste. Her jet-black hair had become matted, and she looked so tired, exhausted by her fight against the pain. Even the weird memory organ fused to her skull was flushed a dark purple, as if it were bruised.
"Sorry, sweetheart," he croaked. "I don't like it when you hurt. That's all. Do grown-ups hurt? Not like this. No. Then it will stop when I'm old. Yes, sweetheart. Yes, it will."
He was probably lying, because how could anybody know what her strange body was going to do? But his guilt didn't matter, because the lie offered her some hope. Anything he suffered was inconsequential, and probably well-deserved.
"Is it time for a pill?"
she asked hopefully.
"Yes,"
he said. It wasn't, not for another hour, but he couldn't take much more of her woe. He'd been alternating types of painkillers produced by the Commonwealth Medical Kit, so she could gain some relief. But of course he was fearful what a constant supply of drugs would do to her, if they'd damage her in the long term. The files said no, but still it was against his nature. At least he wasn't so panicky about the salves he rubbed into her joints and muscles, which did give some relief, albeit temporary. The trouble was, there wasn't an infinite amount. He'd already used up 60% of the kit's chemical supplies, and he was worried how much longer she'd be suffering. His U-Shadow instructed the kit to produce some basic paracetamine, a lower dose than before because of the shorter time. She'd taken some ibuprofen less than 2 hours ago.
"Thank you, Dada,"
she said, as she gulped down some water to swallow the little green capsules. Then she put her arms around him and hugged him until she began to grow drowsy. Florian stroked her gently as her eyes slowly closed.
"I never knew anyone who was a bigger pain than Dudley Bowes,"
Essie said softly. Florian gave her a startled look, but her eyelids were shut.
"What's that, sweetheart?"
he murmured.
"Ozzy took his motile down the sylvan paths. I wonder what became of him."
"What?" But the girl was finally sleeping, and he wasn't going to do anything that might wake her up and plunge her back into her own private world of torment. Mathieu arrived 90 minutes later. That was unusual enough to kick off a whole new plague of worry in Florian. It was late in the afternoon, with a single Valseed lamp replacing the fading sunlight with a meagre yellow glow. The rule was that nobody visited him once the club staff started to arrive.
"What is it?"
Florian asked anxiously.
"They just arrested Taranya." "Oh, Eurakis."
He stared down at the sleeping girl, close to tears again.
"Okay. If I go to the PSR, can you take Essie away from here? I don't want to know where. Just somewhere safe."
"Florian, just calm down a moment. First off, they are gathering in a whole load of people. There's 40 so far. Most of them are eliters, but we can't work out what the connection is, other than quite a few of them are musicians."
"They know. They must.
Why else would they take her? Because they're desperate. The first group they took in were the ones you knew or went to school with. Now they're going for an even more tenuous association. This is people who might know people who knew you. Maybe. They won't even know what question to ask her. You don't know 40 people in Opal, do you?"
"No."
He shook his head miserably. "Then we're probably in the clear. They'll try and intimidate her for a day, and when that fails they'll let her go. Because fail it will. He gripped Florian's knee and gave him a little shake. It won't be the first time they've tried to pin something on her, lad. She'll be all right. This time. This time? Florian asked in a panic. I told you. Nobody's ever seen a hunt like this before. They pulled in Billop last night.
But he doesn't know Aunt Tirania, does he?
No, but he probably told them about Rashirt. That might be the connection. The point is, they aren't going to stop.
What do I do, Mathieu? I don't know what to do.
Mathieu was gazing at Essie, his expression uneasy. She must be over a metre tall now.
I guess, yes.
Florian, what is going on? Who is she?
I don't know. I swear to Mother Laura, I don't know.
What happened in Albina Valley, Florian?
Please, don't ask.
We want to help, Florian. We're not going to turn you over to the PSR.
You can't help. I just have to stay ahead of the PSR for a month. Well, it's only about 3 weeks now.
You keep saying that. What happens at the end of that month?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing that's when she'll be old enough to take care of herself.
Florian, lad, you do get how strange she is, don't you? The way she's growing. It's just not natural. What is she? Florian gave Essie a guilty glance.
I don't know, but she was given to me. I have to look after her. I promised I would. She's going to help us all. Really. She is.
She's not from this world, is she? Mathieu asked gently. Florian shook his head. All right. Is she human, Florian?
Yes. Just different.
And the music? Where did the music come from, Florian? Don't tell me you created that. There are notes played on those tunes from instruments I've never even heard before. They are instruments that don't exist. Not here. Florian buried his head in his hands, furious with himself for being so stupid. Of course Mathieu would know the songs were different from anything Bienvenido had produced.
Don't know,
he grunted sullenly. Are they here, Florian? Has the Commonwealth found us?
No. It was one machine, that's all. I think it was left behind by Nigel. The PSR took it away.
Mathieu rocked back on his heels. But it gave you the girl, before they took it, he whispered.
Yes.
Crud. He ran a hand over his forehead. His fingers were shaking badly. You rock us, Florian. Do you even realize what's at stake here? This is too big for us. This is going to change all of Bienvenido. You must know that.
I'm frightened, Mathieu. What if they find me? What if they take her? She can save us. The machine said she can. She hasn't done anything wrong.
The warrior angel. She'll know what to do. We have to call for her, Florian. We can't do this alone. The warrior angel will be able to keep Essie safe. It took a moment, but Florian realized Mathieu was waiting for him to agree.
All right, if you think she'll come. But you can't tell anyone else about Essie. You can't. Promise me, Mathieu.
I'll not mention her. You have my word. I'm betting the warrior angel will be quite interested in the nest alerts anyway.
How long will it take her to get here?
I've no idea. Hopefully not long. When he crawled out of the old mud passage into the club's office, Mathieu closed the concealed door. It had been well crafted into the panelling, making it practically impossible to tell it was there. Nonetheless, he still stacked the liqueur boxes back up in front of it. The mod stable was such a perfect bolt hole. Neither he nor Tirania wanted to risk it being exposed. More than 50 elites had used it at the start of their urgent journey out of Opol. He knew there was something wrong as soon as he went downstairs. The club's bar manager was unnaturally still behind the counter, with a perfectly composed blank expression, which didn't stop him sweating heavily. "What is it?" Mathieu asked. They still had a couple of hours until the club opened.
"Someone to see you."
Mathieu turned slowly to find Sham sitting at a table up by the stage, a shot of hazelnut vodka in front of him. He'd been bracing himself for a PSR officer, but having Roxwolf's senior lieutenant show up at the club was probably worse. Everyone knew Sham, of course. He was a painfully thin man, with a shaved scalp and narrow, wire-rimmed glasses that had strange amber-coloured lenses. The little finger from his right hand was missing, from a knife fight as a teenager, according to local rumour. If so, it was probably the last fight he'd ever lost. These days, he was the voice of Roxwolf among Opal's gangs, speaking with total authority. So much so that some people had even whispered that he might actually be Roxwolf. After all, no one had ever actually seen the gang boss, not and lived to tell of the encounter.
"We have paid this month's protection," Mathieu said. He didn't like the way it sounded, all whiny defensive, as if he had something to hide. Sham smiled, which made his head look even more skeletal. "Relax, Mathieu." He drained the shot glass in one gulp and stood up. It was all Mathieu could do not to take a step back. The lieutenant was a good head taller, and so thin Mathieu was sure he must be ill, either a voracious parasite in his gut or a bad cancer. "I don't make personal visits for arrears," Sham said. "This is almost a social call." "Almost." "Roxwolf considers Tyrannia a good partner. This is an excellent club, and you and Tyrannia are always on time with your payments to Billop. We appreciate that." "He's welcome to visit any night and enjoy the music." Sham chortled softly. "I'll tell him. I'm sure he'll be amused by the invitation." "So what can I do for you?" "A favour. It's always good to have Roxwolf owe you a favour, don't you agree?" "I imagine it better than owing him one." "Indeed. Is Tyrannia here?"
Mathieu shook his head, wondering if he was being toyed with. Sham was normally very well informed.
"The PSR took her in for questioning."
"Yes. This Nestolat is proving rather tiresome. In fact, it's the reason I'm here. One of our associates is extremely concerned he might be scooped up in the next wave of arrests. He's a first-class accountant with extensive knowledge of Roxwolf's commercial enterprises, so that would be detrimental to a great many people."
"Why would the PSR be interested in him?"
"Apparently, this current sweep is for anyone who knew an Elita called Rochat. Are you familiar with him?"
"No."
"Well, our associate used to be, and once they have him in custody, the questions might not be limited to Rochat."
"Yeah, right. So where do we come in?"
"He's one of yours, our accountant."
"What do you mean, one of ours?"
"An Elita. Probably why he's so good at figures. So Roxwolf and I were hoping you could help out. You've got contacts in the underground railway. We'd like him out of the city."
Refusal wasn't an option, not with Sham. Even delaying could be dangerous.
"I'll see what I can do. There's a friend who knows somebody."
"I'm sure there is. We want him gone by tomorrow."
"What?" Mathieu blurted. "I don't know if we can—"
"That's settled, then."
Sham leaned forward, stooping slightly to give Mathieu a level stare.
"We'll bring him around here at 10 o'clock in the morning, so if the PSR come knocking tomorrow evening, he won't be here. Is that all right?"
"Yes," Mathieu stammered. "Yes, okay."
"Good man."
Sham turned and walked out. Mathieu sat down hard in the nearest chair and realized he was sweating as badly as the bar manager. 4. It was Jennifer's third interview that morning. They were using 2 of the 8 cells on basement level 1 for interviews, with the Elita suspects crammed into the remaining 6. Rochat had known a surprising number of people, so after spending a night with 9 other people in a small space, with only 2 cots and 1 shared toilet, the suspects were now crabby as well as frightened. It wasn't a good combination. Tyrannia was let in, and the handcuffs removed before the guard pushed her down into a chair. The club owner was taller than Jennifer, and probably weighed twice as much. If their positions around the table had been reversed, Jennifer might have been quite intimidated by that. As it was, she took a minute to check through Tyrannia's file again, make the suspect wait. It didn't seem to unsettle Tyrannia. She looked tired and bored, rather than cowed, which was interesting. "Do you know why you're here?" Jennifer asked. "I can think of several reasons, but everyone you're half suffocating in the cell says it's about Rashart. What are the other reasons? The PSR doesn't have a gram of imagination, so you blame elites for everything. It's pathetic, you know." Jennifer glanced at the file, seeing Tyrannia had been brought in for questioning a dozen times in the last 50 years. No charges had ever been brought. They were all routine investigations into elite radicals. "The PSR protects Bienvenido. If you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear." Tyrannia let out a bitter laugh. "I'm being told that by a brainwashed child. Gee, you help us all. Do you deny you knew Rashart? I don't remember him specifically, but if you say he's been in the club, I'm not going to dispute it." Jennifer slid a photograph of Rashart over the table. "To help your elite memory. He didn't simply visit your club. He worked there for 3 months. I also have a copy of his employment record, which you filed." Tyrannia glanced down at the photo and cocked her head to one side. 9 years ago. He was behind the bar. Not much good. Is that why he left? Seriously, girlie? A reason from 9 years ago? How many people have worked at the club since then? Is that in your records? 72, Jennifer answered immediately, enjoying the startled look that sprang across the woman's face. Actually, I don't care why you got rid of him, but I'm pleased you do remember, because this next question is critical. She took out the photo of Florian. Did Rashart bring this man into the club? Did they ever meet there? Tyrannia stared at Jennifer for a long moment before studying the photo. This is Florian, isn't it? The one you're all after. He looks young, just a bit older than you. Yes, that's Florian. Did he visit your club? No, she sighed. He's never been to the club. Jennifer studied her keenly. You're sure? Yes, Tyrannia said decisively, then hesitated. This picture was taken 9 years ago. 7. It's from his regimental service file. Why? So what does he look like now? Much the same, apparently. Oh, okay. Still a no, then. So what about this week? Jennifer asked. Has there been any talk about him in the club? Ha! Are you kidding, girlie? The way you lot have disrupted the city, nobody's talking about anything else. Did anyone say where he might be? It's got to be Port Chana. Jennifer lifted an eyebrow. Really? Well, he must be, right? Nobody would stay in Opal with this kind of hunt going on. You'd be crazy. The city is sealed. He got in, didn't he? Tyrannia smirked. He beat you, girlie. 1, he has not beaten us. We are preventing him from carrying out his subversion. 2, don't ever call me girlie again. You can go back to your cell now. The amusement vanished from Tyrannia's eyes. How long for? I have a business to run. I answered all your questions. Until I say you can go, which will be when we've finished cross-referencing everyone's statements. But there's dozens of us. It'll take you all day. Yes. Jennifer tidied the papers on the table. It will. The PSR is very thorough. Don't ever forget that. The phone on Yaki's desk had a speaker attachment. Chang sat on the side of the desk, trying not to show Yaki how discomforted he was by Stonell's voice. Do you even know if Florian and the girl are still in Opal? The director of Section 7 asked. I'm reasonably certain, Chang said. The checkpoints around the city are secure. It's a wide perimeter, and you have the river to consider as well. A small boat at night could go unnoticed, as Florian has already demonstrated. Chang glared at the innocuous Bakelite speaker grill with the blue secure line light shining below it.
It's not possible to guard the exit routes with any greater degree of security, sir. If he's gotten past us, it was with considerable help.
Opal has a large elite population. It does, sir, Yaki said, but there is one piece of information we received last night that would indicate Captain Chang is correct.
Which is? Stonal asked. Chang gave Yaki a grateful nod.
Gorlan's assets reported that the Elites have started broadcasting general calls for the warrior angel to help Florian. They're telling her the PSR is persecuting him.
I see. Interesting.
She might be coming here.
Which is inconvenient, to say the least. I cannot leave the capital right now. Besides, we would require a considerably longer lead time to lay a trap for her.
Chang shuffled to the edge of his seat.
Sir, with respect, I don't think we can afford her coming to Florian's aid. They cannot be allowed to join up.
Then you have a simple task, don't you, Captain? You must acquire Florian before the warrior angel.
Yes, sir.
I find it hard to comprehend why you released Castellito. She is his major possible contact point in Opal.
He can't contact her if she's in our custody. Chang shot back. I have her under constant surveillance.
If Florian hasn't contacted her by now, after 4 days in Opal, he isn't going to. Someone else is sheltering him, someone who is willing to risk everything. To me, that speaks of a very close bond. We have had considerable success bringing in Rashiat's known associates, Yaki said. And have they produced any leads? No? Then bring Castellito in again. Extract the name of Florian's father from her. That's where you'll find him.
Yes, sir, Chang said. Crud.
The tenement block was on Quillsworth Road, just off Broad Street, but at the opposite end of the thoroughfare from the PSR offices. Ironic, Jennifer thought, as the car pulled up outside. She got out and looked up at the blue brick facade of the elegant old building. Unlike a lot of the city's tenements, this one was fully occupied and well-maintained. Perfect for a civil rights so-called leader. No living in the slum zones with the lower orders for her. A van parked down the road had a couple of PSR officers inside, watching the front of the block. She knew another van was covering the alley at the back. A command post had been set up opposite, with cine camera lenses focused on Castellito's window. Neighbouring apartments had been used to place listening devices against her walls. The sound wasn't good, but they could still hear most of what went on, and a tape recorder in the basement was wired into her telephone line. Jennifer went into the big lobby. The floor was black and white marble tiling. Large brass and crystal lights hung on long chains from a high ceiling. A house manager came out from his office to stand at the polished reception counter.
"Can I help you?"
Jennifer simply held up her PSR badge. Castellito. Which apartment?
3rd floor, number 4.
She climbed the wide, curving stairs. Far above, the afternoon sunlight was shining brightly through a circular lantern window. It was easy to imagine void-era aristocrats living their decadent lives in such a place. Her disapproval of Castellito grew with every step climbed. Jennifer took a second to straighten her uniform and compose herself before knocking on the door to number 4. People always judged her by her size and youthful features, never quite respecting her, which was a constant source of anger, although the PSR uniform sometimes mitigated that casual disregard. Not with Castellito, who looked her up and down with a dismissive expression. "Yes? You really want to do this in the corridor?" Jennifer asked flatly. "Come in, why don't you?" The apartment was as Jennifer expected. Large, clean and bright, furnished with perfect antiques. Castellito walked into the lounge, standing in front of the tall balcony windows, preferring to look out onto the street rather than at Jennifer. "What is it now?" "We need more information from you, and we need it fast. So this is how it goes. You either tell me now, or I take you into the PSR office where I will personally extract the information from you. What was it with you, I wonder? Excuse me? You are all very damaged people, So I'm wondering what happened to you to make you like this. A relative abused you during your childhood, perhaps? That's quite common. It's not me sheltering a faller. That's what I call damage.
Castellito turned from the window and smiled contemptuously.
The recruiters deliberately seek you out. Did you know that? What are you talking about? The PSR recruiters. They sift through court cases, looking for a specific type of victim, people who have had their moral compass broken. They're no different from your original abusers, you know. You're still being used. This is ridiculous, Jennifer said. The only reason I joined up is to protect Bienvenido from fallers. Really? In that case, look me in the eye and tell me Florian is now a faller. Can you do that?
Jennifer was instantly cross with herself for the traitorous flush colouring her cheeks.
Who is his father? Is that what all this is about? One of your forms I didn't fill in properly. His father must be sheltering him. Who is it?
Castellito chuckled.
That's the best the PSR can come up with to excuse your failure to find him. Who is the father? All right. I can see you're serious about this. So I'll offer you a deal. We don't make deals, especially not with you. Florian will face the full consequences of his actions. The deal doesn't concern Florian. What? I'll tell you here and now, on one simple condition. Aren't you ever going to ask what it is? Even you won't be able to force the answer out of me straight away in your torture chambers. Can you afford to lose that time? What's the condition? Jennifer ground out. I want you to deliver a message to your boss, Captain Chang. What message? So you will do it. I'll report everything you say to me. Believe that. Very good. The message is this. I know why Chang sent you instead of coming himself. That's it. Castellito gave her a sardonic grin. See, that wasn't so difficult now, was it? The father! Rafferty.
Chang, Yaki, and Jennifer stood in Ashia Kukaida's shiny white office as clerks hurried in with files she'd requested. Each folder was opened, and the contents spread methodically across her pristine desk. When they were all laid out, she would put on her thick glasses and slowly scan the paperwork. Chang knew that, just like him, Yaki wanted to shout at the old woman to get a move on, but even she held her tongue in this realm. Everything depended on Kukaida. What do we do when she gets too old for this? He wondered. Is she even training a successor? And there was another, more uncomfortable thought, nagging away in his head. Does she have that amazing memory because she's an elita? He watched as Kukaida ran a finger down a column of reference numbers, then beckoned a clerk over. The man was given an index code, and he hurried off into the records hall. She can't be. Can she? He'd been tense ever since Jennifer had returned in triumph from Castellito's with the name, and the message. She'd been puzzled by it, but Chang knew all too well what it meant. Castellito wasn't letting him off the hook that easily. The clerk returned with another grey cardboard folder. Kukaida painstakingly gathered up the sheets on her desk and returned them to their file before the new paperwork was put out for examination. "Ah!" she exclaimed. An index finger tapped the guilty line of typing. "Who is he?" Yaki demanded. "Fetch this one," Kukaida told the clerk before looking up. "Rafferty isn't an elita, which is why we didn't have an open file on him. I thought that was odd." "But Florian and Lurgi are still elitas, aren't they?" Jennifer asked. "In 80% of cases, when an elita has a child with a non-elita, the offspring are functioning elitas," Kukaida said. "The other 20% are mules. Their macrocellular clusters don't work. They're dying out, you know. Elitas. In 1,000 years there'll be none left." Which explains a lot. Chang thought miserably. It must have been Mother who was the elita. "Irrelevant to this case," Yaki said sharply. "What's Rafferty's story?" "Castellito defended him in 3 court cases,
standard acts of petty civil disobedience, it would seem Rafferty was something of a hothead 30 years ago. Like father, like son, Jennifer muttered.
That's Lurgy, Chang said, not Florian.
Where is he now? Yaki asked patiently. The Canik mine in the Transo Mountains. That's a yellow cake operation. Castellito couldn't get him off the last case. He was organizing a blockade at the rocket engine factory to call attention to some perceived injustice against elitas. The judge took a very dim view of that. It was a 50-year sentence.
Crud. So he's still there?
Kukaido pulled a face. The clerk came back into her office, holding a slim folder. Chang groaned when he saw it. The cover had a big scarlet deceased stamp on the front.
He was buried there, Kukaido said, opening the proffered folder. Yellow cake is radioactive. Not many survive 10 years, let alone 50. He died from radiation sickness 17 years ago. Again, Chang protested. That cunning Florian has done it to us again.
I don't think having your father die of radiation poisoning is exactly a victory, Jennifer said.
But it helps him.
Not for long, Yaki said. There are records, not as detailed as the ones we keep on elitas, but we can track down Rafferty's family. It has to be one of them sheltering Florian. There's no one else. There's another possibility, Jennifer said. Rafferty was Castellito's client. She'd probably know he was dead. And now we can't confirm he was the father. Not from his mouth. She did it to deflect us, Yaki said. Florian is her son, after all.
No,
Chang said as a sudden sense of guilty relief flooded through him. This was going to be a disaster for the case, but with Castellito gone. Why not? Yaki said. It makes perfect sense to me.
She knew we'd suspect the parentage as soon as we discovered Rafferty is dead, he said, so she knows what we'll do to her now. She wouldn't risk that.
Unless. Jennifer groaned as she realized the deception. She knows how desperate we are to find the father. I made that pretty clear. This was all to buy herself time.
Time for what?
Chang asked, trying to sound genuinely bewildered. Then he made a show of wincing.
Oh, crud!
Chang and Yaki were in the lead car, with the rest of the convoy following hot behind, all of them racing along Broad Street with lights flashing and sirens wailing. They'd already radioed ahead to the surveillance team to check if Castellito was still in her apartment. Strangely enough, Chang felt remarkably calm. Even the pain in his wrist seemed subdued. With Castellito gone, the threat to him had vanished with her. Ruining one PSR officer wouldn't save her now. She would have to stay in hiding for the rest of her life. He was in the clear. So he kept the calm expression in place as they pulled up outside the tenement on Quillsworth Road. One of the surveillance team officers was hurrying out of the entrance, looking scared.
She's gone, and she has the contacts to make sure there's no trace of her.
I'm sorry, sir, the officer blurted. We were watching the building the whole time. I don't know how she got out.
I need your operation logs, now! Chang shouted at him. We need to trace every vehicle that used this road this morning, he told Yaki.
On top of hunting Florian? Yaki muttered darkly. We don't have the resources, not for a fast result.
Crudding your ruckus!
Yaki watched the other PSR cars pulling up, blocking the street. Get our people inside. I want every apartment, every room, every bustle or hole in that building ripped apart.
I'm on it.
Stonewall will go cutting crazy. You were specifically told to bring her in. From some weird distance, Chang heard himself saying,
Yes, that's what Corporal Jennifer was ordered to do.
Yaki stiffened, giving him a surprised glance. Both of them looked at the second car. Jennifer was just climbing out of the back. Seriously? Yaki asked.
I logged the order,
Chang said, making it official that the order was to be carried out, as Stonewall instructed. What wasn't in the log was his suggestion that Jennifer threaten Castellito to get the father's name quickly. That would now be her own initiative. Jennifer hurried over to them. She's gone, Yaki said. Corporal, were you told to bring the suspect in for questioning? Jennifer gave Chang a sideways glance. "I was told to find the father's name. Castellita was our last valid lead to the fugitive," Yaki said coldly. "She fed you false information in order to escape." "You were perfectly happy with what I did," Jennifer said hotly, "until I realized just how big a mistake you made. Corporal Jennifer, as of now you are suspended, pending an inquiry into your actions." "That's—" Jennifer stopped herself from saying anything more. Her face was flushed with anger. "Yes, Director," she said formally. "Report back to the office. We'll try and salvage something from this mess." Jennifer turned, not making eye contact with Chang, and walked back to the convoy of cars. She stumbled on the curb. "Too harsh?" Yaki asked. "Not at all," Chang assured her. "So what the crud do we do now?" "What the PSR is good at. All those people Rashiat knew that we have in custody. Stop playing nice with them." Yaki gave him an intrigued look. "You want to begin increased interrogation on all of them?" "No. Just send a sheriff team to each of their homes. Tear them apart. Florian has to be somewhere." Essie had spent most of the day eating. She had always been hungry, but this new phase was worrying Florian badly. The cravings were strong enough to overcome the constant growing pains and joint aches. She ate her food, then his. Mathieu brought some more, then a further batch. The food processors were working almost non-stop, and they were struggling to keep up. She now ate all the fruit directly, using it to graze between the batches the cylinders churned out. "Perhaps you should stop for a bit," Florian suggested at midday. Her stomach was badly distended, making him think of a pregnant 8-year-old, a perturbing thought, given her body wasn't exactly normal. She was sweating copiously too, and the med-kit reported her temperature was high. Essie's lower lip trembled as she gave him a remorseful stare. "I'm so hungry, Dad." "I know, sweetheart, but you'll make yourself ill if you eat too much. Don't do that, please." "I'm hardly Daniel Lambert," she said in a suddenly clear voice. "Who?" She was doing that several times a day now, coming out with strange little phrases or names in a perfectly rational voice that made him question if he was the stupid one for not understanding. "One more apple, Dad, please. I'll stop then. Promise." The pleading, adorable smile she hit him with was an unstoppable force. "One, then. That's all. Thank you. You're the best dad ever. Much better than Marcus. And you're the best daughter in the world. Who's Marcus?" "Daddy," she crooned, snuggling up against him. He took an apple out of the wicker basket and handed it to her. As she munched slowly, he gathered her hair up into cute braids and used a strip of fabric as a ribbon to tie it. "You look lovely," he told her. Her hair was matted and greasy, like his. Washing was tricky in the mod stable, and Mathieu hadn't brought a lot of soap to them since they'd arrived, and the sink in the corner was tiny, anyway. She finished the apple and lay on the bedroll, wheezing. Another cause for concern, though when he applied the diagnostic sensor pad from the medical kit, it reported her lungs were okay. "You're getting far too paranoid," he scolded himself. As the afternoon wore on, Florian became aware of loud noises echoing along the passage back to the office. It sounded like furniture was being smashed up. He held his breath while Essie slept on blissfully. Sure enough, the distinctive sound of glass breaking, raised voices, one of them Mathieu's. "They're in the club. They're here for us." His U-Shadow armed the defense bracelet. Its targeting program went active, and he pulled up his shirt sleeve. Staring at the pearl-white alien band around his wrist made him all the more determined not to let them capture Essie. He was wearing a weapon from the Commonwealth. It's all real. She can save us, if she just has the chance. Tactically, the mod stable was a disaster. Only one way in or out, and even with the Commonwealth weapon, breaking through a room of armed PSR officers would be nearly impossible. He glanced up at the window. Essie could fit through. He probably wouldn't. He started examining the floor. The old wooden boards were firm and dry. He had no idea what was underneath. If he had an axe, it would take barely a minute to chop through.
if he had an axe. He glanced at the bracelet again. Will it be able to shoot through wood? If it can, they'll hear it. But the sounds of the club being broken up were diminishing. They hadn't found the passage entrance. He sat at the top of the short ladder into the mod stable and listened for a long time. All the noise had died. Essie woke up an hour later. He let her eat another meal from the processors, which finished the last of the food Mathieu had brought. He was getting hungry himself now. Lights were starting to fade from the window above when he heard the distinctive sound of the panelled door in the office being opened. He woke Essie, who looked around in concern when he put his finger to his lips. Someone was crawling along the passage. He pushed Essie behind him and held his arm out rigid, ready for battle. Slim violet exavision targeting graphics sprang up around the top of the short ladder. Aunt Tyrannia stuck her head up through the hole. "Only me," she said briskly, then blinked. "What is that on your arm?" "E-beam pulsar," Essie said matter-of-factly. "Faraway's favoured Saturday night special." Florian hurried over to help his aunt up. "Are you all right? Mathieu said the PSR had taken you." They did. "I met a nasty little girl in there who'd better pray to Geo she never sees me again. They let me go an hour ago." "What did they want?" "As we suspected, Billop ratted Rashert out. But that's not surprising. Nobody can hold out against the PSR in the end. So they rounded up everyone Rashert knew to see if they know where you are." "Crudding bastards!" "Smart and efficient bastards, actually. They got close this time, Florian. Next time—" "I heard people in the club earlier. It sounded like they were smashing the place up. A sheriff raid. They did the same for everyone they'd taken into custody. And, yeah, they knocked the club about. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." "Stop saying that. It's not their first visit here. It won't be the last." She gave him a gentle hug. "You can't stay here, Florian. Not any more. They came close today. And if they take me in again and go to work on me, I won't be able to hold out. It's not safe for you and Essie." "Are bad people coming?" Essie asked. "Not here, darling. But we have to get you away to be sure." Tyrannia gave Florian an anxious look. "Besides, Mathieu and I don't think it's only the PSR that's looking for you now." "What do you mean?" he asked. "There's been an upsurge in encrypted file traffic, similar to just before Chang exposed Xander Manor. There are fallers hunting me. Nobody can say for sure, but it's best to be safe. They can't be that well organized, can they? Come on, Florian, you're not a kid anymore. We all know the faller apocalypse is coming. But that's the one thing the PSR are good for. Taking out nests." "Yes," Tyrannia said. "And they probably uncover 10 a year. Have been for decades. It's a good record they have. No one is disputing that. But tell me, where do those nests come from?" "What do you mean?" "It's the eggs. There's a fall from the tree ring just about every week somewhere on Bienvenido." "Yes, there is. And you served in a regiment. How many eggs did you find?" "I didn't. But one of the squads on our sweep did, once. They're real, Aunt Tyrannia. Very real. So is our air defense force. They're good, those flyboys, and the Space Vigilance Office as well. Nothing lands on Bienvenido these days without us knowing about it. The squadrons are scrambled in time to reach the eggs when they fall through the atmosphere, and the guns that Blessed Mother Laura designed for us blast the alien cruds apart before they even reach the ground. Officially, it's only about 1 in 50 that ever actually lands intact." "Yeah." Florian nodded earnestly. "It's true, too, not just propaganda." "So where are all the nests coming from? Do the math, Florian." "Well, they're—" He stopped, frowning, suddenly and unnervingly uncertain. The breeder fallers?" "Yes. The fallers that are here are reproducing, Florian. They were doing that even back in the Void. Their numbers are growing despite everything the Air Force and regiments are doing. Even the Liberty flights are just about irrelevant. They're here, Florian. They've been here for centuries. Back in the Void we were better off. Our telekinesis and psychic sight gave us an advantage, and we managed to contain them. Without those assets out here in the real universe, all we have is guns and PSR paranoia.
It's not enough." "Great Geo," Florian groaned. "We don't even know how many fallers there are. The worst-case figures the Elite Council came up with are terrifying. And they're organized, Florian. There are nests in every city. Their children are spreading out, safely, because everyone knows the eggs are destroyed before they land, and the PSR is just mopping up any stragglers. But they're not stragglers. They're the vanguard. The nests that orchestrate the attacks on places like the rocket factory. They're the expendable ones. Take out one, and 3 more quietly start up to finish their work. But the government is truly terrified. Prime Minister Adolphus even has an evacuation plan for the People's Congress and their families. The Varlan Regiment and 3 squadrons will retreat with them to Bayern. They think, they hope, the island's free of them. They've been building fortified bunkers there for the last 30 years. How can they do that? What about everyone else? We think the IA-509s will atom bomb the whole Lamaran continent if the Fallers have overridden it. It's called Operation Reclaim, which is a big, fat, stupid government lie name. It's actually a scorched earth policy. Bienvenido will wind up like Macul, all radioactive desert and glaciers. They wouldn't. Survival makes people desperate. Not that it'll do them any good. Faller eggs must have been landing on all the uninhabited islands like Rachwaith and Tonari while we were in the Void. And we know fallers mimic the bigger animals the same as they do us. So presumably they can copy the creatures that live on the polar continents too. Crud knows how established they are across the rest of this world, because we don't venture outside of Lamaran. Even the old captain's government had an isolationist policy. Savasta just carried that on. For all we know, humans are already in a minority on Bienvenido. Florian shook his head, feeling the tears welling behind his eyes. No, that can't be right. Terania glanced at Essie. She really is our last chance. Mathieu told me where she came from. She and the warrior angel are all we've got left. Florian let out a long breath. There really wasn't a decision to make. All right. We'll go. Keeping her safe is the only thing that's important. Another 3 weeks. That's all. He put his arm around Essie. Did you hear that, sweetheart? We're going to go somewhere else. Somewhere nice. Where, Daddy? Near the seaside, Terania said. You'll like that. Florian bowed his head. Okay. When can you do it? Tomorrow. Mathieu had to get someone else out fast today, but our friends in the Underground Railway will be back in place in the morning. Thank you. This time she hugged him tight. You stay ahead of them. You hear me? And when the time is right, you and Essie shake this world so hard it rattles. I will. I promise. Chang opened the door to his flat and saw Jennifer sitting at the small kitchen table. Crud! She glared at him. You never said a crudding word to help me. Not one, you bastard. He closed the door and took a few steps toward her. She'd risen to stand rigid-backed, her face all belligerent. Seeing her like this, so angry, with her body all tensed, he was surprised to find he was getting very turned on. Half the office was there outside Castellito's place, he retorted, refusing to give ground. What else could I do? If I'd had an argument with Director Yaki in front of everyone, we both would have been backed into a corner with no way out. Is that what you wanted? Because you damn well know what the inquiry is going to find. You shouldn't have left Castellito. You shouldn't have given her the chance to escape. She made you look ridiculous. The PSR is a laughingstock because of you. Me? It was your crudding idea! Chang ducked forward and kissed her. Jennifer pushed him away hard, then grinned viciously as she slowly unbuttoned her uniform blouse. That bitch has got something on you, hasn't she? That was the real message I carried back. Chang never took his eyes from her small black bra. You screwed up, Corporal. Don't try and blame me. You messed up somewhere and she knows about it. Jennifer sneered back at him. You're running scared from a filthy Alita, Captain. He grimaced at the raw truth, then grunted in shock as her hand closed around his balls, squeezing roughly. With a yell, he tugged her bra off, tearing the clips.
She slapped him. He lunged forward. They fucked right there on the kitchen table. It was anger sex, hot and turbulent, both trying to climax first, to win. The table legs scraped across the floor as they writhed about, a screeching sound blotted out by her sharp cries and his animal grunts. Chang didn't care about the noise, or who heard them. He laughed in triumph as an orgasm claimed him. Losing Florian, being outsmarted by Castellito, none of that mattered now. This was real victory. Beneath him, Jennifer spasmed in pleasure. They lay on the tabletop for a long time, panting almost in unison, clothes tangled, sweaty skin pressed together, limbs at awkward angles. Then the slow extrication began, like undoing a tricky knot of sticky flesh.
"So what happened after I was dismissed?"
Jennifer asked. She frowned in annoyance at the ripped buttons on her uniform skirt as she slipped it off. "Nothing," he admitted as he eased his ruined shirt over the cast on his arm. "Castellito made a very clean getaway. It was impressive, considering how tight the observation team was."
"What about the raids? I heard the sheriffs were starting as I left the office."
"A few of them turned up some petty crud, but nothing connected with Florian. We still haven't got a clue where he is."
"What about Castellito's friends and associates? Are you bringing them in?"
"Procedure says we should, but we both know that's going to be a waste of time. First, there's hundreds of them, and she won't have implicated anyone."
"This is falling into a grade A crud storm."
She shook off her blouse, so she was standing completely naked in front of him. "Somebody knows where he is. I'll find them," Chang said resolutely. His eye patch had slid around to his cheek. He took it off carefully, fingers probing at the sore flesh around the eye, where the bruise was now colouring up.
"You ruckus, you look terrible."
"Thanks." She pressed her fists into the small of her back, arching her spine as she tried to work the knots out of her muscles. He enjoyed the sight of her flexing body for a while, then asked, "Why do you do it?" Genuinely curious.
"Do what?"
"Build your muscles up like that." She looked down proudly at herself.
"I want to be strong, to be exceptional. Not just my body, but my mind, too. This job we have, if we're weak, we fail. It's that simple."
"And being physically strong?"
"The two are connected. One feeds the other. I need to be strong enough to withstand anything that can happen to me. And I am."
She tossed her head and put her hands on her hips, staring at him defiantly with her wide hazel eyes.
"Why? Don't you like it?"
"I like it very much."
"I admire you, Chang."
"Admire me? Is that all?"
"What do you think? I'm cutting furious with you right now. But yes, you're so obsessed with catching Florian. You even sacrificed me. That's a kind of strength."
"I didn't sacrifice you. I diverted Yaki, that's all," he lied. "The only testimony that'll matter at your inquiry will be mine."
"I can't be pushed out of the PSR. You know that, right? It's everything to me. My whole life. We're all that stands between Bienvenido and the Faller apocalypse."
"You'll be fine. I'll make sure of it."
"You want to screw again?" she taunted. "Are you strong enough for that?"
Chang gave her a greedy look. He was playing with fire now, and he knew it, which was what made it so exciting. "Oh, yeah."
"Get onto the bed."
He lay down, trying not to smirk. Jennifer clambered onto the mattress beside him. With a dirty grin, she licked the length of his cock.
"When are you going to talk to Yaki about me?"
"Tomorrow."
"I want to be reinstated."
"I know you do." He sighed in delight as her tongue flicked out again.
"And fully vindicated."
"Oh, Gio, yes. Yes, you will be. Just don't stop." 5. Rai took the tenement steps 2 at a time on his way to the back door. For the first time since he started watching Cameron's, there was someone else using the stairwell. A woman holding hands with her young son as they climbed up, both dressed in faded clothes. Her face tired and beaten down by the life this part of the city offered. She gave him a sullen look as he hurried past. Nobody acknowledged anyone in the tenement. The boy cocked his head to one side, blinking in amazement. Then he smiled. Ry reached the bottom of the stairs. Above him he heard the boy saying, "It's him! Mum! It's him! Really!" "Who?" "The astronaut, Major Evine. He just flew a Liberty mission."
"Don't be so stupid."
"I'm not stupid. It's him. It is, honest. I recognise him from the magazine." Ry grinned to himself as the boy carried on protesting, but it was an uncomfortable reminder of how precarious his own position was. His beard was thickening nicely, but he was still out of place here and very much on his own. He retrieved the tuk-tuk and drove on to the east end of Midville Avenue, where the deep shade from the wallow trees made it difficult to see anything, especially if you were standing in the bright morning sunlight outside Cameron's. The van was outside the club, with Sean just climbing into the front passenger seat. Ry's visual recognition routine had extracted Sharm's identity from the general band streams even quicker than it tagged Perrick. There were two other goons accompanying Roxwolf's senior lieutenant, just visible in the back of the van. It pulled out from the curb and did a U-turn. Ry cursed and throttled the tuk-tuk hard, turning down the first alley on the left. Following Sharm and the van for a couple of days had left him as familiar with the crumbling Dockland area as any of its hard-up residents. He did a fast circle through the tangle of back streets, catching up with the van on Crestall Street, which was one of the main thoroughfares heading back into the centre of Opal. 20 minutes later they were in the Jolan district, which was made up of neat streets lined by solidly average houses. The electromagnetic spectrum chittered with link transmissions. Jolan was an area favoured by elites. But then Ry already knew that. He'd followed Sharm to the same district yesterday afternoon. The gangster's van had cruised around for a while, moving up and down Stour Road for no reason Ry could make out. Presumably it was some kind of inspection, scouting out the street. As they turned into Stour Road that morning, 3 motorbikes raced past the tuk-tuk, all 3 with pillion passengers. Ry instinctively reduced speed to let them go. Up ahead the van was slowing, pulling in to park in front of the last house in a neat 2-storey terrace at the far end of the road. Ry turned into a side road and got off to watch. One of the bikes rode down the alley behind the terrace. Then the entire electromagnetic spectrum used by elites to communicate was flooded by a blast of white noise signal. All the people on bikes and the 2 goons from the back of the van hurried into the house, pistols drawn from holsters that had been covered by bulky jackets. 2 minutes later, Sharm joined them inside the house. The few pedestrians on Stour Road were looking around in puzzlement as the jamming signal continued to blast out its interference. A couple of the goons emerged from the house and opened the back of the van. Boxes were carried inside. One of them tucked a big roll of what looked like chicken wire mesh under his arm. Ry simply could not work out what was happening. It didn't look like part of a protection racket. Is that the house Florian is hiding in? His retina zoomed in for a better look. That was when he got lucky. One of the goons half tripped on the curb, the box he was carrying slipping from his grip. Even from where he was, 70 meters away, Ry could hear the other man's cry of fear. The box fell to the ground and tipped over, its top flapping open. Both goons froze. Then they were both scrambling around on the pavement, picking up the small grey cylinders that had spilled out of the box. A chill crept along Ry's skin, and he quickly retreated back down the street to sit on the tuk-tuk while his racing heart slowly calmed. He recognized those innocuous waxed cardboard cylinders. Dynamite. "It's time," Aunt Tarania said. Florian took a last look around the dank mod stable. It was a wretched place to hide, but it had been safe. This was the 5th day they'd spent here, which meant Essie had now spent half her life in the gloomy room. And that wasn't fair. Not at all. He wanted so much more for her. "We're ready," he said. "I brought you something," Tarania told Essie, and held up a green dress. "For the journey, sweetie. Can't have you going outside dressed in rags, now can we?" A huge smile broke across Essie's face. "Thank you so much, Auntie."
Tyrannia swallowed something in her throat. "You're welcome. Got you some shoes, too. Well, sandals." Essie grinned and went over to the far end of the mod stable to change out of the robe she was wrapped in. Florian smiled awkwardly. "Thanks. Like I was going to do anything else," Tyrannia said. "I care about her, and not just because of where she's from. How's my mother? Do you know?" He'd spent most of the previous evening accessing the general band, hearing about Castellito's disappearance, the fury of the PSR. "I don't know. And if I don't, you can be cradding sure the PSR hasn't got a clue where she is. So don't you worry about her or us. You focus on your job. You keep that girl safe for the next 3 weeks." "I will. She looks about 8 or 9 now. Damn, it makes my head hurt just thinking what the Commonwealth can do, even though stuff like this is defying nature. They're like gods." "They're not gods, but they're not backward like us, either. If we can just talk to them, they'd help. I know they will. I hope you're right, Florian. I really do." Florian heard crying, and turned to see Essie shuffling slowly toward them. She'd overeaten again last night, bloating up her limbs so she had trouble moving her joints. The new dress only emphasized how grumpy her skin was, despite a half-hearted attempt to wash that morning. Ebony hair hung oily and limp against her head. For whatever reason, it didn't grow at the same rate as the rest of her, leaving it disturbingly thin. The memory organ was prominent underneath, beneath the lank strands, its livid colour vivid against her pale skin. "Dad," she whimpered, "it just hurts." Florian ran over and swept her up in his arms. "It's all right, sweetheart. I'll get you some medicine. It'll take the pain away. I promise." He sat her down and collected the medical kit. Tyrannia's eyebrows lifted at the sight of the smooth box extruding tablets. Essie swallowed them eagerly. "I'm sorry, Dad. It just hurts." "Hey." He stroked her brow. "It's okay. It's going to stop soon. I promise." "Thank you, Dad. I love you." "And I love you too, sweetheart." He cuddled her for another couple of minutes, waiting for the painkillers to take hold. Then they made their way back along the narrow, low passage to Tyrannia's office. Most of the boxes of bottles had gone. The floorboards were wet with wine and spirits, and the air carried their smell. There was no chair behind the desk anymore. The top of the desk was covered in tall piles of paper. "The sheriffs did this?" Florian asked. "Let's just concentrate on getting you out of Opal, shall we?" Tyrannia said. Downstairs, the club was missing half its tables and chairs. Mathieu was waiting by the bar, a big dressing taped on his cheek. Anger brought a flush to Florian's face as he saw the injury. "I'm fine," Mathieu said quickly. "No, you're not. Who did this?" "It happens. It shouldn't." "I know." Mathieu smiled softly. "And you're going to put a stop to it, aren't you, my boy?" "Yes." He smiled at Essie. "Looking mighty fine today, young lady." Essie sniffed and managed a sheepish grin. "What now?" Florian asked. "Well, you don't leave by the front door, that's for certain," Tyrannia said. There was a trap door in the cellar, concealed in the floorboards as cleverly as the doorway in the office panelling. Florian guessed it was the same carpenter who'd made both of them. Mathieu handed them both torches and climbed down the ladder. "You take care," Tyrannia said, giving Florian a hug. She gave him a velvet hat with a broad rim. "There, that should keep anyone from getting a good look at you. It'll only be a few paces in the open to the van." "Thank you. Without you—" "Go," she croaked. "We'll be waiting to hear about you." "The whole world is going to know what she does," he said solemnly. Essie climbed down the stairs slowly, trying not to wince at every movement. Florian followed her down. It was another cellar underneath, made of stone rather than brick. Florian knew it was older. The walls bulged in places, and the wooden beams were starting to crumble. "The whole city is built on the remains of previous buildings," Mathieu said. "It's been here for over 1,500 years, after all, and the gates is the oldest part. Gio knows how old some of these chambers are."
Florian followed him through sagging archways and rough holes knocked through thick walls, trying not to think of the weight of the gates above them, nor the age of the catacombs and their cracked, decaying pillars. Mathieu seemed very sure of their route. The torch beams probed through numerous doors and arches they passed, sometimes illuminating chamber after chamber, occasionally falling on piles of rubble. There were even a few stone stairs curving down to lower levels. Buffaloes squeaked somewhere in the darkness, their tiny paws scampering along unseen. Essie pressed up against him, and his arm went around her shoulders.
"Here we go,"
Mathieu announced at the foot of some crumbling stairs that led upward. Each stone step was worn from age. Florian's U-shadow told him Mathieu was sending out a ping. There was an answering ping from above. A trap-door was open, sending a fan of yellow light sweeping down. The steps came up into another cellar, where a man called Eufal was waiting for them. He ran the greengrocers above, he explained. They were on Coalgate Lane, which ran along the south edge of the gates. Florian realized they must have travelled nearly a kilometre through the catacombs. He shook his caftan vigorously, trying to get rid of the dust and grime that the fur lining had soaked up underground. Essie's nice new dress was streaked with dirt too.
"This is as far as I go,"
Mathieu announced, as they slipped into the back of the cluttered shop.
"Redrith should be waiting outside."
"Who's Redrith?"
"A friend. He'll take you down to the docks in his van. There are way too many ships for the PSR to check properly. We've fixed it for you to sail with the Takiti. She's a river barge that hauls grain up and down the Crisp. There are some compartments that aren't on the plans. The captain's one of us. You'll be fine."
"I guess the warrior angel didn't come to help, then?" Mathieu pulled a face.
"No, sorry, man. You're on your own. You and the world full of friends."
He went to the front of the shop and peered out through the window.
"He's there. I see him. He's in the van marked Redrith Maritime Supplies."
Florian's U-shadow reported a quick exchange between Mathieu and the van parked outside. Now that the time had come, he was reluctant to go.
"I won't let you down," he said.
Mathieu gripped his arm.
"Oh, I know you won't. Now go on. It'll look odd if he's there too long."
"Bye-bye," Essie said solemnly.
"You take care,"
Mathieu told her. There was a moment by the door when Florian looked at Mathieu. There was so much he wanted to say, but as always he didn't really know how to say what he felt. Mathieu was clearly having a similar moment. He opened the shop door and tipped Florian's hat down, so the rim obscured his face.
"Go on, go!"
And Florian was out in the open air, which smelled so sweet after too many days in the mod stable. The sun was bright and warm on his skin, making the colours of the street so vivid after poorly illuminated, drab walls. The noise and bustle of the city centre embraced him. His arm went around Essie, who was wincing as she walked. Her round, heavy face was glancing around curiously as vans and cars and tuk-tuks drove past. Up ahead at the junction with Millcote Street, a tram rattled along its tracks, bell clanging to shoo cyclists out of the way.
"Combustion engines?"
she muttered in what sounded like dismay. In front of them, the side door on the Redrith Maritime Supplies van slid open. The interior was empty, lined in stained plywood. The engine coughed into life, making the whole vehicle shake. "Come on!" Redrith called from the driver's seat. Florian noticed there was someone sitting in the front passenger seat as he helped Essie into the van. Then he was inside, and the door was sliding shut, pushed by the man in the back of the van, a tall man who was perturbingly thin. His eyes were obscured by glasses with dark yellow lenses.
"Who are you?"
Florian asked.
"More to the point. Do you know what this is?"
The man held up a small Bakelite stick with a red button on the top. His thumb was pressed down on it. A thick electrical cable snaked out of the stick and disappeared into the plywood panelling that coated the van. Everyone swayed as the van pulled out from the curb. Florian stared at the switch stick. The man was missing his little finger.
"No."
He told his U-shadow to arm the bracelet.
"It's a dead man's switch. If you use the weapon on your wrist to shoot me, it will release, and the 10 kilograms of dynamite packed into the van around you will detonate."
Florian instinctively put his arms around Essie, who whimpered and buried her head in his chest.
"I won't use the weapon. Let the girl out. It's me you want."
The man smiled, which, with the way his taut skin revealed every facial muscle, made it extremely creepy.
"No, and no."
"What?"
"No, I won't let the girl out. No, it's not you I want. Is there anything else you need explaining?"
"Who are you?"
Florian sent out a desperate ping to Mathieu, but his U-Shadow reported no signal could get out. The van was a very effective Faraday cage. When he looked around at Redruth, he could see a wire mesh taped across the windscreen and door windows. Then he saw the pistol the passenger was sticking into Redruth's ribs.
"My name is Sham."
"What do you want?"
"My boss would like to talk to the girl."
"Captain Chang?"
Sham laughed softly.
"Oh, no. I think we'll leave the good captain out of this."
Florian cradled Essie for the whole journey. She sobbed for the first few minutes, then spent the rest of the time hugging him tight.
"It's all right," he kept telling her. "We'll be fine. It's not the PSR."
From where he was on the floor in the back, he had a bad angle of visibility through the windscreen. All he could see was trees and the top halves of the taller city buildings. Traffic growled around them. They juddered to a halt at junctions, then the clutch snarl started them off again. Trams clattered along, none of which gave him a clue where they were headed. The U-Shadow ran through tactical options for him, then concluded he had to wait for the scenario to alter. Then the van drove into what looked like a tunnel of leafy wallow branches, dropping them into a cosy, peach-hued shade. They stopped, and the van door slid back. Florian immediately tried to send out a ping, a call for help directly into the general bands. It was no use. There was a powerful white noise signal jamming communications.
"Don't move,"
Sham ordered. Florian did as he was told, but he turned his head to glare at Redruth.
"How could you do this? She's a child."
The man looked to be on the verge of tears.
"I had to,"
he moaned. "You could have warned us. Warned Mathieu. You're an eliter, just like us."
"I'm afraid we had to use some persuasion on your friend," Sham said. "His family is the bond for his good behaviour."
"Let them go," Redruth said. "Please."
"Of course."
2 more goons appeared in the open doorway. One climbed in. Very carefully, Sham gave him the dead man's switch. In return, he was given a pistol. The muzzle was pressed into the back of Essie's neck. She squealed and tried to squirm away.
"Control her,"
Sham warned.
"Me not blowing her brains out is your good behaviour bond."
Florian nodded numbly.
"Come on, Essie." "Can't move," she wept. "Everything hurts. Hurts so much, Dad. Hurts in my head. Please, I need more pills." "All right, you can have some. Let's get out of here first."
He scooped her up in his arms and, with Sham still keeping the muzzle up against her neck, staggered out of the van.
"I need my backpack."
"Move,"
Sham said. Florian glanced around. They were in a quiet street lined by giant shaggy wallows, with the pavement littered in crisp husks of their furry leaves. 2 trunks were missing in front of the elegant 5-story townhouse. It had a neon sign, Cameron's, above the wide front door. Sham was waving him to some cast-iron stairs that led down the side of it to a basement door.
"My backpack has Commonwealth machines in it,"
Florian said.
"Do you really want to lose them? Does your boss?"
Amber glasses lined up inquisitively on him.
"Bring it,"
Sham ordered one of the goons. Florian took the iron stairs one at a time, worried he'd drop Essie. She weighed far more than he expected. Her skin was slick with sweat. 3 goons were waiting at the bottom, each carrying a semi-automatic rifle. Florian recognized the weapon from his regiment days. He'd even fired them a few times on the range. They caused a lot of damage. Targeting graphics silhouetted each goon. The bracelet was armed, ready, but Charm wasn't letting him have the opportunity. They went through the door. 2 more goons with semi-automatics were inside. They walked backward slowly, the rifles levelled on Florian's chest. He wanted to laugh at how ridiculous it was, but knew he'd only start crying if he let his control go. There was a flight of stairs going down, leading to another corridor. The doors on either side were heavily polished wood, all closed. No ordinary cellar, Florian knew. At the end of the corridor, a door opened into a large plush lounge, with another 5 goons inside, all armed with semi-automatics. The walls were hung with long velvet drapes, even though there couldn't possibly be any windows. They must have been at least 2 floors underground, and by Florian's reckoning, directly under the middle of the townhouse. It was lit by bright electric bulbs in 3 large crystal chandeliers. The furniture was heavy and expensive, putting him in mind of a high-class hotel lobby. The only odd thing was a metal pipe as thick as his thigh, coming out of the wall at head height. It ended in a mechanism with a short lens protruding horizontally. As Florian went over to a leather settee, the lens turned smoothly to track him. Charm let him lay Essie down, then backed away, holding the pistol up. A circle of 9 semi-automatic rifles were pointing at Florian. The bracelet could only shoot 7 E-beams simultaneously. Elapsed time between salvos, 0.4 second. The U-Shadow's tactical analysis gave a low probability of hitting everyone in time.
Before you try and shoot us, you should know something,
Charm said.
What?
Every muscle in Florian's body was rigid. He didn't know if he was furious or terrified. Either way, he knew his usual logic was gone. Charm pointed at the lens.
You're being observed.
So?
This room and the corridor outside are both rigged with dynamite. The corridor is the only way in or out.
What do you want?
Mr. Roxwolf would like a word.
Florian stared at the lens, then looked around the circle of rifles. Started.
I thought you were dead.
Not yet,
Rashat said.
Just switch sides. That's all.
You told Roxwolf about me and Tyrannia. That's why...
He started to raise his hand. The targeting graphic assigned Rashat as first strike.
Let's get some focus here, Charm said. We all want to get out of this alive, so let's keep calm. We all agree Rashat is a total asshole. Nothing you or anyone else can do about it. Florian, you need to think about the girl. Is what you're doing going to help her?
Florian kept staring at Rashat. Though his arm did sink back down, the tactical analysis still wasn't giving him a way out. A telephone rang, making them all jump.
I'm going to get that,
Charm said.
Okay. Moving to the table. No need to worry.
He walked over to the phone and picked up the handset.
Sir. Yes. I know. Yes, sir. Right away.
The handset was placed back in the cradle.
Mr. Roxwolf will see you now.
Suppose I don't want to see him?
Then I guess we all die in a blast of bullets and explosions. Except Mr. Roxwolf, of course. He's safe through there.
Charm gestured at one of the drapes. Florian risked a glance.
What's there?
Charm pulled the lush red velvet aside to reveal a huge steel and brass vault door, with a spoked wheel in the centre.
This is Mr. Roxwolf's residence. It's a double-lock system, mechanically linked, so both doors cannot be opened at the same time. There is nowhere safer on the whole planet.
There was a loud buzz, followed by the heavy clunk of bolts withdrawing. Charm started to turn the wheel, and the door slowly hinged open. He slung the backpack in. Florian knew he didn't really have a choice. He picked up a semi-conscious Essie and walked into the plain room behind the vault door. Brick walls, Floor and ceiling made of a simple 4-meter cube, with another identical vault door in the opposite wall. Sharm started to close the one behind him.
"Aren't you coming with us?"
Florian asked.
"Not likely."
But Sharm's pale face was just visible in the shrinking gap, his glasses reflecting the chandelier light as dull gold circles.
"Nobody who is summoned to see Mr. Roxwolf ever comes out."
Florian let out a wordless cry and took a step toward the door. It clanged shut. The bolts engaged. 6. The operations room was busy when Jennifer walked in just before midday. She glanced around at the rows of desks, each with an investigating officer deeply involved in sifting through paperwork. Clerks from the records division were bringing in yet more files. The air was filled with the clatter of typewriters as the secretaries typed up reports, which more clerks smoothly carried away. To someone who didn't know better, it would have looked like the Nest Alert case was proceeding efficiently to a successful conclusion. Chang was standing beside the wall map, arm in a sling, uniform tunic sleeve pinned neatly on the side, eye patch in place. She'd made sure he looked right when he left the flat this morning, as smart as a high-flying PSR officer should be. Major Gorlan was with him, sticking a purple pin into the map. Jennifer went over to them and saluted.
"Sir, reporting for duty?"
"Corporal," Chang said tonelessly, "welcome back. Director Yaki has reinstated you pending the report on your conduct yesterday."
"Thank you, sir."
"If only you knew," she thought.
"I am going to enjoy taking you down when this is over. I'm going to enjoy it a lot, because Castellito has something on you, and I want to know what it is. Rotten officers cannot be allowed to contaminate the PSR."
"We need all hands on this," Chang said.
"Has there been any progress?"
"We're concentrating our efforts on elites known to be connected to the Underground Railway."
"Good idea."
"Thank you, Corporal," Major Gorlan said scornfully.
"But we're getting some strange reports," Chang said.
Jennifer frowned.
"Strange, sir?"
"My informants have reported that a jamming signal has been operating in the city this morning," Gorlan said.
"Jamming signal?"
Even as she said it, Jennifer cursed herself. Repeating things just made her sound stupid.
"Someone is blocking elites from communicating with one another. It's localized, but apparently 100% effective."
The Major pointed at a purple pin, which was stuck into Stour Road.
"First one appeared here a couple of hours ago."
"I've sent a team to investigate," Chang said, "and in the meantime I told technical services to scan the bands the elites use. They've just notified us that another jamming signal was transmitting here."
His finger tapped the second purple pin.
"Midville Avenue,"
Jennifer read. She studied the old dock area.
"Nothing much there."
"The signal didn't last long," Chang said. "They only just managed to triangulate before it switched off."
"Why would anyone want to block elite gossip?"
Chang pulled a face.
"We're searching for anomalies. This is unusual."
"And Florian is an elita," Gorlan said. "It might be something for you to look into," she told Jennifer.
"Go and talk to technical support, Corporal," Chang said. "Get me a report. We need to know more."
"Yes, sir."
Jennifer didn't know if she was being sidelined or not.
"Sir."
One of the secretaries was standing up, holding a telephone.
"Captain Chang, sir."
"What is it?"
"Phone call for you, sir. It's urgent. The main switchboard put it through."
"Who's calling?"
"Says he's Major Rai Evine, sir. He knows something about Florian, but he'll only talk to you."
The operations room fell quiet. There had been a notification about Major Evine 3 days ago, that he was AWOL. All PSR officers were required to apprehend on sight. Force was authorized. Chang hurried across the room and snatched the telephone. He put his hand over the mouthpiece.
"Tell the switchboard to trace the call,"
he told the secretary, then took his hand away.
"This is Captain Chang."
"Captain, I have some information for you."
"Who is this?"
"Rai Evine, but that's irrelevant. I've just seen Florian. He had a few days of stubble, but I'm sure it was him."
"I see. Why don't you come in and tell us about it?"
"Don't patronize me, Captain. There's a girl with him. A young girl. She looked ill. They've both been forced into a club called Cameron's by very well-armed gangsters. I'm really worried. I think it's Roxwolf's headquarters."
"Crudding Euracus. Where are you?"
"Midville Avenue."
The bolts on the inner vault door withdrew almost immediately, and it slowly swung open. Florian peered into the chamber beyond. He was expecting something like the lounge he'd just left, but this was almost like the nave of a church of the return. A wide double-vaulted hall, with a line of pillars running down the centre. Electric lights hung on long hoops of cable strung between the pillars, sending out a sharp blue-white glare. Bizarrely out-of-place household furniture was clustered together on one side, while on the other side of the pillars long benches had been laid out, cluttered by what appeared to be laboratory equipment, both chemical and electrical. Next to them was a telephone exchange cabinet, studded with buttons, winking lights, sockets, and braided cables ending in jacks. 10 telephones were lined up on a shelf underneath it, and below them was a row of tape recorders, their big reels turning slowly. At the far end of the hall, a stream ran along a channel set into the flagstone floor, emerging from and vanishing into low arches. A 3-metre-wide wooden water wheel was fixed to the wall, turning slowly as the stream shoved its paddles around. Gears linked it to a dynamo.
"Come in,"
a voice said. Florian took a few nervous steps, passing through the vault door. That voice was wrong, somehow, husky and gurgling, as if the speaker had a cold. An electric motor hummed, closing the vault door. The bolts clunked into place.
"Just so you understand, I am the only person on this planet who has the combination for those doors. If you shoot me, this will become your tomb."
"Okay."
Florian tottered over to the nearest settee and put Essie down on the cushions. She curled up, her eyes closed.
"Good," the voice said. "Now, please don't get hysterical."
"What?"
Roxwolf emerged from behind a pillar. Florian couldn't help it. He let out a wail and stumbled backward. The figure that emerged was human in shape, although easily a head taller than Florian. He had lopsided shoulders and walked with an odd limp, one leg dragging behind the other. His head was misshapen, the back of the bald skull distended, curving downward over the top of the neck. A wide mouth had lips that could never fully close over a massive set of fangs. But it was the arms that drew Florian's attention. The man-thing was wearing a loose red shirt. One arm was normal, though the skin was shaded a faint blue, as if his flesh were freezing. The other arm was an animal limb, covered in grey-bronze fur and ending in a paw, with 4 thick claws.
A Roxwolf foreleg,
Florian realized. He'd caught glimpses of them in Albina Valley, skulking about amid the deeper forests, preying on the native wildlife and terrestrial goats. Heavily muscled, yet incredibly graceful. Some had been timed sprinting at 90 kilometers an hour on their attack runs. Now he was clued in. Florian glanced at the creature's legs. Sure enough, one was a regular human limb and the other a Roxwolf hind leg.
"What the crud are you?"
Florian shouted. Roxwolf laughed. It sounded like a beast tearing flesh apart.
"A mistake."
Florian brought his arm up, fist clenched. Targeting graphic circled the creature. "Stay back!"
"Ah, the lightning bolt weapon. And you claimed your backpack has Commonwealth machines. The same source, I take it? The spaceship that fell into your valley."
"What are you?"
Florian yelled. He gasped as his U-shadow reported a link opening.
"The same as you."
Roxwolf sent through the link.
"No."
"The Elita necrocellular clusters are interesting," Roxwolf continued over the link. Humans added them to their DNA at some point. They're unnatural, like us.
Us?
You call us fallers.
Florian's arm trembled.
Stay back.
Or what? Roxwolf asked. You'll condemn yourself and the child to a slow, miserable death by starvation.
I won't be eaten. Not by you. You're a breeder faller, aren't you?
I'm not going to argue semantics with you, so I'll just say yes. But as I told you, I'm a mistake.
What do you mean?
My species has the biological ability to shape ourselves. When we encounter a world, we mimic the dominant life form, then eliminate it. It's a war that takes many forms. Therefore, we need to constantly adapt. So, somewhere deep in our history, we gave ourselves this chameleon ability. We can consciously shape our offspring, providing we have a template. And to obtain a local template, our first colonization wave absorbs the local animals, giving us their physiological pattern.
You exhume us, Florian groaned. His arm had dropped to his side as he made the connection. Rashert.
Yes, the version you saw outside is a faller.
You're not gangsters. You're a nest.
No, not true. Most of the infamous Roxwolf gang are genuine humans.
You're lying. You eat us. No human would work with you, not even gangsters.
The human members of my organization are unaware of their colleagues' nature, obviously. Their reaction would be the same as yours. That's why I rule them through lieutenants like Sham. I am the guiding hand, the smart one, the one with the political insights, the one with insider knowledge, the one who is unafraid to order hits against our opponents.
How can this happen? Florian implored. The PSR should have discovered you.
Ah, but you see, Roxwolf hides in plain sight. Everyone knows I am a mere gangster, including the PSR. I find it ironic as much as I can understand the concept, for at the heart I remain unseen, at least by my criminal associates.
He gestured at the telephone exchange cabinet.
They receive all their orders by telephone.
They'll work it out in the end. They'll expose you.
Several already have. They were all taken out by rival gangs, apparently.
You
ate them? Yes. I worked hard to achieve this position. I'm not going to relinquish it.
Why? What's the point?
Colonizing a new world is a complex process, especially one with a dominant sentient species. First, we must learn of you, and mimicking you is only part of the solution. Once we've arrived, we move invisibly among you to explore your civilization, to seek out its strengths and weaknesses. There are specific tasks that require specific forms. Strength, agility, intelligence. All these can be crafted. We gave ourselves that flexibility. I am a product of it.
So which are you? Strength?
Parentals normally craft and gestate 2 embryos in their wombs, but we are not parthenogenetic. 2 adults exchange and create the new templates within a neural connection. This mental pattern is transferred to the embryo, which incorporates its structure, a neurological equivalent of your DNA, if you like.
Mods, Florian said suddenly. We had newts back in the void. Our telepathy allowed us to shape their embryos.
One of our more useful servant species," Roxwolf acknowledged, "designed to be redesigned in whatever fashion we required. The cedars bring them with us."
Cedars?
"The trees you'll see in the ring. Before we were captured by the void, they flew between stars, expanding our species across the galaxy. The Skylords you so venerate are merely versions who self-evolved, adapting to the strange conditions in the void. Ironic, no?"
The ring trees are starships?
Florian asked weakly. Faller starships? He didn't want to believe it.
"Yes, but our kind of starship. They're nothing like your Commonwealth's technological vehicles. These are living entities that embody our essence. They are the pinnacle of our species, our triumph. They carry us forward forever."
Oh, great Jiu, you really are monsters.
Roxwolf laughed again.
"Especially in my case. I told you I was a mistake. My parentals messed up the pattern they were formulating. They wanted the Roxwolf for an established nest of the animals. They also wanted a human mimic with elite macrocellular abilities. The patterns were merged somehow, for even our biology is not perfect. I am the result, an abomination."
He snarled, his long fangs clashing.
"I am nothing, not to them, not to anybody. They discarded me. Now I reject them as I reject you."
What do you want with us?
Roxwolf stared at Essie as she lay shivering on the settee.
"This girl is the end of the world. That makes her the most important person alive."
Florian sat on the edge of the settee and stroked Essie.
What do you mean, the end of the world? She's going to save it.
"For humans, possibly. What about Fallers?"
This is our world. We will burn you from it.
"She might well do that. That is why she is so valuable."
I won't let you touch her.
He deliberately avoided looking at the backpack. The power cells in the Commonwealth gadgets still had a large charge left in them, and the roof of this underground lair couldn't be that thick.
Can the food processor power cells be rigged to explode?
He asked his U-shadow.
Yes,
it replied.
Assume the stone ceiling is a meter thick. If I detonate the power cells against it, could they blast a hole through?
Yes, assuming you placed them correctly. But the concussion wave within the hole would present a considerable danger to you.
But it's possible. Yes.
The knowledge allowed Florian to gather some confidence. There was a possible way out. That gave him an edge.
"I'm sure you're an excellent protector," Roxwolf said. "After all, not everyone could elude the PSR for nearly 10 days. Congratulations."
He began to walk around the edge of the furniture, keeping the same distance from Florian and Essie. Florian watched him carefully. He felt like he was being stalked.
What do you want?
"I offer you a deal. I am in touch with my own kind. My current activities make me extremely useful to them. They consider me completely expendable, of course, but I can achieve many of their goals, for a price. By now they will know I have acquired her."
Rashad,
Florian murmured.
"Indeed, an interesting constant is Rashad, an asshole in both his incarnations."
So what do the Fallers want with Essie?
Roxwolf emitted a soft hiss of amusement.
"Why, they will feast triumphantly on her flesh, of course."
They are monsters.
"When faced with genocide, a species will do whatever it needs to in order to survive. And to me, your death is necessary. It is how the universe works. You occupy a planet where we could be living. There is no question, no ambiguity. Our life is superior in so many ways. It is right that we emerge victorious.
Monster.
I love studying humans. So few of my kind bother. I love your anger. It is supremely irrelevant. Yet you all possess it. I find that so curious. Why has evolution not eradicated it? It is not a survival trait, not in a true sentient. Do you know what my conclusion is?
Do I crudding care?
I believe it is a short circuit. It allows you to overcome your vaunted ethics, to justify your own horrific behavior in extreme situations.
Roxwolf smiled, exposing even more of his fangs.
And I have seen a great many of you in extremis.
You think you're so clever? Florian raised his arm. Targeting graphics focused on Roxwolf. Think you can outsmart me?
You haven't heard my deal. But I'm interested in this development, your resurgence of confidence. Do you believe you have a way out? What could it be?
He turned to the backpack.
What are the machines you said were in there, I wonder? Weapons? No. Something you can modify after you've killed me.
What deal?
Ah, now that, you see, my creepy alien friend, that is your survival instinct coming to the fore. Sentience mixed with animal desperation, analyzing the options. But first you need to know all those options. So you tell me, what is it that you want, Florian? I live in both worlds, human and Faller. There is nothing I cannot acquire for you.
You know what I want. To be free.
Free of what, though? The PSR, the Fallers, me?
Yes, all of you. Just let us go. Leave Essie alone.
Roxwolf nodded. A reasonable request. I presume this freedom is for the duration of your infamous month, until Essie has finished growing, until she is a fully developed Commonwealth human, until she declares war on the Fallers.
How do you know about the month? Florian gasped.
My position is not dependent on violence and intimidation alone.
Roxwolf gestured at the telephone exchange cabinet with his animal arm.
Knowledge, you see, is the true power in any society, and that power is how I survive. I've been listening to Captain Chang's phone calls to his Section 7 superior, Stone Knoll. You should hear Chang making the most pathetic excuses for his lack of progress finding you. I could play with the tapes, if you'd like. Essie was mentioned a lot. Someone called Joffler said she grew quickly.
Florian gave the tape recorders, with their slowly revolving reels, an astonished glance. You bugged the PSR phones?
Absolutely. Among others. A most useful source of information. The PSR's arrogance forbids them to believe anyone would dare attempt such an action.
Roxwolf bent down and picked up the backpack. Hey! Florian cried. You leave that alone!
Would you like to hear my offer?
Roxwolf held out his human arm, dangling the backpack by one of its straps. Florian stared at him, breathing heavily. His old anxiety reaction was returning. He could hear his heart hammering. Exovision medical displays were flicking to a mild amber. A list of suggested medications popped up. What's your offer?
The spacecraft. It gave you Essie and the machines. What else?
Nothing. That's it.
You're lying again, Florian. For a start, it gave you the weapon. Peric described it in great detail for me.
Florian shrugged, wishing he didn't feel so light-headed. The stress of negotiating with Roxwolf was terrible. His skin was growing ice-cold as he started to sweat. Well, yeah. He shrugged.
What did it tell you, Florian? You have elite abilities for communication and memory. It gave you information, didn't it? It gave you files that came from the Commonwealth itself.
No.
Roxwolf raised the backpack. Then how do you know how to operate the machines?
The blood was roaring in his head, heartbeat pounding like a hammer. Well, it gave me those instructions, but that's all.
They'll do, for a start.
What?
You have information that is unique, Florian. Knowledge that humans lost when they were captured by the Void. Technology that has passed into legend. Tell me what you have.
None of those things, he said, starting to panic.
You are a terrible liar. Think what we could build together. Anything Opal's factories can produce can be brought to us here within a day. Any piece of engineering, any electrical component, chemicals, metals, I can acquire it all. First, we make the tools that make the tools. You just have to share the knowledge.
I don't want to build anything.
Are you sure, Florian? Look into your heart. Look into your Commonwealth knowledge. What could be done to improve the life of every human on Bienvenido? Are there medicines in there? Elitas always claim Commonwealth humans can live forever. Can you give that to your family, your friends? Would they thank you for keeping it to yourself?
If I had that kind of knowledge, it would be used to destroy the Fallers.
Yes, but if I had it, I would be able to survive. I told you, that's what I am. Every day of my life is a battle to survive, and I have won. I am alive. I live against every obstacle and challenge this world has thrown at me, despised and shunned by my own kind, hunted by yours. I will not give up my life simply because she has arrived. Why should I?
Tremors were running along Florian's limbs as Roxwolf's words beat against him. It would be so easy to give in, to make some kind of deal. Say anything just to make this torment stop, to walk out with Essie. You can't offer us sanctuary.
Oh, but I can.
Roxwolf threw the backpack. It took Florian completely by surprise. He cried wordlessly as it tumbled through the air. It was a powerful throw, taking it the length of the hall. Exovision graphics sprang up, projecting the territory.
No!
The backpack landed in the stream with a loud splash. It sank as the current carried it sluggishly to the drain arch. Florian sprinted along the line of pillars, desperate to reach it before it was swallowed by the black drain hole at the end of the channel. His targeting routines picked up Roxwolf's movements from his peripheral vision. The malformed faller was leaping toward Essie as she lay dozing on the settee. Florian fired a stun pulse. I can't kill him. He's the only way out now. The slender, dazzling beam flashed out, missing Roxwolf by centimeters, hitting the wall and blowing a small crater out of the stone. Roxwolf landed beside the settee and rolled fast, his animal arm curling around Essie, pulling her with him, using her to shield him from Florian. There was a pistol in his human hand, swinging around to slap its muzzle against her head. Jerked so savagely from her slumber, Essie started to wail.
"She would have wiped us out,"
Roxwolf said. He pulled the trigger. Florian began to scream. His U-shadow accelerated his perception. There was a flash from the pistol muzzle that seemed to ripple out at right angles, rising to a searing white wavefront. The sound of the shot pummeled his ears, numbing him. Then Roxwolf's hand was snapping backward, breaking the wrist bone. Confusion bloomed across the faller's features as his grisly mouth opened. The roar that emerged was almost as loud as the pistol shot, combining pain and dismay. He staggered backward, and Essie was standing there in her dishevelled green dress, completely unharmed. A tiny haze of purple light covered her entire body. "Force field," Florian said dumbly, as secondary routines dumped the information into his mind. He shot Roxwolf with another stun pulse. The faller shrieked and collapsed to the ground,
spasming. An incredulous smile lifted Florian's face. "You have an integral force field. Bionics!" Then his knees gave way, pitching him onto all fours, and he threw up. There were 7 cars and 4 vans in the convoy that raced across Opole. The cars carried most of the investigation team, while the vans held Captain Franzil's entire assault squad. Chang sat in the front passenger seat of the lead Kuba, urging his driver on through the traffic on the main road to the River Crisp. "Do we sneak up on them?" Jennifer asked from the rear seat as they neared the intersection with Midville Avenue. Chang looked around. She was sitting on the back seat, next to Natalie Guillot. When he mobilized the officer and assault squad in the office, she'd eagerly exclaimed, "I'm coming with you." But the deal he'd made with Yaki was that she'd be restricted to office duties. He hadn't mentioned that to her as they all hurried down to the garage. "Natalie?" he asked. "This is Roxwolf," Natalie Guillot said. "He'll know you're coming by now. Most of the city knows with this racket." "Okay." He raised the radio microphone to his mouth and pressed the button on top. "Franzil, we're going in hot." "Roger that." Franzil's voice crackled out of the dashboard speaker. The driver turned into Midville Avenue. "Crud," Chang grunted as he tried to study the tall buildings that were obscured by the big wallows. "Which one is it?" Natalie pointed ahead. "There." Chang saw the gap where a couple of the trees had been removed. "Pull in just past it," he told the driver. That would allow the vans to stop directly in front of the club, enabling Franzil's people to deploy quickly. He had a brief flash of a nice old brick townhouse with a stylish neon sign above the front door. Then the Kuba stopped with a hard lurch. He opened the door as fast as he could and got out, pulling his pistol from its holster. Behind him, the vans were braking to a halt. "Move in," he called. "Chang!" Jennifer yelled. She barreled into him, knocking him to the ground. As he went down, he saw 3 men racing off the top of some metal stairs that led down into a narrow, sunken courtyard at the side of the townhouse. They were carrying semi-automatic rifles. As his shoulder slammed painfully into the cobbles, the rifles opened fire, strafing the assault squad vans. Answering fire erupted from the PSR officers and squad members already out of the vans. Glass shattered above Chang as the Kuba's windscreen was hit by bullets. He cowered down, pressing himself into the uneven cobbles as gunfire raged and agonized screams cut through the air. His pistol had skittered away. He could see it a mere meter away, and reached for it. The gunfire ended. Chang snatched up the pistol, then risked a glance around the front of the car. He saw 5 black-clad, helmeted members of the assault squad lying on the road, one of them with his legs still inside the van. Screams were coming from inside the vans, which were riddled by bullet holes. 2 PSR officers were face down on the street, unmoving. 3 gangsters were dead, their bodies torn apart by bullets, blood spreading around them. "Oh, great Geo," he moaned. One of them was surrounded by a pool of blue blood. "Nest. It's a cradding nest." Then he saw the face of the Fowler gangster and started in shock as he recognized it from the Records Division photo. "Rashat?" "What do we do?" Jennifer shouted. She was still crouched down behind the car, shaking violently. "Cover the club," Chang said. He realized he could barely hear his own voice above the ringing in his ears, and shouted, "Cover the club! All active squad members cover the club! Jennifer, find a radio, call for ambulances, and get us some cradding backup. Franzil! Franzil! Here!" The assault squad captain scuttled out from behind one of the vans, keeping low. "We've got to get down there." "Okay." Franzil started shouting orders to survivors. 4 squad members took cover behind the vans and watched the club, carbines held ready for any sign of movement, hostile or otherwise. Chang split the PSR officers. Half were designated to help the wounded, the rest to provide cover as Franzil led 10 of the assault squad down the metal stairs. They deployed perfectly, the 2 taking point duty, edging up to the railings along the top of the sunken courtyard, swinging their carbines over the top as they scanned around. "Clear!" Franzel led 8 squad members down the metal stairs. A shotgun took out the hinges on the door at the bottom. A barrage of semi-automatic fire slammed out from the gangsters in the basement corridor. Chang flinched back from the railing along the top of the sunken courtyard. Franzel himself flung 2 grenades through the ruined door. Chang took a couple of paces back, waiting for them to go off. The explosion was immense. A lethal, high-velocity plume of smoke and debris slammed out of the basement doorway, billowing upward. Chang felt the ground quake, knocking him down. Cars and vans rocked about. Every window in the front of the townhouse shattered, and the entire building sagged downward. Cracks split the brickwork, ripping right up to the eaves. "What the cradding ruckus?" A dust cloud was mushrooming up from the sunken courtyard, shooting out across Midville Avenue. He staggered over to the buckled railing and leaned over. "Franzel!" His ears were ringing, but he thought he heard cries from somewhere below. The seething dust was too thick to see through. He started to cough as he breathed it in. A couple of roof tiles smashed on the pavement barely a meter away. "Crud!" He looked up through the haze to see more slates skidding off the roof. The building let out an ominous creak. A second wave of fissures was splitting open, multiplying out from the initial cracks. "Back!" he yelled, and started to run. "Get back! It's going to go!" Jennifer came running through the swirling cloud, dust coating her uniform and hair a sickly grey. "What happened?" "Grenades." Chang coughed. "Franzel used grenades." "Grenades?" she bellowed. "Cradding grenades didn't do this." The old townhouse collapsed in on itself with a drawn-out rumble. Shattered chunks of masonry went flying across the street, smashing into the PSR's cars and vans. More dust flooded out to choke the air. Someone was calling his name. It was a sweet voice, filled with anxiety and fright, coming from a long way away. "Florian? Florian, help me!" Florian sucked down some air, an action that made his whole body judder. 2 more breaths and his heart started to calm. The blurs of orange in his exovision started to come into focus. He jerked his head up. "Essie?" She was sprawled on the floor, 5 meters in front of him. The ion haze of the force field was gone. He scurried over to her and cradled her, a hand stroking her head where Roxwolf's pistol had fired. There was no damage. "Oh, great Geo! Are you okay? Sweetheart, speak to me!" "Everything fucking hurts," she said, and started sobbing. "I can't switch off the pain. I'm not fully integrated yet. Oh, fuck. It's too soon. Fuckity fuck." Her mouth opened to let out a pitiful mewl. The sight of her anguish made Florian weep. "I wish I could take your pain from you." A bell started ringing. Up on the wall beside the telephone exchange, a red bulb flashed. "What now?" Florian grunted. "Alert," Roxwolf grunted. "You bastard!" Florian shouted. His arm came around, targeting graphics, locking on the teratoid faller. Hot thoughts ordered the bracelet power up to maximum. Ready to kill this time. Ready. Yes, ready. "No way out!" he yelled wordlessly in frustration. Roxwolf rolled over and sneered at Florian. "You know the routine, moron. Kill me and you die. Slow and bad." "What's alert?" Essie moaned. "Can I find out?" Roxwolf mocked. "Please." "What do I do?" Florian pleaded. "Let him ask," Essie said. Roxwolf walked unsteadily over to the telephone exchange cabinet and flicked a switch that killed the bell and flashing light. He picked up a telephone. "Speak to me." Florian hugged Essie. "He threw the medical kit into the stream. I'm sorry, sweetheart." Ozzy fucking wept. Florian was about to chide her for using that kind of language, but gave up with a bitter snort. She seemed different somehow, more aware, more controlled. The memories. Florian realized her true memories must be waking up. "Crud,"
Roxwolf exclaimed. "Don't let them get in, or you'll be visiting me first," he bawled into the handset. Then he was hurrying over to a set of thick brass pipes that emerged from the wall to one side of the vault door. Each of them ended in what looked like a set of binoculars. "What is it?" Florian asked. Roxwolf bent down and peered into the lenses. He spun a small iron wheel at one side of the pipe, which turned the whole apparatus. "Your friend, Captain Chang, has found us."
Chang? Amazingly, that actually seemed like a welcome development.
"Yeah. Come on, boys. Hit them. Oh, yes. Go, go. That's it. And again. Ah, crud!
What's happening?"
"My people are defending their turf." Roxwolf stood up. "They have to. There's no way out past Chang now, and the only other door is into here."
"You're trapped," Florian said victoriously.
"And you're a cradding moron. Last chance to deal. I can get you to a safe haven. Just give me the spaceship's files. Everything you've got."
"There is a way out," Essie said. "Nobody locks themselves into a place like this without an escape route."
Roxwolf gave Essie an admiring stare. "Smart girl."
"Where is it?" Florian demanded.
"Even if you use it, you've got nowhere to go," Roxwolf said. "Without me helping you, the PSR will grab you within an hour."
"You tried to kill Essie."
"You're not going to hold that against me. I failed.
So now go to plan B." "Not going to hold," Florian spluttered in outrage. "How safe?" Essie asked.
"No!" Florian shouted. "Absolutely not!" 10 years in preparation," Roxwolf said. "But I want the files. I want to be able to protect myself from the Commonwealth fury you're going to unleash on my kind."
"So Fallers can fight back," Florian said.
"So you rack us with them. I want the knowledge for me."
"I can offer you a degree of protection," Essie said.
"You can't do that," Florian said. "Not him." "I want the knowledge," Roxwolf insisted.
"No." There was a tremendous bass thud that Florian felt as much as heard, and the ground juddered. A web of splits appeared in the wall around the vault door. Dust and flakes of stone snowed down from the vaulted ceiling. One of the pillars snapped with a violent crack, the bottom third shifting out of alignment. The lights flickered and went out as the water wheel's axis emitted a terminal metallic grinding. Small emergency bulbs in each corner came on, casting a pale yellow glow that left most of the hall in shadow.
"What the crud?"
Florian gasped.
"You were told the lounge was rigged with explosives," Roxwolf said. "I wasn't bluffing. Chang and his team have set them off. Some stray bullets, no doubt."
More flakes of stone fell from the ceiling. Florian noticed that Essie was wrapped snugly in the pale violet glow again.
"Are you okay?"
he asked.
"Yes, but we need to get out. I can't protect you as well."
Roxwolf was heading toward the far end of the hall.
"Last chance to make a deal, Florian."
"Never."
"Moron to the end."
He did something at the base of a pillar. A flagstone dropped out of the floor, and Roxwolf jumped into the hole it exposed. A deep rumbling started somewhere above. Rivulets of gritty mortar poured down out of widening gaps.
"Quick!"
Florian shouted. He gripped Essie's hand tight and started to drag her along toward the hole in the floor. She stumbled, crying out in pain.
"Ah, crap! It hurts!"
Florian scooped her up and ran for it across the shuddering ground. The rumbling became a constant roar. Large lumps of stone rained down. His enhanced eyesight revealed practically nothing below the hole. He jumped in, bending his knees, praying it wouldn't be too far. Infrared gave him a brief glimpse of a grey surface that had to be the floor. He hit painfully, toppling to one side and letting go of Essie, who shrieked as she went tumbling. His legs were agony, and he was sure one ankle was cracked. The pain signals the exovision displayed were peaking. Nausea rose in his gullet. "Essay!" She groaned somewhere in the gloom. Infrared revealed her, a salmon glow, huddled on the floor a couple of meters away. Above them, the hall collapsed. Debris plummeted down through the hole. Florian crawled desperately across the slimy ground, feeling stones hit his back. He curled around Essie to try to protect her. All he could think was that the hall's floor would surely collapse, crushing them. The cascade of rubble stopped. He looked up. All his infrared showed was an indistinct grey smear in every direction, except for the mound of debris that had come through the hole, which glowed a feeble amber. Dust swarmed up his nose and down his throat. He started coughing. His U-shadow reported Essie was opening a link. "Don't try to talk," she sent. "Put some fabric over your mouth to breathe through. The dust density is getting dangerous in here." "Okay," he sent back, and brought up a corner of the furry caftan to wrap over his nose. "We need to move. Ozzy knows how long this cellar will last. The whole house must have collapsed on top of us." "Okay. Where?" "Just follow Roxwolf's footprints." "How in Urarkas do I do that?" "Can't you see them in infrared?" "No." "Okay. I'll feed you my vision." A small pink icon popped up in his exovision, and he allowed it to open. It showed him the cellar in grainy green and black detail. It was about 2.5 meters high, with pillars in every direction, like a forest of brick trunks. The viewpoint swung around, and he saw himself lying on the ground, caftan over half his face. The picture wasn't favourable. Another shift as she turned her head, and there on the dank floor was a series of dimming red patches, snaking off into the distance. "See them now?" she asked. "Yes. Florian, I'm really sorry, but can you help me again, please? My limbs are agony." "No problem." He tried to stand. Pain shot up from his damaged ankle, pain so strong he had to open his mouth in a soundless shout, determined she shouldn't know just how much he was hurting. Steeling himself, he hoisted her up, grimacing at the additional weight. Then he started tottering off, following the glimmering footprints. He had to stop and lean against several pillars, steadying himself, building up the determination to overcome the pain every time, then launching himself forward again, sometimes managing 7 or 8 steps before he had to rest again. "Florian, what's wrong?" "Nothing. The dust, and I picked up some bruises. That's all." There was a wall ahead that was covered in a thick web of tough roots. The footprints led to a ragged gap. When Roxwolf had forced his way through, some of his body heat had transferred to the gnarled, woody fronds. Essie's superior infrared vision showed them flushed, as if they were smouldering embers. They had to duck down and squeeze their way past the clawing vertical thicket. The corridor on the other side was completely covered in the same roots, turning it into a knotty arboreal tunnel. The air was damp, but finally devoid of rubble dust. Roxwolf's footsteps led straight for 10 meters over the tangled cords, before twisting off through another gap. "We're not going to catch him," Essie said. "You're hurt." "I'm fine," he said, even as he faltered, his ankle giving way on the treacherous, snarled surface. "Let go of me," she said. "No." He gritted his teeth and carried her another few meters, before pitching forward onto his knees. "Florian, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. This is ridiculous. We can get into an underground culvert through the hole on the left. It has to be the main one under the road." "How do you know that?" "Field function scan." Secondary routines produced the appropriate files. He dismissed them. "Irrelevant." "Let's go," she said. "I can break us out from there." "You can do what?" "Come on. Together now." He tried supporting her as best he could. They staggered forward, pressed against each other, no longer trying to hurry, just to minimize the discomfort. It was a thin hole. Florian went first, pushing at the thicker roots, tearing the smaller lace-like filigrees. The culvert was about 3 meters high and 5 wide. It must have been larger when it was built, but the original brickwork was smothered by the ubiquitous roots. Drains and sewers emptied into it through slimed apertures in the chaotic weave. 1/2 meter of water gurgled along the bottom. Mostly water, he realized in disgust, as his feet squelched down. Essie wiggled through the hole, and he helped her lower herself down.
"Stay here," she said, and shuffled forward a little. "Face away from me, and curl up tight."
"Why?" Her force field came on.
"Oh!"
Florian did as he was told. There was a bright flash of light, and something exploded. The pressure wave sent Florian sprawling. Cold, fetid water soaked into all his clothes.
"Hold on," she said. "Another coming."
He gripped one of the roots. The second explosion slapped him hard. There was a colossal crashing sound, and sunlight was abruptly shining all around him. He turned to see a ragged hole in the apex of the culvert, with a pile of smouldering roots and rubble forming a steep ramp up to the surface. They clambered up together, coming out in Midville Avenue about 100 meters past the ruins of the Cameron Club. Languid swirls of dust hazed the air, caged between the giant walwallow trees. A cluster of PSR officers were tending their wounded colleagues beside a line of smashed-up cars and vans. They were all staring at Florian and Essie. Standing slightly apart from the others, caked in ochre dust, his arm in a sling and wearing a black eye patch, Captain Chang was pointing a trembling finger.
"Florian!" he bellowed.
Rai Evine had been impressed by how quickly the PSR arrived. After he phoned them from a grocery shop at the end of Midville Avenue, he'd parked the tuk-tuk in an alley near the club, where he had a reasonable view, a position that gave him plenty of opportunity to leave fast if anyone spotted him. The convoy arrived with the arrogance of all PSR operations, sirens wailing and lights flashing, demanding total priority from hapless citizens. And all Euracus erupted. Rai hit the ground fast as stray bullets zipped through the air. A couple struck the tenement on the corner of the alley, wheeing away in ricochets. Then, just as he peered around the corner again, there was a massive explosion. Nearby windows cracked, while wallow branches flapped as if caught in a zephyr. He watched in stunned awe as the whole townhouse came tumbling down. Dust obscured most of the carnage. There was a lot of shouting. He could hear sirens in the distance, getting louder. The dust thinned, revealing the bodies and their traumatized comrades. Another dull crump of an explosion sent Rai cowering. It sounded close, but muffled somehow. He could feel the vibration through his boot soles, but there was no sign of a fireball anywhere. Then another detonation came, and 10 meters away the middle of the road suddenly cratered down. It split open to reveal a deep pit. Dust jetted up. Rai watched in trepidation as 2 figures clambered up out of the hole. He recognized Florian and the fleshy girl who'd been in the van with him earlier. Both of them were soaking wet and smeared in shit. Something was badly wrong. They didn't seem able to stand up properly. The girl was snivelling as if she was in far too much pain for one so young.
"Florian!"
Chang shouted furiously. The PSR captain started to run forward. Rai saw Florian thrust his hand out. A slender, incandescent beam stabbed out from his dripping wrist, and a big walwallow branch crashed down in front of Chang, who had to fling himself out of the way. Florian looked around wildly. Rai was close enough to see the desperation in his face. The rest of the PSR officers started to move. It was like watching the start of an avalanche. "Need a lift?" Rai sent across the general band. Florian and the girl turned to gape at him, and Rai smiled in mad exhilaration as he slung a leg over the tuk-tuk saddle and twisted the throttle. The little machine zoomed out into Midville Avenue and skidded around beside the fugitives. Behind him, the PSR officers were shouting in anger, pelting forward en masse. "Zap more trees!" Rai yelled. 3 white beams flashed out simultaneously, then 3 more. Branches smashed down, forcing the officers to scatter for safety. Florian lifted the girl onto the tuk-tuk behind Rai. She groaned in distress as she flopped against Rai's back. He could feel her whole body shaking. Then Florian was clinging to Rai, sandwiching the girl between them. "Hold tight!" Rai gunned the throttle, sending the tuk-tuk angling across the road. There were gunshots behind. A bullet thudded into a walwallow trunk as they flashed past it, bumping up the curb and slaloming along the pavement. Rai jerked the handlebars hard, and they careered down an alley, more bullets slamming into the wall behind them. He turned again. Then they were racing down one of the back roads, bursting out onto Tulsoon Road with its busy traffic. A sheriff car swerved to avoid them, horn blaring. Rye could hear its brakes squealing. "Take it out!" he yelled. Florian raised his arm, and the beam punched through the sheriff car's hood as it was in the middle of a U-turn. "Where to?" Rye called out. "I don't know," Florian replied. "Everyone's hunting us. And who are you?" "Rye Evine, ex-astronaut. Pleased to meet you. I followed the alien spaceship here." "Crudding Urarchus," Florian grunted. "Who's she?" "Essie. She's from the Commonwealth, I think. Sort of." Vindication was the sweetest ever feeling, Rye decided. "Is there a plan?" "No. Sorry." Behind the tuk-tuk, the sirens were getting louder. With the wind blasting Rye's face, the little machine felt as fast as a silver sword burning into orbit. Poor illusion, Rye thought. In truth, any sheriff car could catch it easily, and every sheriff car in the city was about to attempt just that. Then the strongest link transmission he'd ever known broadcast a signal right into Rye's macrocellular cluster. "Talk about upsetting a warren of mad bustlers," the general link announced. "You three have the city's entire sheriff department heading your way." "Who is this?" Rye and Florian demanded together. "The one person who can help you. Here." A file downloaded into Rye's storage lacuna. It opened into his exovision, displaying a map. "Head for Hawley Docks. I'm waiting there, and hurry. I'm listening to some very aggravated radio chatter." Rye studied the map. Hawley Docks was barely a kilometre away, a tiny green icon winking at one end of it. Red route guidance lines sprang out from their current position, snaking their way through the streets to it. His mirror showed him a sheriff car streaking out of a side road and curving around in pursuit. "Do I go for it?" he asked Florian. "There's nothing else." Rye dodged around some cars, ignoring the blast from their horns. Tuk-tuk drivers glared at him as he wove through them. Pedestrians were stopping to stare. Flashing red and blue lights filled the tuk-tuk's wing mirrors as more sheriff cars joined the pursuit. The route guidance led them off Tulsoon Road, into Marine Drive. Rye followed it loyally. Marine Drive was the original thoroughfare to Hawley Docks, a wide road with rusting tram lines running down the centre. Old merchant offices and warehouses loomed up on both sides, their windows boarded up, grass and long woody weeds sprouting from clogged gutters, and it was completely deserted. The sheriff cars seized the moment and surged forward. "Pull over!" a tannoy-boosted voice demanded over the howling sirens. Two sheriff cars drew level with the tuk-tuk. Rye tried to turn the throttle farther, but it was already fully open. The cars actually began to pull ahead. He knew what was coming next. They'd box him in. Florian shot the rear tire out of the one on the left. It veered sharply and began a skid. Then the other car was slowing. Rye could see the anger on the driver's face. 150 metres ahead, a tall chain-link fence had been thrown across Marine Drive, sealing off the disused Hawley Docks. Sturdy gates in the middle were closed, a heavy padlocked chain holding them secure. "Florian!" Rye shouted. "Gates!" The beam took out the chain and padlock. Rye couldn't help it. He actually closed his eyes as the tuk-tuk smashed into the gates. He heard the front tire blow, and the handlebars were almost ripped from his grasp. The tuk-tuk wobbled forward on its bent wheel as the gates were shoved aside, and he regained control, throttling back drastically. His body was being shaken so violently he was worried he was going to fall off. "What now?" he broadcast into the general link band. "I see you," the stranger replied. "Keep going." The exovision map showed him the green icon, 200 metres ahead. He looked up. A pair of big cranes stood at the end of Wharf 3, their rusting arms drooping. The icon marked a spot between them. A procession of sheriff cars poured through the open gates and spread out to form a line. They slowed, keeping level with one another to follow the damaged tuk-tuk as if herding an injured animal. Cracked concrete and tufts of grass continued to punish the tuk-tuk as Rai drove it to the end of Wharf 3. He braked 4 meters from the edge, exactly where the icon glowed in his exovision. In front of him, and 10 meters below, the deep muddy waters of the River Crisp flowed past Wharf 3. Yaigulls flapped languidly overhead, squawking in complaint at their usual peace being wrecked by the massive intrusion of sheriff cars.
"But there's nothing here,"
Florian said.
Jennifer drove. Chang didn't complain about that. His caste meant he wasn't able. But he did want to shout at her to drive faster, despite how unfair that was. Wind shrieked through the kuba. Bullets and the explosion had taken out all the glass. He seemed to be sitting on half of the shards. The front tire was getting progressively flatter, and something had happened to the stalwart engine. It was misfiring constantly, sending little gouts of flame belching from the exhaust. Despite all that, she kept her nerve, steering perfectly around the traffic that had stalled in the wake of the pursuit, even overtaking a couple of the sheriff cars as they turned into Marine Drive. Up ahead, the white beam weapon struck the gates. Chang thumbed the button on his microphone.
"We've got him. There's no way out of the docks. Spread out and block him. Don't overtake. Just corner him. And don't get too close."
They drove into Hawley Docks and joined the rank of sheriff cars advancing along Wharf 3. He watched the juddering tuk-tuk come to a halt between the two rusting cranes.
"Stop here," he ordered. "Cover the targets. Do not shoot. Repeat, do not shoot. They are to be taken alive."
Jennifer stopped the kuba. Chang climbed out. On either side, sheriffs were crouching behind their cars, aiming pistols, carbines, and shotguns on their trapped quarry 60 meters ahead. A second batch of patrol cars halted behind the first. More guns were lined up.
"Make Crudding sure no one gets overexcited," he instructed Jennifer.
"Got it." He turned to face Florian and held his good arm up.
"I'm coming over," he announced clearly. "Unarmed. I only want to talk."
Very conscious of just how many guns were deployed behind him, he walked slowly forward. Rai Evine was standing beside the tuk-tuk. The little Commonwealth girl was slumped in the saddle, with Florian holding her.
"It's finished," Chang said. "You understand that, don't you?"
He kept walking, only 50 meters short of them now.
"That's an amazing weapon you have, Florian. But look what you're facing. And I've got reinforcements coming. I can bring the whole Crudding Opal regiment down here, if that's what it takes. So why don't you just come with me? Nobody's going to hurt you. You have my word on that."
40 meters. Close enough to see the anguish and uncertainty on Florian's grimy face. Chang smiled.
"Come on. What do you say?"
The warrior angel rose up from nowhere at the end of Wharf 3 and stepped onto the decrepit concrete. Dark leather coat open to flutter behind her in the breeze, hat at an angle, exactly the same as she'd appeared at Xander Manor. Long red hair rippled gently as she walked toward the 3 startled fugitives. "I say, they're with me, Captain," she said. Chang whirled around to face the shaken sheriffs.
"Hold your fire!"
he demanded. The memory of the warrior angel's weapons, the slaughter she could unleash, was chilling him to the bone, and the sheriffs were abruptly, shockingly confronted with the nemesis of myth. It would only take one petrified, trigger-happy kid.
"Do not shoot. Put your weapons down. Down! Now!"
And Jennifer was shouting too, ordering them to stand down. Chang turned back to face the warrior angel.
"What's happening?"
he implored. She was going to talk to him, to explain. He was sure of it. Then he saw her frown, her face hardening. He followed her gaze and saw 2 sheriffs lifting a long tube out of their patrol car's boot. Bazooka.
"No!"
he yelled, and started to run.
"No! No! Stand down! Do not fire!"
Other sheriffs were turning to stare.
Jennifer was yelling at the two mavericks, but Chang could see they weren't listening, faces rigid with determination. One of them knelt, the bazooka resting on his shoulder, leveling it at the warrior angel.
No!
The bazooka fired. Chang saw the explosion bloom. It surged wide across an invisible wall that materialized around the tuk-tuk, flame and thick black smoke churning ineffectually 3 meters away from a cowering Florian. It was strange. He witnessed the whole scene unfolding, but there was no sound. He was flying back through the air, arms and legs flailing, yet he felt nothing. Then the ground descended on him, and there was only blackness. Glass from the windscreens of the patrol cars shattered in a blizzard of shards. Jennifer was knocked off her feet by the blast as the tiny crystalline splinters scythed through the air. Several of them sliced through her uniform to slash her skin. A mushroom of flame and smoke surged up into the sky where the bazooka shell had detonated. She squinted, trying to bring the world back into focus. The warrior angel was carrying the girl, while Florian was leaning on Rai Evine for support. They walked to the end of Wharf 3 and jumped off. Jennifer groaned. Every part of her ached. Her ears were ringing painfully. Around her, sheriffs were clambering to their feet. She blinked, seeing Chang's prone body lying on the concrete. His left leg was bent at an impossible angle.
"Oh, great Geo,"
she moaned, and slowly stood up.
"We need an ambulance,"
she announced, but no one paid any attention. Angry, frightened shouting broke out. She turned, seeing the sheriff who was still holding the bazooka. The glass swarm had cut his face, leaving blood to run down his cheek. Blue blood. Jennifer snatched her pistol up and started firing. Her and 10 other sheriffs. Pulling the trigger again and again and again until the pistol was empty. The two fallers bucked and juddered as the bullets ripped into them, then toppled to the ground. Sheriffs gathered around, pistols pointing down at the dead bodies, still cautious. Everybody was looking around, hunting for anyone else with blue blood leaking from a cut. Jennifer hurried over to Chang. A bone was sticking up out of his left leg, just above the knee, but he was still breathing. Medic-trained sheriffs arrived and started to sort out the leg. An ambulance was on its way, they assured her. When she looked around, she saw the abandoned tuk-tuk, completely unharmed by the bazooka. She walked to the end of Wharf 3, where she'd seen the warrior angel disappear, and peered over. There was nothing there. No boat, nobody swimming, just the calm brown water of the Crisp flowing smoothly past the disused docks.
"Impossible," she whispered.
The submarine's cabin was small, about the same size as the inside of a car, but with much more elaborate chairs. Florian sat in one, looking around with a goofy, delighted smile lifting his lips.
"A submarine! The warrior angel! Great Jew! Essie will finally be safe!"
The warrior angel was bending over Essie, applying a small green hemisphere to the side of her neck. Essie let out a long sigh of relief.
"Thank you,"
Florian said,
"for everything."
The warrior angel turned to him. "I think that ankle of yours could do with some medical help, too. And then a shower. Big priority for you, there." He smiled shyly.
"Yes, but don't worry about me. I know how to operate a medical kit."
"Really?"
"The space machine gave me copies of all its files when it asked me to protect Essie.
So, let me get this straight. A Commonwealth spaceship just dropped out of the sky one day and asked you for help."
Well, yes."
"Ha! I had a day like that myself, once. Long time ago."
"You did?"
"Yep." She winked and dropped a medical kit box on his lap, a larger version of the one the space machine had given him. "I'll leave it to your expertise, then, while I concentrate on getting us out of here."
"Where are we going?"
Rai Evine asked. "Port Chana," the warrior angel told him. "You'll be perfectly safe there with me." Florian stuck a diagnostic pad on his badly swollen ankle. Even that featherlight touch was painful. Results zipped across his exovision. He selected a series of treatments for the medical kit to produce.
"Essie, sweetheart, how are you doing?"
Essie gave him a sad little smile. She reached up and slowly peeled the shriveled memory organ from the side of her head. It left a nasty-looking wheal on her skin.
"I'm sorry, Florian. I know you meant well, but that's not actually my name." "Oh? What is your name, then?" "Paula Mayo."
Book 5. Safe Haven. 1. For 3,000 years it had been called Walton Boulevard, a wide straight thoroughfare in the centre of Varlan, stretching from Bromwell Park all the way up the incline to the captain's palace. Although the capital's later residents had long forgotten its origin, it followed the giant furrow that the Vermilion had ploughed upon its chaotic landing. Big 10-story government buildings flanked the broad road, each with its own neat skirt of grass and trees. That was 2.5 centuries ago. The statues and fountains that had once graced most of the intersections had been taken away after they'd been smashed and defaced during Slavasta's revolution. They'd never been replaced, thus allowing the new democratic city council to run modern tramlines, straight and true, up the centre of the cobbles of what was now Brian Anthony Boulevard, named after some forgotten hero of the revolution. Stonewall watched the long burgundy-coloured tram carriages slide past as his official armoured Zicker limousine drove up Brian Anthony Boulevard's gentle slope, leading a convoy of unmarked PSR cars, 5 Varlan regiment troop carriers, and 2 big regiment trucks. The passengers inside the tram barely glanced through the long, grimy windows at the government vehicles as they passed.
"Typical of the capital's citizens," he thought, "stoic and jaded. Government officials were always racing around on some important mission. Who cares? Nothing changes. Life goes on."
He gave the bovine tram passengers a disgruntled sigh. If only you knew. A glance in the Zicker's wide wing mirror confirmed that the vehicle carrying the Commonwealth space machine was still moving. That was a mild surprise. He had no idea of the thing's capabilities, but he was fairly sure that if it wanted to stop the transport, it could. He'd spent the plane journey from Opole in a numb fear, thinking they would tumble out of the sky at any moment. The Air Defence Force people had thought him mad when he insisted they give him a parachute, which spent the whole flight on the seat next to him. Stonewall ignored their poorly concealed amusement at his paranoia. In his profession, you didn't live to 132 if you didn't possess a very healthy suspicion, coupled with an exceptional political aptitude. The Zicker arrived at the colossal People's Palace. Before the revolution, the wide parade ground in front of the palace had been protected by a fence of tall iron railings, allowing tourists and Varlan residents alike to watch the spectacle of ceremonial palace guards, dressed in their splendid uniforms, marching with amazing precision between their posts. Those rails were gone now, replaced by a thick 4-metre-high wall. Steel-reinforced gates opened to allow the convoy through. They drove through a huge archway in the palace's facade to the main courtyard, then under another archway to the smaller Rose courtyard. The Zicker stopped there, while the transport vehicle slowly backed down a cobbled ramp to a set of open wooden doors, and disappeared inside. Stonewall walked down the ramp to the old stables. Faustina was already waiting there at the head of a small team of assistants. The chief scientist of Section 7's Advanced Science Division was 154 years old, but still quite sprightly. Thinning white hair was styled to resemble a tight beret, framing heavily wrinkled porcelain skin that sagged around her broad features, an appearance that too many mistakenly believed reflected an equally declining intellect. Her eyes were gazing at the back of the vehicle, more alert than any 20-year-old. Troopers opened the transport's doors. Faustina peered eagerly into the gloomy interior.
"Up you go,"
she told one of her assistants. A big forklift rolled up to the tailgate, the long prongs sliding slowly inside. The assistant inside waved directions to the driver.
"Director Stonall," she said, "this is all very exciting."
"I thought you'd enjoy it," he said.
"And it's been inert since it landed?"
"Completely. Apart from the protection layer, of course."
"Yes, that sounds like a Commonwealth force field. So it is still active. There's a functioning power generator inside, and also a computator of some kind that governs its systems."
"Well, yes. We think it might have brought someone to Bienvenido."
"Really? Who?"
Stonall almost smiled at the offhand question. Faustina hadn't even looked around as she asked. She was only truly interested in science. People, politics, they couldn't hold her attention like machines and electrical circuits. It made her ideal for her job. He had personally approved her appointment 60 years ago, bringing her over from the Varlan University Mathematics Department. She had an exceptional mind, but on campus she would never have risen farther than a tenured professorship. He didn't need someone who could play the academic advancement game or who had party contacts, just someone who was focused on the job. The Advanced Science Division wasn't huge, but in those 60 years under her leadership it had produced a steady trickle of results, and he had no worries anything she discovered would leak to the elites. The world outside her domain simply didn't register with her.
"A child, we think," he said. "One of my people is tracking her."
That, at least, got her attention.
"A child? Isn't that an odd thing for the Commonwealth to send to Bienvenido?"
"Very."
The forklift truck started to move away from the tailgate. Stonall watched Faustina suck on her lower lip in anticipation. The space machine slowly emerged. In the glaring electrical lights, its sleek fuselage shone with a pearly sheen. Back in Naxian Valley, the regiment engineers had built a sturdy wooden frame around the cylinder, allowing the crane to hoist it up. The forklift's prongs had slipped under the planks, but the weight of the contraption was almost enough to topple the truck. A big flatbed trolley was hurriedly shoved into place, and the crate lowered onto it.
"Superb,"
Faustina said. She beckoned one of her assistants over. The man was carrying several electrical boxes, with silver aerials sticking out like strange insect antennae.
"It's not broadcasting in any spectrum," she said, studying the dials on the boxes. "And it flew supersonically, too, the Air Force said?"
"So they said. Yes,"
Stonall agreed.
"They tracked the sound it made."
"Interesting. It's not very aerodynamic, is it? Those bulbous ends might make atmospheric entry easier than a blunt surface, but I can't believe that's their purpose. There isn't an aero surface of any kind. What was the size of the impact crater?"
"There wasn't really a crater, more a scar in the earth. It slid along, like an airplane landing badly."
He held up a briefcase.
"I have photographs of the landing site, measurements the engineers took. Anything we could think of, really."
He glanced at the technician who was now waving a Geiger counter around the cylinder.
"We checked that, too. No radioactivity."
"Interesting. Space is full of radiation, solar wind particles, high-energy electromagnetic waves from the sun. Any surface exposed to such a bombardment should have residual traces. Liberty capsules certainly do."
"The force field protected it from radiation?"
"Undoubtedly."
She finally turned to face him.
"So what do you want my department to analyze?"
"All of it."
"Really? Not asking for much, are you?"
Stonall gave a modest shrug. There were few who would dare talk to him like that, which was why he respected the science chief.
"I need to know what it's capable of."
"I'll do what I can."
A small tractor was coupled to the trolley and began to tow it into a tunnel at the back of the stable. Stonall and Faustina walked behind it. After 20 meters, the tractor turned off down a side corridor, which soon became a ramp spiraling down. The lower level of cellars had vaulted ceilings just as high as the palace's staterooms above. Stonall always felt slightly uneasy down here, in part because of all the dungeons he'd been in, supervising increased interrogations. But this subterranean area of the palace was where the captains had stored the Commonwealth machines that survived the landing, the core of the old order. And then there was the wormhole generator. The tractor rolled slowly into the big brick-walled crypt where Faustina did so much of her work. It was the site of Mother Laura's triumph and sacrifice. Stonewall had seen the old black-and-white photographs of the day Bienvenido defeated the Prime, with the Fanrith map table surrounded by junior officers, their poles moving squadron models to intercept spaceships, trestle tables of telephones and radio equipment. Armed guards stood by the doors, trolleys with Bienvenido's first crude atom bombs in a line before the eerie open wormhole. Sylvester himself had been there. He was the one who showed Stonewall the super-classified photos, and his friends and fellow heroes were all present and correct. Javier, Yanrith, and Dressia, a pivotal moment in history. Today, the crypt was very different. The wormhole still stood at the far end, unmoved since Mother Laura had shut it down, but not inert. Its force field still encased it, like a layer of clear crystal, stronger than the toughest steel, preventing any kind of analysis. The trestle tables had long gone, replaced by lab benches covered in strange chunks of machinery, analysis instruments, and chemical arrays. Half of the science department's investigatory power was devoted to analyzing chunks of tree that were either held in metal clamps or hanging inside tanks full of liquid. They were splinters that had come whirling out of treefall explosions to crash onto Bienvenido. Stonewall always thought they looked like tarnished quartz, though Faustina assured him they were far more complex than that. They'd discovered channels of different molecules running through them, like seams in ore. Some conducted electricity, although most didn't. "It's not the same as the Commonwealth's solid-state circuits," Faustina had explained once. "They have different properties. One day we'll understand them. Once we have more refined instruments." Stonewall had made no comment. Section 7's Advanced Science Division had a lot of leeway when it came to researching and utilizing new technology, but he had to impose limits. Unrestricted technology had too much potential to impact on Bienvenido's society, betraying all they had achieved for themselves. It was everything Sylvester had warned them of. To this day, Democratic Unity's core policy was to keep Bienvenido's society stable, which meant very little industrial or technological development was licensed. To remind him of the danger, right in the center of the vault, a new section of clean white flooring had been laid 1/2 meter above the old stones, a perfect circle that always made him think of a club's dance floor. Sitting on it was the exopod that had brought Mother Laura safely to Bienvenido, a spherical space capsule, only slightly larger than a Liberty command module, but oh so different in terms of capability. Nearly half of the fuselage had been gingerly removed to lie carefully on the floor, each bit in a precise relationship to the others, like mechanical orange segments peeled from their technological core. Some sections were original access panels, while other parts had been carefully cut away. The sophisticated machinery and electrical systems underneath had also been dismantled and extracted, forming a second jigsaw ring around the exopod. Each piece had a printed label, with an index and a brief description of the function it performed, where known. The tractor left the space machine's flatbed trolley next to the exopod floor and trundled out of the crypt. Both large doors swung shut behind it with a loud thud. The bolts were thrown. Faustina gave her new prize a thoughtful look for a while, then picked up a large screwdriver from one of the benches. She bent down to examine the wooden frame it was resting on, wincing as her joints protested. "About 1.5 centimeters clearance," she muttered. One of her assistants started writing on a clipboard. "See the gap?" she asked Stonewall. He bent down beside her. There was a clear gap between the space machine's surface and the wood, as if it was floating. Faustina poked the gap with the tip of the screwdriver. The slim edge was unable to get through. "Invisible glass or solid air?" she muttered, climbing up again. "Take your pick." He glanced over at the imposing wormhole generator. Same as that, then? Yes, and the wormhole force field has remained functional for 2.5 centuries. The Commonwealth builds their machines to last. So what's your first step? You tell me what you want me to do. How much damage do you want to risk? We know the wormhole force field is strong enough to resist an atomic explosion from a distance. Sylvester himself witnessed that when the Prime were detonating them all around Mother Laura. So there's no way we can break through to find out what that thing is. Everything has a breaking point, Director, she said archly. It surprised Stonel. He'd never heard her say anything remotely ambiguous before. Meaning? A nuclear explosion up close might do the trick. She grinned at his disapproving frown. But instead of a uniform blitz of energy, we can concentrate our assault on a tiny area, perhaps a centimetre across. We need to puncture it, not vaporize it. This is not something we've ever attempted with the wormhole. Of course not. No Section 7 director is going to be responsible for the wormhole's destruction. It was Mother Laura's last gift to us. My dear father assumed she left it active as a warning not to meddle with the other planets again. What sort of assault were you thinking of? We'll start with a simple electrical discharge and monitor the effects, if any. Next, a thermal lance, perhaps. Personally, I would like to use the maser beam we developed. That can emit a great deal of energy on a small area. I remember, he said. The maser projector, derived from one of the exopod sensor instruments, had been impressive, but he and the security cabinet had vetoed making it available to the regiments. It required too much power to be truly portable, and the Gatling guns could smash a Fowler egg apart for a fraction of the cost. There was also the problem of what else masers could be adapted to once factories became accustomed to producing them. Spin-offs, Faustina called such unpredictable consequences. I can probably get you permission to use the maser again, Stonel told her. Thank you, Director, she said. I'll need to modify the weapon when we remove it from storage. We did some theoretical work on increasing its power rating. I'm sure you did. I will speak to the Prime Minister about it right away. In the meantime, we'll see what we can do with passive scans, Faustina said. Now we know how to activate most of the exopod sensors, it might be able to reveal some of the space machine's secrets to us. How's that for irony? Ironic indeed, Stonel agreed. Again he had that little feeling of unease. She was talking about machines they knew practically nothing about, other than how to switch them on. I don't need to tell you to be careful, I'm sure. Faustina was staring at the smooth surface of the Commonwealth machine, practically oblivious to him. No, we'll be very careful, she said absently. Stonel made his way back upstairs through the maze of service corridors and grand cloisters until he reached the 3rd floor of the palace's state wing. After the revolution, there had been a big debate among democratic unity over razing the whole place to the ground. Practicality won out, pitched as sentiment. Tens of thousands of workers have spent 3 millennia crafting the most impressive building on Bienvenido. Smashing it down would be insulting their memory and achievement. A senior aide ushered him directly into the Prime Minister's study, walking him through the antechamber full of officials and politicians who started to glare at his privileged progress until they recognized the slightly stooped figure in the grey suit. The study was always too bright for Stonel's taste, with tall, arched windows letting in a flood of sunlight that glared off the white marble floor and walls. He had to squint as he walked the length of the ballroom-sized chamber. Overhead, big 8-blade fans turned slowly as their electrical motors whirred, stirring the warm air. All the glitz and finery of the captain's era had been stripped out of the palace during the revolution, with every one of the family's possessions redistributed to Varland's poorer citizens in an inspired public relations exercise. So the prints in the alcoves, where the busts of past captains used to sit, now held Fowler skulls aloft, and the paintings on the wall depicted crowd scenes from the revolution itself, along with squadrons of airplanes shooting at falling eggs, and hydroelectric dams in various stages of construction. Prime Minister Adolphus sat at a broad desk at the far end, surrounded by a cluttered nest of bookcases and cheap metal filing cabinets. It always made Stonewall think of a boy living in an adult room, trying to comfort himself with familiar furniture from his own bedroom. Adolphus pushed aside the pile of files he was reading and stood up. At 79, he already had the posture of a 150-year-old, and he'd only held the office of Prime Minister for 7 years. When the People's Congress voted his affirmation, he'd clawed his way up from the local Addis party to county senator, and then into the cabinet itself at 62. Quite an achievement, given that the average age of the cabinet was 98. But he was a good public speaker, popular with the party's grassroots, had a strong regional power base in the north, and knew how to make deals and alliances, abandoning old allies with a ruthlessness that impressed even Stonewall. A glad-handed voter, being given his smile, would be inspired, confident he was the right man to lead their world, whereas Stonewall could see the deep worry it shielded. Even the Prime Minister's rich ebony colour had shaded paler over the last couple of years. His aides whispered to the right ears that the stress of his high workload, tirelessly advocating for the people, was affecting his health. They begged him to slow down, of course, but he selflessly refused to reduce the burden he was humbled by. Stonewall, who had read his private medical reports, knew what a load of crud that was. Therese, the Deputy Prime Minister, was sitting patiently in front of the desk, wrapped in a colourful toga-like robe edged in gold thread. At 112, she was a more experienced politician than Adolphus, but hadn't quite gotten the votes necessary to claim the prize when the last Prime Minister stepped down. The deal for supporting Adolphus gave her the chairmanship of the Joint Regimental Council, as well as being the Treasury's chief officer. Stonewall approved of that. Their power split in the cabinet was almost equal, meaning their continual battle for supremacy limited both of them. "So?" Adolphus asked as Stonewall settled in one of the plain chairs beside Therese. "The machine isn't doing anything. I've turned it over to the Advanced Science Division to see what they can find out, but we do know it had a Commonwealth citizen on board." "You fucking bastards! Are they coming for us?" "No, not directly, anyhow. It was a girl. A child." "What?" the startled Therese asked. "What's the point in sending a child?" "One of my officers is pursuing her. He's just reported from Le Troy, where an Elita radical had taken her for safety. She might be young, but she is growing at an unnatural rate. Apparently she will be an adult within a month." "Crud! Then what?" Stonewall took off his glasses and pinched the top of his nose as he looked at her. "Best-case scenario, it's Laura Brent all over again. She's all alone and has Commonwealth knowledge, but has to work through us." "And the worst case?" Adolphus demanded. "She's some kind of scout, a prelude to their true arrival, the end of our entire society, a culture over 3,000 years in the making." "After so long, though? Why now?" "I don't believe she came from the Commonwealth. Not directly, anyway." "How do you conclude that?" "Liberty Flight 2673. Something strange happened up there at the moment of treefall. We still don't understand what, but that's when the Commonwealth machine appeared. It was photographed by the astronaut, Rai Evine." Therese frowned. "He's from Sylvester's family, I remember. One of your relatives?" "In a manner of speaking, yes. Interestingly, he's also gone missing. Our last verified sighting is at a bank in Gifhorn. He may be trying to contact the machine." "So he was in on this? He's a Commonwealth agent." Stonewall sighed as he put his glasses back on. Politicians did see conspiracy everywhere. "No, I believe the machine has been there all along." "You mean since the Vermilion?" "Unlikely, but certainly since the Great Transition. Perhaps the Liberty missile's atomic explosion knocked it out of orbit." "I don't get it." Adolphus said. "If this girl is still a child, how could it have been there for 250 years? The Vermilion had some kind of suspended animation chambers for its passengers. Laura Brent was sleeping for most of the voyage, she told us. My theory is that this is some kind of lifeboat. And now the crudding elites have her," Therese snapped. "How could this happen? To be fair, this isn't something we were expecting," Stonal said patiently. "She can't tell them what she knows. Great Geo, they'd wind up with technology more advanced than us. They'd take over. I have authorized my officer to use whatever resources he needs." "And he's good?" Adolphus pressed. "Your best." "Very good. He fought breeder fallers and survived, and he's actually met the warrior angel." "Crudding Euracus!" Therese sat up straight. "Is he loyal?" "Without Section 7 support, he is nothing. He knows that." "You have to find this child. She has to be brought here so we can decide what to do with her." Therese and Adolphus exchanged a glance. "Some of the knowledge she has might be valuable." "Indeed." Stonal marvelled at the way they saw everything in terms of political advantage alone. "How long until you have her in custody?" Adolphus asked. "Soon. We know she is on her way to Opal. There's a large Elita population there who will doubtless shelter her. I suspect the warrior angel will soon be showing an interest." "That can never happen," Therese said firmly. "Whatever you need to apprehend her," Adolphus said flatly. "Whatever needs to be done. You have my complete support on this." "I understand." The ellipsoid-shaped submarine surfaced in a small cave, lit by bright spotlights. It nosed forward into a cradle. Ply-plastic arms curved around the hull, securing it, and the cradle's tank treads trundled their way up a slipway. Cassandra climbed out of the upper deck hatch and took a deep breath. As always, the humid cave air smelled of slightly rancid seaweed, but right now that was pretty good after 3 days in a submarine cabin designed for 3, sharing it with Florian, Rye, and Paula. Life support had always provided enough oxygen. The filters, on the other hand, had struggled. Dmitri and Marek were standing on the top of the stone slipway, grinning up at her. Cassandra hurried down the ladder that was welded to one of the cradle's support girders. "Welcome back," Marek said, and gave her a quick hug. "Any problem?" Dmitri asked. "Not for me," she admitted, "but poor old Captain Chang has got another round of explaining to do. Well, I never did think he'd be our new Slavasta," Marek said. Cassandra kept her smile in place. The poor old anadroid's BioWare brain was becoming more glitch-prone these days. The semi-organic synthesizers Nigel had left behind for her could produce spares for most anadroid body parts, but a duplicate brain was a hugely complex component. Back in the Commonwealth, they were extruded by specialist synthesizers. Because the glitches were only affecting his vocal routine so far, she was content to keep him running. Both anadroids looked back at the submarine. Cassandra saw Paula carefully climbing down the ladder. Her body was now aged about 12 or 13. The fast growth process had been very weird to watch during the voyage. Fortunately, the pain in her limbs seemed to be reducing as she drew closer to maturity. Her bionics were also coming close to full integration, which helped. "Hello, Paula," Dmitri said with a lopsided smile. "Long time." Paula flinched as her bare feet touched the rock floor. "You're the Sheldon anadroids." She glanced up at Dmitri. "Interesting features you morphed for yourselves. Thank you. Asian traits. Very sweet." She turned to Marek. "And North Mediterranean ethnic, by the looks of it, though I don't understand why you went for old age on top of that." "Italian," Marek said. "My great-great-grandmother came from Naples." "You believe you have an ancestor?" Paula queried. "Nigel and I infiltrated the anadroids into various parts of society," Cassandra said. "They needed to look different, obviously. I helped them put together their appearance." "I understand," Paula said. Cassandra pressed her lips together in mild disapproval. The dismissive tone Paula was using with the anadroids was verging on disrespectful. And then there had been all the questions during the voyage, as she familiarized herself with Bienvenido's basic history, especially the Revolution and the Great Transition. It wasn't Paula's fault, of course, but those questions had brought out Cassandra's defensive side. Nor did it help that she constantly felt as though she had to explain herself to a 12-year-old. The whole accelerated growth thing was troubling at some deep, instinctive level. No one liked a kid smarter than them. It triggered all sorts of insecurities.
And I had quite enough of that with Nigel, thank you.
"We're glad you're here," Dimitri said.
"Better late than never,"
Paula said. Rai climbed down the ladder. He was looking around the cave with a great deal of interest, particularly the small engineering section at the top of the slipway where the sub was serviced.
I think Florian's going to need some help down," he said. "He's not going to manage the ladder with that ankle of his."
"We have a mobile access platform," Dimitri said. "I'll call it over."
"Thanks.
That—" Rai broke off and stared at the anadroid.
"You? But you can't be here. You're dead."
Cassandra grinned mischievously.
"Major Rai Evine, this is Dimitri."
"No, that's not right," Rai grunted.
"You died. The fuel dump explosion."
"A convenience," Dimitri said. "The Liberty program was up and running. There was nothing more I could add."
"It was 200 years ago. You can't possibly still be alive."
"I am an anadroid," Dimitri said, "a biological machine in human form. I came with Nigel Sheldon from the Commonwealth."
"Oh, great Geo,"
Rai said.
"But you were the one who made it all possible. You designed the Liberty and Silver Sword. I've been in space because of you. I flew in the spaceship you designed."
"The Liberty is not original," Dimitri told him. "Although we are human in many respects, anadroids do not have a creative ability. We cannot innovate. I simply modified the existing blueprints for the Russian Soyuz launcher system and showed Bienvenido's managers and engineers how to put together the requisite factory production lines. Soyuz was the most successful rocket-launched, human-operated vehicle ever built, and also the most reliable of its type."
"You saved us,"
Rai said, looking between Dimitri and Cassandra.
"The Liberty flights are wiping out the trees. That's all that stands between us and annihilation. We do what we can to help,"
Cassandra said, feeling embarrassed at the worshipful gaze he was directing at her.
"But it's not enough."
She turned to Paula.
"The Fallers are going to win, and I don't know how to stop them."
The farmhouse was perched close to the cliff top on the eastern side of the Onorato estuary. It was a modest 2-story building with rendered brick walls to withstand the battering it got from the wintertime weather coming off the Polar Sea. Several barns and smaller outbuildings sprawled around it, all in reasonable repair, but due some maintenance, exactly what anyone would expect from a goat farm in such a rugged location. The windswept grassland that spread back behind the cliff was scattered with boulders and jutting rock outcrops. Its soil was too thin and poor to support arable crops. Goats were about the only animals that could succeed commercially in such a location, and even they couldn't be said to thrive. Cassandra had leased just over 1,000 acres from the National Land Office, which had assumed ownership of all land on the Lamaran continent after the Revolution. It was a typical joint enterprise venture, with the State Agriculture Board owning 35% of the business. According to their records, she had been at the farm for 27 years. Before that, it had been run for 57 years by Larkit, who was actually Valeri, another anadroid. Before that, it had been Marek, who had run the farm for nearly 70 years. Nobody from the board ever showed up to check. Elitas, under Cassandra's guidance, had acquired positions in every government office in and around Port Chana. They also formed a strategic part of the local Democratic Unity Party. It was done with quiet efficiency, maintaining the urban myth that Port Chana was a hotbed of radical elites on the edge of society, while in fact they actually ran the county. Portchana itself was just visible from the farmhouse. Cassandra glanced at it from the second-floor landing window as the sun sank below the horizon. It was on the other side of the estuary. There was no cliff over there, no stony plateau country, just rumpled lowlands that had once been an expanse of marshes and orango bushes, now long since drained to produce some of the most fertile farmland on the continent, with a geometric network of dikes, keeping the rich black loam drained in winter and irrigated in summer. It was Bienvenido's fruit basin, with kilometre after kilometre of orchards and berry fields stretching all the way north to the edge of the Pritwolds. Farm trucks rattled along the raised roads, their headlights casting weak beams in the twilight as they headed into town, where the silos and warehouses waited, wedged into the commercial sector between the docks and the railway station. Portchana's streetlights were coming on, marking out the crooked web of roads, along with the more colourful neon signs of the waterfront clubs. At the end of the harbour wall, the lighthouse beam was flashing in an imperiously slow tempo. It was a flourishing little city that, from her vantage point atop the cliff, was easy to imagine being slowly, methodically encircled by the Faller hordes as their numbers grew. She shook her head, angry with herself for letting the old doubts gain traction.
Paula's here now. She might know what to do.
The anadroid seemed to think so, anyway. Florian was in one of the 3 guest bedrooms. Cassandra knocked on the door and went right in. Since they'd arrived back at the farmhouse, he'd had a very long hot shower, shaved, and spent half an hour in the medical chamber. Now he was lying on the bed, dressed in a white T-shirt and a pair of navy blue shorts, eyes closed.
"Sorry,"
she said as he stirred, blinking as though being woken.
"Didn't realize you were sleeping."
"I wasn't. I was accessing your files."
"I just can't access enough of the Commonwealth. I know that feeling." "What were you accessing?"
"The Starflyer War. The Primes.
Wow.
I know Laura Brandt was scared of them and they were invading us, but I didn't realize just how bad they were. Morning Light Mountain took out entire Commonwealth star systems." She sat on the end of the bed and tucked some strands of hair behind her ear.
"It's been a while since I checked those out. How's the ankle?"
"Perfect. There's nothing wrong with it." He glanced down at his foot and moved it around.
"I can't believe it.
I thought the kit Joey gave me was good, but your medical capsule,
it can handle a damaged ankle easily enough.
You need to keep your weight off it overnight. That'll allow the cells to knit back together properly. But the capsule is getting a bit quirky now. It came from Nigel's starship 2.5 centuries ago. He left it behind for me when he flew into the forest." "So is that why you—" He flushed slightly, avoiding eye contact.
"Well, you look, amazing, actually. If I didn't know, I'd have said you were younger than me." "Yeah, not bad for a girl over 2.5 centuries, huh? If I say so myself."
"Yes." He swallowed, still unable to look at her. Knowing she was being terribly unfair, and rather enjoying it, she leaned in a fraction closer.
"It's mainly bionics that keep me like this, but a few colleagues do use the capsule for rejuvenation when they have to."
"Ah, right. How many people are in your organization?"
"Organization is a strong word. Let's just say I know people I can rely on. And, Florian, I count you as one of them now."
"Really?
I mean, yes, you can count on me. Of course you can.
Oh, you've already proved yourself. Keeping Paula safe like that, with every PSR officer on the planet hunting you, and the Fallers too. That was remarkable." He gave a not very modest grin and propped himself up on his elbows.
"You did the same thing."
"Hardly. Nigel was fully grown, and he arrived with the anadroids and a starship. I was just a junior member of the organization he put together."
"Organization?
You mean the revolution. What was it like, overthrowing the captain? And you went through the grand transition too."
"One was terrifying, and one was awful.
I'll leave you to guess which was which."
"I don't believe you were just a junior.
You're the warrior angel. Everyone talks about Mother Laura's sacrifice that day, but you fought the Prime too. You're our saviour as much as her." She ran a hand back through her hair and chuckled. "Gee, but you're young." His crestfallen expression was enough to make her grin. "I wasn't complaining, Florian. Quite the opposite. Oh, fate's a strange thing. I often wonder what would have happened to me if Nigel had landed at the next farm along. Actually, I know what was supposed to happen, and it wasn't anything nice." "What?" "Arranged marriage. My mother had a lot of debts." "That's awful. Did that kind of thing really happen back then?" "Yes. And what about you? What would have happened if the package came down in the next valley?" "It did, actually. I was there rustling sheep." "Florian!" She laughed. "You're very literal, aren't you?" "I guess. Sorry." "Don't be. It's quite cute. But tell me this. You do know there's no going back for you, don't you?" "I knew that the moment the space machine arrived." Cassandra cocked her head to one side and studied him. "Interesting. There's more to you than meets the eye. I don't know why I'm surprised by that. I'm just used to egomaniacs with loud opinions." He shrugged. "This is a different life we live here, Florian, and it's coming to an end now, one way or another." "I understand." "Do you? Then answer me this. Would you like me to stay here with you tonight?" His mouth parted, but it took him a moment before he finally managed to croak, "Yes." She stood up and began to unbutton her blouse. "One thing." "What?" "Your poor ankle. You're not to put any weight on it, so that means I get to go on top." It was midnight when Cassandra giggled. "What?" Florian asked. She'd been staring out the window at the terrible emptiness of the night sky, trying to remember what the nebulae had been like in the void. Without secondary routines activating some correctly filed memories, it was difficult now. So she snuggled up a bit closer and stroked his chest gently. 7 years of manual labor as a forest warden had given him a nicely muscled frame, which she'd spent an enjoyably long time exploring. "I don't get many chances to relax like this, that's all." "Oh, okay." But she'd felt his abdomen tense up anyway, so she took his hand and guided it to her breasts. Once again she felt his breathing quicken. "Men, always so simple. You do get that this is just fun, don't you?" "Yes. It doesn't finish with us walking off into the sunset. For a start, I'm 10 times older than you. Your body is younger, and I've probably got as much memory loaded into my storage lacuna as you now. I'm not sure if that's gallant or crazy, but I appreciate the thought you put into it." "You're welcome." "Oh, smugness. Tell me, did you really spend 7 years alone in that valley?" Although she already knew the answer to that, he'd been so endearingly inexperienced. At the start of the night, anyway. "Crud. I'm growing old disgracefully. Thank you." "Yes," Florian said. "Why?" "My life was a pile of crud. I didn't see any other way out. I just wanted to be away from people." "You poor thing." She traced her forefinger along his chin. "That's some discipline you've got there, to stick it out for so long. I guess that's something else we have in common. But I'm glad you're out of it now." "Me too." "What's going to happen next?" "There's some very naughty positions I'm going to teach you, just as soon as you're hard again." "Ah, right. Actually," she laughed. "Gee, you're so easy to tease. I love that." "I don't want tonight to end. Not ever." "I know. I also know what you meant. So, we wait until Paula hits her late teens at the end of the week. Then we find out what she suggests." "That's what I don't get. You have bionics like her. The smart core you've got here has more data stored in it than 1,000 advancer humans. And you know this world. You're the warrior angel, for Jehu's sake. You're the one who should be deciding what to do. Why don't you just march into Varlan and take charge? I saw what you did at Hawley Docks. You could be Prime Minister if you wanted." "Been there, done that.
It finished up with Nigel dead and that psychotic lunatic Sylvester running the world. Bienvenido was a bad place after the Great Transition, Florian. Government was in chaos, and the trees were flying down into the ring formation, and nobody realized how bad the nest situation was. I was being hunted by Sylvester's people, and Laura Brandt seemed to be turning things around, so I just waited while things settled down. Then the Prime came. That was an utter crudding disaster. After Laura sacrificed herself, we didn't have many options, so we decided to push Laura's plans forward. They made a lot of sense back then. Laura had already taught them to build atom bombs. Dmitri went undercover and showed them how to build their space rockets. The Liberty flights worked. We thought it was just a matter of time, and bionics eliminate time as a problem for me. So we sat back and waited for the trees to be wiped out. The thinking went that once the Fallers are gone, society won't be on this permanent war footing. Humans will be able to start progressing again, just like they always do when they're not constantly living under a threat. Bienvenido would evolve into a real democratic society. And when that happened, we'd be here with the seeds of advanced technology. We'd go back into space and build starships again. That was always Laura's goal, to make contact with the Commonwealth. Why don't you just release the technology now? Even if I released it universally, the elites are the only ones who can utilize it effectively, at least to begin with. The general population would have to undergo gene therapy or receive OC tattoos to interface with Commonwealth technology, and those concepts would trigger every PSR paranoia going. Society as a whole has to change, to liberalize. Plus, Commonwealth-level technology can be badly abused. The captains showed that, and they only had a residual number of functioning systems. She let out a long sigh. In any case, I was wrong to take this course, and it's too late for me to correct now. Liberty missions are irrelevant. The Fallers are too well established. They have nests everywhere. We think they're already dominant across the rest of the planet. The Faller apocalypse, he said gloomily. How could we have let that happen? My mistake. No. You can't blame yourself for everything. You're so sweet. And actually I don't. The captains and Sylvester have a huge responsibility with their Lamaran isolationist policy. I just didn't make the effort to try and break that convention. I've done the best I can, Florian. I really have. But it's not good enough, and I don't know enough to try anything else. That damn revolution haunts me every crudding day. We never had a plan for what happened afterward, because Nigel was so ridiculously confident the Void would be destroyed, and the Commonwealth would come zooming in to help. But that didn't happen. We were left hanging on by our fingertips. That's the world I really grew up in. Bionics gives me a lot of power, but I do not know how to change the path of a whole society. I don't have that experience. Ironic, considering I'm over 250 years old. And that's where Paula comes in. All I know is, Paula was the fallback, Plan B. The anadroids told me she and Nigel prepared the package in case his mission failed, and a different approach was needed. Not that he even began the mission he entered the Void for. Florian rolled onto his side and frowned at her. What was his mission, then? There was another planet in the Void, Corentia, which was settled by the ships that accompanied the Vermilion. They managed to get some sort of message out to the Commonwealth, though it turned into a religion or something. Anyway, Nigel came looking for Corentia. Nobody in the Commonwealth knew we existed. So they'll never look for us. I thought they would, she said forlornly. I thought that for over a century, which is another reason I failed to change anything here. It's complicated, but the Nigel who came here was only a copy. The real Nigel is still out there, somewhere in the Commonwealth. He wouldn't give up on us. I know he wouldn't, but we're so achingly far from the Commonwealth galaxy, and he must have thought Eurakis destroyed us, rather than simply expelling us. So we're on our own. She gave him a sad smile. Sorry. Hey. He cupped her cheeks. Everything you've done is magnificent. Really. Think of the lives you saved, the Fallers you've eliminated.
Bienvenido practically worships you for that. The real Bienvenido, not the government bollocks. I did when I was growing up."
"Thank you, Florian."
They kissed. She liked the way he kissed, fearful and excited at the same time, so anxious to please. "And when Paula's old enough, she'll give us a different perspective," he said, all ego with reassurance. "You'll see. Maybe we can build a starship and fly to the Commonwealth galaxy."
"Now you're starting to sound like Rye,"
who had spent the whole submarine trip talking about Commonwealth starships, so much so she'd almost regretted letting him access her files on them.
"We'll find an answer,"
he insisted. "Humans can do anything if they have enough determination. And knowledge. Knowledge is the key to everything.
Which is what I really want from him. All that beautiful, youthful optimism. Well, we'll know soon enough."
She rubbed her nose softly against his and returned his hands to her breasts.
"And in the meantime, we'll start with the first of those positions I mentioned."
At 1 o'clock in the morning, Opal General Hospital was quiet. Ward lights were out. Night shift staff sat in their offices chatting softly. Janitors mopped corridors with the listless movements of everybody working while the rest of the city slept. The receptionist barely glanced up when Jennifer came through the main entrance. Despite the balmy night, she wore her full-length uniform coat, buttoned up to the top, and long black boots. Her cap completed the appearance of an aloof PSR officer. "Comrade," she said coldly to the startled receptionist, and carried on up the central stairs. The private wards for party members and senior government officials took up their own wing on the third floor. 2 sheriffs were sitting on chairs on either side of the double doors. She waved them down when they started to rise and salute her.
"No one else is to come in until I leave," she told them, pointed at their logbook. "I am not here. Understood?"
They nodded silently. She went through the doors into the long corridor. Chang's room was the third door along. She locked it behind her as she went in. A soft nightlight glowed on the wall, bathing the room in a warm yellow glow. There was a single metal-framed bed under the window with a thick mattress. Chang was asleep on it. An IV bag hung from the frame, feeding a painkiller into his arm. Jennifer gazed down at him for a long moment. A bandage held a fat gauze dressing against his eye, and his face had a few light grazes. Despite that, he looked very peaceful, she thought. She moved the call button out of his reach, then folded the sheet and blanket down until they made a tidy roll below his feet. He was dressed in a green short-sleeved hospital gown that came down to his knees. There was another new cast on his arm. His left leg was heavily bandaged from thigh to ankle, with sturdy wooden splints bound on to hold it rigid. Chang stirred slightly as the weight of the blanket was lifted. Jennifer took a syringe from her coat pocket and slipped its needle into the rubber IV tube, just above his arm. She didn't know his exact body weight, and he had a sharp mind, so she'd measured out a maximum dose of sodium pentothal. The second syringe contained a liquid form of Grandad's Delight, which wasn't easy to come by, but her time working the Can Club meant she knew who to go to. That was a maximum dose as well. Her tongue slowly moistened her lips as she watched the plunger go down.
"Do you like that, Captain?" she whispered.
The empty syringes went back into her coat pocket. Carefully, so she didn't wake him too soon, she gripped the hem of his hospital gown and worked it up until his torso was completely exposed. Chang let out a low moan, not of pain. The sodium pentothal would be reaching his brain now, disorienting him. Jennifer climbed onto the bed and stood there with her boots on either side of his hips.
"Oh, Captain! Wake up, Captain!"
It took a little while, but Chang began to regain consciousness. Sighing again, shoulders moving.
"Look at me,"
she commanded. "Look up, Captain." His unbandaged eye fluttered open. She could see how dazed he was, but aware of her at some level.
"Can you see me?"
"What?" he mumbled.
"Look at me."
She undid the coat buttons, working from the top down,
Her own heart was pounding with exhilaration now.
I'm here for you, Captain. Here for you any way you want.
Chang was definitely focusing on her through his drug stupor as the coat fell open. With an impish grin, she loomed over him and pulled the coat apart to show off her naked body underneath.
"Oh, yes," she cooed as she watched his cock stiffen. "You're going to take your reward, aren't you, Captain?"
Fever sweat started to ooze across his brow as she knelt down. Her hand curled around his iron-hard erection, impressed with just how well Grandad's delight worked.
"What?"
he groaned. Jennifer joyfully impaled herself on him.
"Oh, that is so good," she sighed.
Her weight was pressing him down, pinning him to the bed. The dominance was a spike of pure pleasure direct into her brain.
"Jennifer,"
he grunted. Tears were leaking from his eye.
"Lovely Jennifer." "Yes, it's me. It's Jennifer. And I want you to screw me. I always want you to screw me."
"Geo, yes."
"I'm your reward, Captain. This is what you get for a mission accomplished."
She began to move up and down, trying to concentrate through the blaze of physical delight.
"You found Florian. We all saw him and the girl. You did so well."
"Yes, yes."
"And better than that, you outsmarted Castellito, didn't you?"
"Yes." "Crudding, yes."
"She threatened you, didn't she? That's so insulting for a PSR officer, so shameful, especially one as fantastic as you. But she got what she deserved. She's in exile now. She can never come back. You made that happen. You."
Yeah, I did that. That'll teach the bitch."
Jennifer felt sweat trickling down her skin as she rode him faster and faster.
"Tell me. Celebrate your victory over Castellito. It'll be our secret. Tell me, so I can never confess it to anyone. What did she know about you?"
"She told Castellito,"
he yelled vehemently.
"She betrayed me."
"Who, Captain? Who betrayed you?"
"The warrior angel."
Ecstasy claimed her, and she cried out in glory. When her body and mind finally calmed, she saw Chang had lost consciousness beneath her. She smiled victoriously and bent forward to whisper in his ear,
"I am the strongest. I am the best."
The black Zika was parked on the other side of Rotoran Road from the General Hospital's entrance, its engine running with a low purr. Jennifer walked over the street and climbed in the back.
"So,"
Yaki said.
"how did that go?"
Jennifer looked through the darkened side window as the limousine pulled away, watching the big old Greystone hospital disappear behind them.
"You need to eliminate him. He's been compromised. The Elitas can manipulate him." "Really? How?"
"The warrior angel knows some secret about him."
"Interesting. What secret?"
Jennifer pouted.
"I don't know yet. You need to improve your interrogation technique, Meda." "There's nothing wrong with my technique, thank you. Castellito knows whatever the warrior angel discovered about him. That's the hold the Elitas have on him. But you don't know what it is the warrior angel has on him. I can go back and ask. Any more sodium pentothal tonight, and you'll fry his brain. So, he's a traitor."
Yaki settled back into the thick leather cushioning.
"And yet he ran a very effective hunt for Florian. We didn't catch him, though, did we? You were just a few meters away on the docks. And then the warrior angel appeared. Convenient, that. She must have tracked Chang. Or more likely, he told her where we were. Maybe. But there's something odd about this. He's not a double agent. Not in the traditional sense. He's compromised. Did you ever see him put in less than 100% effort? Did he ever come over as less than genuine?"
Jennifer gritted her teeth.
"No. He even threw you under the proverbial tram so he could stay on the operation. Now that's dedication. Thank you for that reminder."
Yaki paused, closing her eyes for a moment.
"We can use this. Stonell rushed into recruiting him for Section 7 after Zander Manor. If Chang is truly compromised, that calls Stonell's judgment into question. Is that good enough to take out Stonell? Jennifer asked. I know people in Varlan. If questions are asked in the right places, he'll be damaged, and nobody wants a damaged director of Section 7. Cradding, you raucous. You're really going to do this, aren't you? It's for the good of Bienvenido. This world needs strong people in charge. But before we can even think of that, we need to know what the warrior has on Chang. I can do that, Jennifer said eagerly. No, at least not the way you're thinking. I want to keep Chang in play. He'll write off one night like tonight to painkiller nightmares, but any more until grows suspicious. So, I know the director of the PSR Port Lynn office. I'll have Chang's old case files forwarded to us. Go through them. Find his vulnerability. Yes, Mother. Stonell walked the long length of the Prime Minister's study, taking care not to appear any different from all the other times he'd had a meeting here. Poised, slightly contemptuous of politicians. It was difficult, which it shouldn't have been, not for him. This time he was bringing bad news, which in itself was unusual, but the magnitude of the failure took this to a whole new level. When he'd been younger, growing up in Kassel, before Slavasta took him in, there had been an earthquake. A minor one, but even now he could still remember his fear and confusion as the uncanny noise roared through the house. There was nowhere to go to shut it out, nowhere safe. It was exactly the same noise he imagined Bienvenido's last 2.5 centuries of stability would make if it started to fracture. And there it was, resonating inside his head. A possibility now. Adolphus and Therese were sitting in their usual places. Instead of the routine farce of him going through paperwork and her waiting impatiently, they were both watching him approach. He understood that look. He'd relinquished his status as ally and become a potential opponent. Given the files he had on both of them, that arrogance was almost amusing. He stopped in front of Adolphus's desk and nodded politely. Prime Minister? Deputy? What the crud happened? Adolphus demanded. My officer had Florian and the Commonwealth gal contained. He was actually taking them into custody when the warrior angel appeared. There was nothing anybody could do. I understand there were fallers present, Therese said. Yes, they were impersonating sheriffs. They used a bazooka to shoot the warrior angel. It was spectacularly ineffective. That's it, Adolphus said incredulously. She's gone. We're just supposed to accept that. Hardly gone. I suspect we'll be hearing from her in the near future. No. Oh, no. That is not acceptable on any level. Stonell sat himself down, ignoring the Prime Minister's aggravated stare. We lost, Adolphus. It's that simple. Lost? This wasn't a crudding vote in the Congress. What's she going to do to Bienvenido? I have absolutely no idea, but I can't imagine it will be wholly beneficial to the government. Then we have to stop her, Adolphus growled out. You have to stop her. Me? She's under the warrior angel's protection now. Operation Overload, Therese said quietly. Stonell turned to glance at the deputy, surprised she would suggest it. Both politicians were more desperate than he'd realized. I see. You must have some idea where the warrior angel hides out, Adolphus said. Section 7 has had crudding centuries. It's most likely Port Chana, or somewhere in that area. However, that might be a double bluff. We'd need to be extremely certain about her exact location before we even think of detonating a 300-kiloton atomic bomb on the planet. And she may well be living in Port Chana itself. The civilian casualties would be enormous. But we know an atomic explosion will break a Commonwealth force field, Adolphus insisted. That's how the Primes killed Mother Laura. My father saw her being overrun by them. Yes, he answered carefully, but it has to go off close to the warrior angel. Very close. "Okay, then," Therese said. "Okay, what?" Stonal asked.
"Proceed with Operation Overload," Adolphus said. "Find them. Eliminate them."
Project Overload was drawn up as a last resort in case the Warrior Angel tried to overthrow the government. And now this Commonwealth girl is here. That's become a whole lot more likely.
Has it?
How so? If the Warrior Angel had established the kind of revolutionary cell network necessary to overthrow the government, she would have used it by now. She's not a political creature. All she has is the tacit support of elites, and we watch them closely. There is not going to be a revolution just because this girl has arrived.
What then?
I told you. I don't believe that the girl is the vanguard of the Commonwealth's arrival. It is most likely she is a refugee.
So you're saying she's not a danger?
Not a physical one, Stonal contended, but potentially a political one, yes. The Warrior Angel has never released any of the Commonwealth's technological knowledge, despite an infinite number of opportunities to do so. We know why. She was in agreement with Mother Laura on this. They both believed that after the trees were destroyed, our government would have to be, as she put it, less authoritarian, and society would change because of that. "Cradding insulting," Therese muttered. "Yes, but it has been a principle the Warrior Angel has thankfully stuck to. Consequently, we have maintained order for 250 very difficult years."
"Exactly," Adolphus said, "and now this wretched girl has arrived to upset everything. Suppose she doesn't agree with the Warrior Angel?"
"She is very limited in her options. If she wants to build any advanced machinery, or even a starship to take her home, she will need resources. Vigilance will uncover that. My father knew what he was doing when he introduced the Joint Enterprise Law. The state has a stake in every commercial venture on the planet, no matter what size. The movement of raw materials and finished products cannot be hidden from us in the same fashion Nigel did before. If she wants to achieve anything, she has to negotiate with us." Adolphus and Therese exchanged one of their knowing looks.
"So you're saying we're safe?"
"Not at all. Change is coming. It is inevitable. But if the girl comes forward, we can cooperate with her and manage the situation. That's the good news." "But you just said she has limited options," Therese said. "She is no longer my primary concern." "Who is, then?" "The Fallers. They took a big risk appearing openly in Opal and trying to take out the Warrior Angel. It was a suicide mission, and they knew it. That it failed is even more cause for alarm. They will be extremely worried, which, in turn, worries me. The Nests know that Commonwealth technology poses the greatest threat to them and their ambition to conquer the Invenido. This might be the event that forces them into desperate measures." "The apocalypse?" Adolphus asked anxiously, glancing around the vast study as if fearing being overheard. "You think they can launch it?" "We have not attempted to send any exploration parties out to other islands since the disastrous marine scout trip to Fanrith 18 years ago," Stonal reminded him. "There is an increase in the disappearance of coastal ships, small but significant, despite the Vatni's vigilance. We do not know their strength beyond our shores." "We know Bayern is clear of the bastards," Therese said. "We certainly do, yes. What the crud do you expect us to do, then? If this Commonwealth girl comes to us, we have to find a solution that will satisfy not just ourselves, but also the Fallers."
"Operation Overload is due damned satisfactory," Adolphus said. "I am not going to have my premiership remembered for appeasing the crudding Fallers."
"And if she physically comes to Varlan, do we still use Operation Overload?" Stonal asked contemptuously. "But consider this. For all she was difficult with Stavasta, Mother Laura had a basic level of integrity. We can only assume this girl will have a similar outlook. Even if she doesn't, I cannot believe she will want to endanger an entire planet of humans."
"All right," Adolphus said angrily. "If she contacts us, we'll consider offering her a deal. In the meantime,
my people will continue looking for her, of course.
I was going to say, we should move Bayern's status up to level 4, purely as a precaution. Therese?
Agreed, she said. We'll both sign the order tonight. That needs to be kept very quiet, Stonewall said, trying not to show how perturbed he was by the extremes Adolphus was thinking in. If any hint of that leaks out, it might just push the Fallers into irreversible action. I'll talk to the chief of the Joint Regimental Council, Therese said. As far as anyone will know, it's going to be just another irritating logistics exercise.
2. The tailor on German Gate had taken an impressive 18 hours to produce the new uniform. Jennifer had picked it up the morning Chang was released from hospital. The jacket sleeve folded neatly to be pinned at the side, while the front could be buttoned over the sling that held his arm. Instead of a seam on his left trouser leg, there were buttons he could do up after he'd slipped them on, covering the bandages and splints. Even the shirts were customized, with the right sleeve missing, and a larger-than-usual shoulder hole. Despite the ease of wearing it, Chang was sweating when he got to the top of the third-floor stairs. He had to use a crutch on his left side, and it was exhausting work. He often found his left arm shaking from the strain, but he'd flat-out refused to accept the wheelchair the hospital offered. It would make him look too much like a failure. In his mind, he'd prepared the scene that would greet him in the operations room. A week from the firefight outside Cameron's would see several of the metal desks sitting empty, their investigators either killed or still in hospital. But there'd be a full complement of secretaries, typewriters clattering away, gossipy voices talking down the telephones. Clerks would be moving silently among them like swans across a lake, gathering and distributing files. The pinboards would have new photos, and ribbons stretching between them, forming a thick, unsymmetrical web. He stood in front of the door and used the crutch to push it open, a smile lifting his face, ready to greet his team. Instead, there were 2 janitors inside, stacking chairs on a trolley. Half of the desks had already been taken away. The remainder were empty. All the boards were clear.
"Where's it gone?"
he asked numbly. "Oh, hello, Captain," one of the janitors said. "Welcome back, sir. Nice to see you on your feet."
"Where's the operation gone?"
"Sir?"
"My cradding operation. Where's it gone?"
"Chang." He turned to find Gorlan standing behind him.
"What's going on?"
"Director Yaki would like a word." Chang wasn't sure he could make it up to the 7th floor. He had to stop a couple of times on the stairs to take a breath. Gorlan didn't say anything, just waited patiently for him to recover. He could feel how damp his shirt was from perspiration when he finally arrived at Yaki's office. She looked up from behind her antique mirror-oak desk and frowned when she saw the state he was in. "For Geo's sake," she muttered. Chang sank down onto one of the chairs, ashamed to find his vision tunneling. A glass of water and crushed ice was put into his hand. He drank it gratefully. Gorlan gave him a disdainful look as she left. "So I don't need to ask if you're fit for duty," Yaki grumbled.
"I wasn't going to do any field work," he countered. "I was going to sit behind my desk in my operations room."
"Great Geo Chang, it's over. You were there, for crud's sake. You saw the warrior angel take the pair of them."
"Someone alerted her. The Elita radicals, Castellito's associates. They might not know where she's taken them, but it's a start."
"They vanished," Yaki said. 37 sheriffs and Corporal Jennifer searched Wharf 3 within seconds of the bazooka explosion. There was nothing, no sign of them. This is beyond us."
"It can't be,"
he implored, fearful he would lose it in front of her.
"Florian was there in front of me, and so was the girl. I had them."
"And she took them from you."
"Eudarchus be damned!"
"There were Fallers there, Chang, masquerading as sheriffs. The balls of it! Another nest in Opal that we knew nothing about. Some of Roxwolf's gangsters were Fallers. How did that ever happen? And how did Roxwolf know so much about what was going on? I need answers to all of this, because Varlan is asking me some very pointed questions. You can get those answers for me. Finding that new nest is my top priority now. In fact, it's my only priority." He almost nodded.
almost gave in to her. "I want to talk to Stonel."
"I see."
Her eyebrows rose up at his insubordination. She pulled the black phone across her desk and dialed. Once the connection was made, she dialed the scrambler code and the blue light came on. She flicked the toggle switch for the speakerphone.
"Director Yaki,"
Stonel's voice crackled out of the speaker.
"I have Captain Chang with me,"
Yaki said.
"He insisted on talking to you."
"Really? Hello, Captain." Chang wasn't sure, but there may have been a hint of amusement in Stonel's tone. "Sir, I'd like your permission to carry on hunting Florian and the girl."
"Do you have any reason to think they're still in Opal?"
"No, sir. They'll be in Port Chana."
"What in Gio's name makes you say that?"
Major Evine and Florian and the girl had been forced into Roxwolf's headquarters. Forced. That implies they'd been kidnapped. Then they escaped Roxwolf, and the warrior angel was there to snatch them to safety. The fact that she was in Opal implies they were about to be moved, presumably along the underground railway. That always takes wanted eliters to Port Chana.
"Well, it certainly takes a lot of them there, but you can't know for certain that's where Florian and the girl are."
"It's our best lead."
"Florian's brother left Opal 10 years ago. He's never been found, and he's only one of hundreds."
"You have to let me try, sir."
"The Port Chana officer's already looking for him."
"She nearly talked to me," Chang said in desperation.
"Who?"
"The warrior angel. On Holy Docks. I asked her what was happening. She was going to answer me. I swear she was. Then the cruddy fallers fired their bazooka."
"So you think she'll, what, take pity on you if you show up and surrender?"
"Not surrender, no. But I've faced her twice now, and I'm still alive."
"Pick up the handset."
"Sir?"
"Pick up the handset. I want to talk to you in private."
Chang gave Yaki a guilty look and lumbered up out of his chair. She watched him with an impassive expression, but her scar was a hot red jag against her cheek. "Here, sir," he said with the handset pressed to his face.
"We're in a difficult situation politically. This Commonwealth girl, we don't know what she's capable of. Unofficially, the government is willing to negotiate with her. That's why I'm going to let you go to Port Chana. Your bait. That is your only value."
"Yes, sir."
He smiled like a buffoon. "Make yourself known down there. See if the warrior angel gets in touch with you. If she does, the message you will deliver is very simple. We want to talk. That is all you will do."
"I understand."
"There's another thing. I don't trust the Port Chana PSR office."
"Sir?"
"Port Chana is the last stop on the Underground Railroad. You're quite right about that. But the office there is singularly useless in apprehending radical elites, and has been for some time. I have to ask, why?"
"Oh."
He glanced at Yaki, wanting to ask a whole load of questions about that.
"Got it."
"I'll clear it for you to run an independent operation there. The local director will provide all the services you require. But take some of your own people, keep them inconspicuous, and run the real search in parallel from our safe house."
"Yes, sir."
"Good luck, Captain."
It was 2:15 in the morning. The phone rang. Anala sat upright in bed, focusing hard. All astronauts got used to interrupted sleep. It was part of the training. Glitches can happen at any time. She picked up the phone.
"Yes?"
"This is Sergeant Rabara."
Yes?"
She clearly wasn't as alert as she thought. The only Sergeant Rabara she could think of was the drill master at the Air Defense Force Flight Officer School, who specialized in making cadets' lives a total misery. "I have the results of your last training exercise in Teaching Room 3B. Now Anala was very awake. The voice. It was him. She came so close to yelling, "Rai?" Instead, she got a grip, like a good astronaut.
"Yes?"
she said cautiously.
"What was the result?"
"The landing coordinates you worked out were correct, and a full recovery was enacted. Well done."
"Great Jew," she whispered.
Her gaze went directly to the 3-day-old Varland Times newspaper on the table, with its headline, "Opal Nest Destroyed." "I'll call you when your next training session is allocated." The phone went dead in her hand. Paula's last memory was of the elegant lake house on the Sheldon estate on Augusta. She'd been staying there with Nigel and Valar, a Rael. The three of them were preparing Nigel's covert mission into the void. The plan was a simple one. Humans in the void had found Macathran, an ancient Rael warship that had somehow survived their vanquished invasion 1,000,000 years earlier. Now the Rael were desperate for the knowledge Macathran had acquired during its 1,000,000-year purgatory. Nigel had agreed to go inside the void and attempt contact with Macathran. Paula had been concerned he wasn't right for the mission. There were humans living in Macathran, a primitive society with a very rigid class structure, where people possessed strong mental powers and weren't afraid to use them. An interloper would need to be subtle, infiltrating them slowly and quietly. That wasn't Nigel, in her opinion. So, with acute reluctance, she'd suggested the backup. If Nigel failed, she would carry on with the mission. But it had to be an extreme last resort, she insisted, and Nigel and Valar had agreed. Because Nigel considered it so unlikely he would fail, and she personally disapproved of going multiple, she wasn't going to grow an adult clone of herself like he was doing. Instead, there would be an embryo and an external memory lacuna. So she'd gone into the estate's clinic for a secure memory download. The growth phase from infant to child was a vague period of laughter and tears, and deep affection for her father, the one person who was constantly there for her, and pain that plagued her relentlessly, integral to a body that was being forced to grow far too quickly. She knew frights, too, from some of the people who lurched into her life, only for Daddy to fend them off. Then finally she'd integrated her memory and become herself again, to find she wasn't in Macathran, that Nigel had never made it to Querentia. Her home galaxy was millions of light-years away, and for some reason the package smart core had taken 250 years to activate her. So, she and Nigel drinking a pleasant vintage Burgundy on the lake house terrace that evening, just before she'd gone for the download, chatting away in such a civilized fashion about times past and possible options, then cut to a non-human monster threatening to eat her before trying to blow her brains out in its underground lair. As disorienting events went, she was now the all-time universe champion. The semi-organic synthesizers in the extensive underground. Why are people on Bienvenido obsessed with putting their secret bases underground? Don't they understand how that limits their escape routes? Chambers carved into the rock below the farmhouse had produced a decent grey suit for her. The cut was weirdly old-fashioned, which Fergus, who names an anadroit Fergus, assured her would go unremarked in any of Bienvenido's towns. She looked at herself in the bedroom's full-length mirror. It had been a long time since she had rejuvenated herself all the way down to 18. Despite rejuve being commonplace, Commonwealth society still placed their trust in more distinguished elderly figures, so the most clinics had ever taken her back to was her mid-20s. Then Bionics had come along, and she maintained her appearance at a constant 30. Now that the forced maturation was complete, she wasn't about to dive right in and use Bionics to adjust and tweak her physiology. Nature could take its proper course for the next 22 years, if Bienvenido lasts that long. Her ebony hair had been cut by Fergus. He'd actually done a reasonable job. It was still too short for her usual style, so he trimmed where necessary and crimped tightly. The result looked a bit shaggy wild, but was perfectly in keeping with her teenage features. The suit, too, was reassuringly comfortable. She felt she was finally coming to terms with her new body and circumstances. It was 7 o'clock in the evening when she made her way downstairs. She paused at the second-floor landing window. Cassandra was on the small lawn outside, looking through a long telescope. That starless night sky was something that Paula still wasn't acclimated to. It alarmed her at some instinctive animal level. the anadroids were all waiting for her at the bottom of the stairs.
"Now that is the Paula we remember," Valeri said.
She raised an eyebrow at the African black artificial men. It was understandable that Cassandra had used the anadroids as a social support mechanism, accepting them as people, but there was no way she could ever think of them as human. However, she was the outsider here. As always. Her lips lifted in a tiny wry smile at the true familiar.
"Thank you," she said. "Would you like to call Cassandra in? We should get started."
"Give her this moment," Dmitri said.
"She'll be in shortly."
Of course. Paula went into the dining room. Rai Evine was already there, along with Florian. She hadn't seen much of them in the 4 days they'd been at the farmhouse, preferring to stay quietly in her room, with the occasional trips down to the medical capsule when her joints were at their worst. Most of that time she'd spent assimilating the memories the anadroids had prepared for her, detailing a comprehensive breakdown of Bienvenido's history, along with information on the Fallers. Florian got to his feet, a nervous smile on his face. His arms came up, but he clearly didn't know what to do next. Hug, kiss, shake hands. Paula saved him, giving him a swift hug and a quick kiss that could almost be classed as paternal. He was dressed in a simple dark orange shirt and navy blue trousers. She nearly missed the colourful shirts and extravagant, furry caftan he'd worn in Latroy and the mod stable. But he looked a lot smarter now, and quite respectable. Ironically, now that he'd cleaned up and shaved and had some decent sleep, he actually seemed to have lost several years, while she went the other way.
"How are you?"
she asked.
"Ah, fine."
Paula quashed her grin. It was clearly going to take him a while to get over the experience of being a father for 10 days. She just hoped he wouldn't carry on feeling all protective of her. Rai Evine was a lot easier. They shook hands briskly. He was easy to categorize, the epitome of alpha-class human. She'd met so many just like him back in the Commonwealth, the forward crews from CST's Exploratory Division, and latterly Survey Starship personnel. They all exuded that same self-confidence, coupled with wanderlust, enchantment. Focused dreamers, all of them. She just hoped he wouldn't open with another barrage of questions about Commonwealth spaceflight. It seemed to be about his only topic of conversation.
"Thank you for helping out,"
she said, as she took a seat at the dining room's big, polished walnut table.
"Pleasure,"
Rai said as he sat to her right, "though I'm not sure I'll be much use.
We're going to need as many viewpoints as we can get."
"Good to know," Cassandra said as she came in. She was wearing a leaf-green summer dress, with her Titian hair falling loosely down her back. Her beautiful face was heavily freckled, making her smile even more prominent. Paula caught Florian's response to this girlish vision as she ran her hand lightly across his shoulders before sitting next to him, opposite Paula and Rai. Florian was clearly a man besotted and, if she was any judge, hopelessly out of his depth. She wondered if she should warn him, repaying the kindness and devotion he'd shown her. But he won't thank me, let alone believe me.
"I think we's ready?"
Marek said, sitting at the head of the table. Dmitri and Fergus sat on either side of their batch brother.
"So, what do we do?"
Paula said.
"That's why you're here," Cassandra said. "You tell us."
A tad defensive, Paula thought.
"It's not why I'm here at all. I am as unprepared for this as it's possible to be, frankly. But you must have some idea what we can do. I can offer advice, based on the situation as I see it. As I understand it, our primary worry is now the reaction of the Fallenests to my arrival. Certainly that was Roxwolf's concern."
"Are you sure the Commonwealth won't help us?"
Rai asked. "Very sure. When Nigel and I put our mission together, no one in the Commonwealth knew Bienvenido existed. And even if Nigel and the Rael released the knowledge, they have no way of knowing where we are now."
"If they knew, would they help?" Florian asked.
"They would help, Paula said solemnly. They would do whatever it takes to rescue us. So we have to get a message to them, Rai said. Somehow. We've examined this, Cassandra said. We can't build a starship, not with the facilities we have. And even if democratic unity agreed we could and helped, we're still 23 million light-years from the Commonwealth galaxy. An ultra-drive would take almost 50 years to reach them, and then there's an equal return time. Whatever we do, we have to do it ourselves.
That's what will be scaring the Fallers, Dimitri said. They will assume you have brought weapons or knowledge that will allow us to wipe them out.
Which I have, of course, Paula said, but building sophisticated weapons on a scale that will eliminate them will take time. We don't have time, Cassandra said. Sensors, Florian said. That's what we need, not weapons. What sort of sensors? Paula asked. Ones that can pick out Fallers. We don't need new weapons. Our carbines and Gatling guns can kill a Faller very effectively. What we need are verifiable targets. Nice idea, Paula said, mildly impressed with the way he'd analyzed the situation. Forget sensors, Rai said. People need bionics. Also a valid solution. But there's an even bigger problem introducing them. Bionic organelles do replicate in tandem with cellular mitosis, so the new cell also contains one, which is fine for embryos. When the child reaches maturity, they are embedded and ready to begin full functionality. However, to implant them into an adult requires time. It took 3 years for our medical module to enrich my cells with them, Cassandra said. Admittedly, I had to stagger the treatment sessions. We were so busy. But at best it would take 18 months per adult. And for those without functioning advancer traits, it would take even longer, Paula said. The bionics would have to be manipulated to create a neural interface with the brain. I remember the upheaval it caused in the Commonwealth when the Sheldon dynasty released the technology. There was a fundamental schism that, to some degree, still exists. In this case, I expect it will increase the divide between natural humans and editors. Besides, it doesn't solve the time-critical problem. Plus, we don't have anything like the resources for that, Cassandra said. All we've got is a single medical module and 3 functioning semi-organic synthesizers, though functioning is pushing it for one of them. We can release the knowledge of how to build anything, but the actual construction process requires an industrial base that simply does not exist on Bienvenido. Some kind of political agreement will have to be made, Paula said. The government must understand how severe the fauna threat is. They do. That's why they fortified Bayern, Cassandra said. It's their refuge from which they'll reclaim Bienvenido. Euracus, they even call it Operation Reclaim. Nuking this continent won't reclaim it, Paula said, recalling the files the anadroids had prepared for her. Surely they know that. Operation Reclaim uses low-yield bombs. The thinking goes that the land will take a century or so to recover, and after that they'll spread out from Bion to repopulate the planet. That's crazy. Yes, Dimitri said, but like everything on the planet, it all goes back to Slavasta. The government has always known Fallers are prevalent on the other land masses. His idea was that after the last tree was blown up, the Air Force would use low-yield bombs on the islands and continents to wipe out the nests, and when the radiation decayed to safe levels, we would claim them for ourselves and occupy the whole planet. Didn't he understand what macule was? Paula asked in annoyance. That planet is a perfect example of why you don't use nukes. Period. Never mind for some ethnic cleansing program. You don't quite appreciate how much Slavasta feared the Fallers, Cassandra said with a regretful sigh. He wasn't rational on the subject. To him, widespread nuclear bombing was a risk worth taking if it resulted in eliminating Fallers from Bienvenido. This is how the government still thinks. Then I should probably talk to them, Paula said. Come to an agreement over us accelerating the planet's technology base. Good luck with that, Cassandra muttered. Politicians will always talk. Democratic unity are cradding fanatics. The only thing they hate and fear more than Fallers is the Commonwealth. Nigel's legacy here is toxic like you wouldn't believe. I have some experience in this field, Paula told her, and we have the entire knowledge of the human race to trade with. There will be something they want. At the most basic level, they need to survive. That is ultimately the hope I can offer them. But we have no time, Cassandra said heatedly. If we're going to defend this planet, we need all these advanced manufacturing facilities yesterday. It took Nigel years to build the solid rocket boosters to get Skylady back into space. And you're not Nigel. Cassandra, Florian said uneasily. No, I'm right. The whole reason Paula is here is because she's not Nigel. Correct, Paula said. So we have to find a different solution. At the extreme, we might consider offering the Fallers an evacuation deal. What do you mean? Rai asked. They held off any further attempts to take over Bienvenido, while we built Ark starships. Crudding Euracus, Florian exclaimed. There's millions of humans. How long would that take? A century, probably, Paula said. The Fallers aren't going to agree to that. You heard Roxwolf. All we are to them is a mealtime on the road to their civilization dominating the planet. Florian is possibly correct, Valeri said. Such an arrangement does not fit with Fallers' psychology. I'm outlining options, Paula said, unperturbed. Do you have any line of communication to democratic unity? No. Then I need to open one. Cassandra nodded reluctantly. I know someone who has direct access to the head of Section 7, and in turn he has the confidence of the Prime Minister. We've just heard he's coming to Port Chana. I'll ask him.
It was a 2-hour drive southwest from Opal. The Addleton Collective Farm was nestled in the saddle of a low valley, the first of 8 farms stretching along its 32-kilometre length. The valley floor was mathematically flat, potato fields alternating with sugar beets and broad beans. Up on the slopes, pines and bluewoods covered the rumpled ground all the way up to the stony crests, above which huge manterhawks soared on the thermals, their kite wings keeping them aloft for days at a time as they soundlessly stalked their prey below. The farm compound was a big square area, surrounded by a high wooden fence in bad repair. 20 single-story log cabins formed a neat row on one side, where the families and farm workers slept. Larger communal buildings formed another side, while opposite them were the barns and silos. The ground was muddy, churned up by tractors and hooves. Chang's crutch kept slipping about in the stuff, slowing his walk from the car to the administration building, where Shanagu, the farm manager, had his office. Shanagu, a middle-aged man who spent most of his time behind a desk, rather than working outside in the fields, greeted them with the same cautious enthusiasm that everyone affected when the PSR came knocking. Chang and Jennifer warded off all his offer of drink and food. "We're here to see Carilla," Chang said when he was sitting in a leather wingback chair. It must have been a prosperous collective, he thought. Shanagu's office had expensive furnishings, and a heavy gold and blue rug on the floorboards, a decor that to Chang spoke of a pre-transition aristocrat's hunting lodge. "I see," Shanagu said guardedly. "Problem?" Jennifer asked. She was wearing her PSR uniform, jacket and trousers perfectly pressed, peaked cap holding her short hair out of view, which made her look beguilingly young. That youthfulness, combined with her unsmiling, clearly humourless persona as she stood rigid-backed beside Chang's chair, was guaranteed to make the most innocent citizen feel guilty about something. "No more than usual for her kind," Shanagu said. "Her kind?" "Elita's." Shanagu went for the conciliatory angle. "Look, we're not a prison. We just do some correctional work for the county justice office." "I wasn't aware Carilla had been sentenced," Chang said. "She's not a justice office case. It's like this. Nearly a third of our comrade workers have been assigned here by the Department of Labour, the usual layabouts and hotheads.
It's our duty to the state to install a sense of worthiness, show them their place in society, make them understand they are valuable. Elites are always such a pain. They consider themselves better than everyone else. The arrogant crads. She's just the same, young and condescending. Thinks she's an intellectual and shouldn't be working with her hands. But good honest physical labour will make her come around in the end, you'll see. We have a good record here, handling recidivists."
"I'm sure you do," Chang said. "If you could call her in now, please, and we'll need to talk to her alone."
"Is she in trouble?"
"If she is, it's happened since she arrived here," Jennifer said curtly. It took 20 painfully long minutes before Carilla arrived. Chang almost laughed as she stomped into the office. The feathers had vanished from her black hair, which was now gathered into a practical braid. She wore dungarees that were smeared in mud and grime. Knee-high boots were thick with muck that wasn't 100% mud. Xanadu tried to keep his face composed as she trod the dirt into his fancy rug.
"You too,"
she grunted, her hostile gaze sweeping from Jennifer to Chang, lingering on his straight leg and crutch.
"What happened to you?"
"The warrior angel happened."
"Is that a slogan? I thought your people said she doesn't exist."
"Thank you," Chang said to Xanadu. "We'll take it from here." Jennifer closed the door behind him and stood in front of it, arms folded over her chest. Carilla ignored the belligerent stare she was being given and sat herself down in Xanadu's chair. She started opening the desk drawers.
"He keeps the good booze in here somewhere. I know he does."
"Carilla," Chang said patiently. She looked up.
"Paid for from all the illegal deals the commune makes with local merchants. If you're interested."
"Not in the slightest. How would you like to get out of here?"
"What I'd like would be for you two to eat crud and die."
"You're angry with me."
"Wow! Nothing escapes the mighty PSR, does it?"
"I didn't send you here."
"The PSR did. Whose uniform are you wearing?"
"I can get you out," he repeated levelly.
Carilla pulled a fat, oval-shaped bottle of Durancio out of the lowest drawer. "Gotcha!"
"I need your help."
She finally looked right at him, her face animated with naked fury. "I helped you before. Now see where I am. Where I'm going to be for the rest of my life, if I'm crudding lucky. This is the future I so dreamed of when I went to university."
"I'm sorry."
"Yeah, it just oozes from you. Do you want to leave or not?" Jennifer snapped. Carilla glared at her for a moment before flipping the bottle neatly, so she was holding it by the neck. "Hey, bitch, how bad do you think I could rip your face up before your crippled boyfriend limps to the rescue?" Jennifer pushed away from the door, hands becoming fists.
"Enough," Chang said. "I get it. You're pissed. Third and last time I ask. Do you want me to get you out of here?"
Carilla inhaled deeply. "To where?"
"Port Chana."
"You're crudding kidding me."
"No."
"Why there?" Carilla asked suspiciously.
"You heard there was a new nest alert?"
"Yeah, we get news even here. And the non-existent Warrior Angel brought that alert to a very public end at Hawley Docks, didn't she? Good job someone is genuinely helping the people of this world."
"She and the people she helped escape have probably gone to Port Chana. I need to find them. I thought you'd like to help."
"Help you to what?"
"Find the Warrior Angel. You'll be an informant, same as before. Tell us what's in all those messages the Port Chana elites are sending to each other."
"You want me to betray the Warrior Angel to the PSR? Could my life get any better?"
"It's not her I'm interested in. It's the people she's protecting. The Fallers want them badly, and there's no telling what lengths they'll go to."
"What people?"
"A man called Florian. We think he's developed some kind of weapon. The Fallers are reacting badly. Very badly."
"You mean they're going to launch their apocalypse?"
"I have no idea how they'll react. But—"
He tapped the splints on the side of his leg.
They're serious enough to take on the warrior angel in broad daylight. We have to try and calm the situation, and to do that, I have to locate Florian and determine exactly what he's up to."
"Right," she said uncertainly.
"I have the authority to reinstate you at Opal University, but of course there has to be a university left for you to return to."
"Ha! Some choice, then."
"I guess so."
She held up the bottle. "I get to keep this."
"Deal. Go and pack. You've got 10 minutes before we drive out of here."
Carilla sauntered past Jennifer, giving her a smug victory smile as she passed. "Seriously?" Jennifer asked as the door shut behind Carilla. "She'll be broadcasting everything she knows about us to the radicals the second we arrive in Port Chana."
"I sincerely hope so,"
Chang said, holding his crutch firmly, ready to lift himself from the chair. "You expect her to betray you?"
"I'd be disappointed if she didn't. I want the warrior angel to know who's hunting her."
"You want to meet her again?"
"Correct."
"Why, Chang? Look what happened to you the last 2 times." Chang shoved down hard on the crutch, levering himself upright.
"Let's hope it's third time lucky, then."
Supper, served by the anadroids, was braised beef short ribs with portobello mushrooms, dusted in shallots and smoked folal cheese with a red wine jus, and served with buttered coral rice and steamed vegetables, picked that afternoon from the farmhouse's garden. Paula ate about half of her plate, enormously relieved that the impulse to completely stuff herself with whatever food she could grab had finally subsided. She did manage all of her raspberry creme brulee, though. The formal meal seemed oddly momentous, which she supposed was a realistic appraisal. What they were proposing was essentially going to usher in the end of an era. While the anadroids were clearing away, she followed Cassandra outside, back to the telescope. A gentle breeze was blowing in off the sea, playing soft, discordant notes as it eddied up the tall cliff. "I'm sorry about before," Cassandra said sheepishly. "I was being unhelpful." Paula stared out across the estuary, where Port Chana glowed with a bright, twinkling haze against the darkness. "You've spent 2.5 centuries defending this world. Then I come along and advise you to change everything. You're entitled to an emotional reaction." "Quite." Cassandra took a sip of her dessert wine and peered into the telescope's eyepiece. "Although it was going to change anyway, I'd like to ask you a favor." "What's that?" "Florian. Let him down gently." Cassandra stood up and gave her a surprised glance. "You're concerned about Florian's love life? Why? Do you?" "No. My feelings toward him are purely maternal." "That's weird. He's just spent a fortnight being your father. Welcome to Commonwealth aging issues." "Crud. He's a good man. He stood up for me against incredible odds. Then he deserves some happiness, surely." "He certainly does. I don't want him hurt. That's all. His emotional involvement is a lot higher than yours. You're his first true love. He is rather sweet, and he might well be my last love. It's funny how they all genuinely think you're going to save us. And you don't." Cassandra shrugged and went back to the eyepiece. "Maybe if you'd turned up even 50 years ago, we might have had time. But you know as well as I do that we don't have the resources to achieve anything now. When the Fallers come, they will come in their millions. Tens of millions, probably. So what do you suggest?" "Oh, no, I'm clean out of ideas. I made my mistakes a long time ago. Now I'll live with them, and die with them, I expect. But if you make a deal with Prime Minister Adolphus, it will just confirm the Fallers' fears. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Is that a quote?" "It is. I just don't know where from." "That's quite comforting, that you admit you don't know everything." Cassandra lifted her head. "Do you want to see?" "Certainly." Paula walked over to the telescope and put her eye to the lens. It was centered on a faint swirl of light. "A galaxy?" "The Commonwealth galaxy," Cassandra confirmed. "Your home. I look at it every night. It's in the sky. I get a silly degree of comfort knowing there are humans living there, that they'll carry on living even after we're wiped out. And sometimes I imagine him looking up into the night from that planet he owns. I believe he's there, searching for Bienvenido, wondering where we are. Him. Nigel. Am I being stupid? You're being human. That's never stupid. Is he looking for us? I can't answer that. Yeah, I know. Don't want to dash my hopes.
Paula straightened up and looked into the blank black sky where the telescope was pointing. There was nothing there. Nothing at all.
23 million light years. So the anadroids say?
She looked toward the east, where the bright point of Ursel had risen. With her retinas on enhanced focus, she could actually see the solar-energized haze shimmering around its unnaturally thick atmosphere.
Laura certainly wasn't doing things by halves, was she? Fire Year Day is an annual celebration, Cassandra said. It's a grand carnival in all the towns and cities. Laura came up with a simple, swift solution. Using floaters like that was inspired.
Paula searched across the sky, seeing blue aqueous, the grey-white glimmer that was Trub. Then, almost directly overhead, the pale pink gleam that was Valater.
And none of the other planets have native species we can ask for help? No. At least not that Laura could find while the wormhole was active, and the Space Vigilance Office hasn't picked up any signals since. They keep a good watch, too. I could probably break the wormhole's code lock. I have routines that weren't even around when it was built. What good would that do? We could evacuate some people to Aqueous. Children and some guardians. The island areas are small. You could only take a few thousand at best. And Macule is a radioactive desert?
Cassandra nodded and drank some more wine.
Yes, the anadroids call it nuclear winter. They had the really big, dumb war, the one Earth managed to avoid. We're all here because we were too belligerent or stubborn for the void to tame.
Paula fixed Aqueous with a pensive stare.
We could send boats through the wormhole to Aqueous. They could anchor together, form a floating city. If we give every elita that goes with them Commonwealth technology files, they might be able to bootstrap their way up to a spacefaring civilization. Once they're in space, they could build starships. Trouble is, most solar systems have asteroids and comets that can be mined. This has nothing. Trub has 12 tiny moons, Cassandra said. If your spaceships get there, they could mine them.
Paula's secondary routines called up all the information the anadroids had on Trub.
That's a strange one, she murmured. Trub was completely featureless. It had no mountains or basins, no oceans or even polar caps, just a uniform grey wasteland, presumably of dust or sand. But even with a low-pressure argon carbon dioxide atmosphere, there were no storms. And the 12 moons. It wasn't impossible for a planet Trub's size to have 12 natural moons like that, but it was highly unlikely. There is no ecosystem at all, no life. So if nothing lives on it, what's it doing here? I have no idea. She began to review the other planets. Astil, a solid world larger than Bienvenido, orbiting 750 million kilometers out from the sun, with a thick, cold nitrogen-methane atmosphere clotted with many cloud layers, denying any glimpse of the surface. Radio silent. Fiernt, forever in conjunction with Bienvenido on the other side of the sun. Another solid world, but with no free oxygen in its nitrogen-carbon dioxide atmosphere. Laura Brandt hadn't detected any radio transmissions on her brief exploration mission, which was the only thing Paula cared about. The cellular biochemistry of a species was irrelevant. She wanted a technological civilization, someone who could help. If there were any sentients living on the worlds Bienvenido shared this lonely sun with, they weren't developed enough to come to their aid. All she was really doing was confirming what Laura Brandt had discovered when she drew up her plan to fight the Prime. "Why do you need asteroids to mine?" Cassandra asked. "Actually, we don't. If we can build ingrav and regrav systems, we could start mining the other planets directly, and not have to come back here. Paula sighed. I'm not an industrialist, and it's all purely theoretical right now. The floaters were intended for mining, weren't they? Yes. The two Laura used to kill Ursel are still working. We'd have to get to them to change their operation. I wonder. The package that brought me must have some kind of engrave. Using it might have to be part of the deal I offer Adolphus. Cassandra smiled dryly. Old times. Getting Commonwealth spaceships back into space. But it would have to be careful orbiting Valater. Laura said the gravity was wrong. She said what? Valater's gravity is wrong. Wrong how? I think the gradient was too steep. How can... When did she find this out? When she opened the wormhole. Cassandra grinned. Actually, you can see for yourself if you want. How? One of the technicians helping Laura develop the atom bombs was Valeri. He was there in the crypt the day we defeated the Prime. Sylvester and his cronies didn't know what he was, so he was able to go on and work with the Manhattan Project. He offered some subtle guidance to build bigger bombs, until they got the yield up to 300 kilotons. Those are the ones the Liberty flights take up to the ring to kill the trees. Paula couldn't help the small twitch of her lips at Laura using the name Manhattan Project. So you were behind the bombs and the Silver Sword. This is my world, Paula. I'll defend it to the end. I know. I do admire what you've done. Her U-shadow opened a link to Valeri. Could you show me your memory of Laura opening the wormhole to Valater, please? The farmhouse's terrace rippled away, replaced by the crypt below the palace. A tense, tired Laura Brandt stood in front of the wormhole. Well? Cassandra asked eventually. Paula had to grip the telescope hard for balance. She thought her knees might give way. Her personality might be over 1,000 years old, but her brand-new teenage body was still remarkably susceptible to emotional surges. The baddest of them all, she whispered. Excuse me? Every planet here is home to a belligerent, untamable species. The Void saw all of us as a danger, but some are a lot more dangerous than others. Oh, cradding bollocks! Are you saying Valater is worse than the Fallers? No, not if I'm right. She couldn't keep the smile from her face. For the first time she actually began to feel hopeful. I just have a theory, that's all. But it changes everything. Come on. She hurried back toward the farmhouse. Her U-shadow called Florian and Rye, telling them to come to the dining room. What are we doing? Cassandra asked. We need a new plan. Because, let's face it, just asking the government for help is fairly pathetic. Fergus and Valeri followed Florian and Rye into the dining room. What's happened? Florian asked, looking intently at Paula's face. Paula made an effort to rein back her exhilaration. She sat down and took a moment as the others reclaimed their chairs. Two things. First, an emergency survival option. If the Fallers do launch their mass attack against humans, we need to evacuate as many people as possible. Evacuate? Florian asked. You mean to Bayern? No, I mean to Aqueous. How are we going to get there? Rye asked. I may be able to open the wormhole in the palace vaults. If I can, we send boats through for people to live on. We'll take mostly children with some adult guardians. They'll need to be elitas, and we provide them with all the files we have. We also send through all the equipment from here. My hope is that a colony nucleus can elevate themselves up to a level that they can, at the very least, build an ultra-drive starship, one capable of making it back to the Commonwealth with a message. It's not a great plan, but it does save Bienvenido's humans from complete extinction. I can imagine the price Adolphus will demand for giving you access to the wormhole, Cassandra mused. If he comes with us, then so be it. He will not be in charge when we get there. That is something he will have to accept. You'll be admitting to the government that the situation is hopeless, Rye said bitterly. That's even you can't stop the Fallers. Not quite. I'm hoping all Aqueous will ever be is a contingency. We need to open the wormhole to Valater. Valater? What the crud is on Valater? The theory behind this star existing is that the void banished all the planets here because the species living on them inside the void were either a threat or refused to submit to the heart. Right? Cassandra nodded. We're here because of the Quantum Buster. The Vatni are as obstinate as Urarchus. They always refuse to be guided by the Skylords. The Prime, well, we all know about them. And whoever was on Macule, they were clearly hugely antagonistic. They blew themselves up once they regained their industrial technology base. Trub and Astil were not clear about, Paula said, ticking them off on her fingers. But they don't seem to have any active aliens. Same goes for Fjernt, which is unscathed. Laura assumed the Fjernt species managed to build starships and went home, Cassandra said. Reasonable, Paula said, because you'd have done that if it weren't for the Fallers. Which leaves us with Valater. As far as I'm aware, the Commonwealth never found a native sentient species in any gas giant. There are various microbes in the atmosphere of some of them, but a sentient evolving there? It's not impossible, but it's very unlikely. And Valater's gravity is wrong, which implies it's artificial.
Artificial? Rai barked. A whole planet?
Not a planet, Paula said. A prison.
There was silence in the dining room. She looked around at all of them, resisting the impulse to smile at their surprised expressions.
There is one other species that we know is extremely hostile to the void. The Rael. So hostile, they've kept a 1,000,000-year vigil to prevent other aliens being ensnared by the void, and so enraged that the void's expansion could one day consume the entire galaxy, that they sent an armada of their greatest warships through the barrier to destroy it.
The armada was defeated, Dmitri said. Paula cocked her head to one side and smiled at him.
Exactly. And where does the void send its beaten enemies? Oh, Crudding Urarchus, Cassandra whispered. You think they're in Valater? The void beat them. Yes, but the Rael warships are formidable. I know. I've been on one. Yes, it sent them here, but the distance back to our galaxy is nothing to the Rael. A moderately inconvenient few decades of flight, if that. So, to be sure they never posed a threat again, the void imprisoned them. That's what I believe Valater to be. Underneath the atmosphere, there's some kind of barrier holding them in.
The gravity gradient, Fergus said quickly. It's like a miniature void barrier. It probably works on the same principle, Dmitri said. It's just the scale that is different. The void consumes stars to power itself. Valater consumes the hydrocarbon atmosphere.
Good, Paula said. The anadroids couldn't come up with ideas of their own, but set them a problem, and they'd use logic and a process of elimination to force compute a solution. Will they still be alive after 1,000,000 years? Florian asked apprehensively. I suspect they won't be a day older, Paula said. A major component of the void's internal space-time was the variable temporal flow. Humans were living on Bienvenido for 3,000 years, yet out in the galaxy, only 200 years went by. The void wouldn't want the Rael to be active inside their prison, not with the resources available to those warships. They'd probably manage to find a way to break out. I may be wrong, but you're not, are you? Cassandra said softly. There's a file on you in the smart core Nigel left behind. Checking up on me? Paula inquired. Cassandra smiled thinly. Very thoroughly. Would the Rael help us? Rai asked. They will help us, Paula assured him. Even if it wasn't us breaking them out, they'd help. That's what they're like. Besides, they owe me a few favours. Cassandra poured herself the last of the dessert wine. I'll bet they do, she mumbled. So how do we do it? Florian asked eagerly. How do we jailbreak the Armada? With difficulty, Paula said. Are we absolutely sure there's no more Commonwealth technology left? Valeri, your memory showed me nothing apart from the wormhole under the palace. What else did the captains hang on to? Is there anything left of Vermilion's cargo?
Effectively nothing, Valeri said.
The wormhole Laura Brandt reactivated is still there, but code-locked. All the others were cannibalized to repair it and the 2 floaters. There are no synthesizers or extruders left.
Nigel cleared all the quantum busters out of the armory, Cassandra said. I helped him do it. The medical modules the captains hung on to broke down 2,500 years ago. All that's left now are some components the Section 7 Advanced Science Division is scratching its head over. I have an asset in that department who has supplied us with an inventory, but if you're looking for something to bootstrap our manufacturing base up to Commonwealth levels, it's not in the palace. 3 colony starships came to Bienvenido, Paula said calmly. Vermilion landed to found Varlan. What happened to the other 2? The Verdant splashed down in the Gulf of St. Ives, 17 kilometres off what is now New Angeles, Fergus said. They salvaged what they could, which wasn't much. It took them months just to build wooden-hulled boats back then. That was more than 3,200 years ago. There's nothing left of it now. And the Viscount? Nobody knows. Paula checked the faces at the table, startled at how they all seemed perfectly content with that statement. The starships the Brandts built for this colony attempt were 1.5 kilometres long. How can they not know what happened to one? According to the landing chronicles, they never found it, Rye said. Their auxiliary flying craft carried on working for up to a fortnight after they arrived, so they managed to gather everyone together at the Vermilion's landing site. Once that was done, they made some overflights of the islands, but there was no sign of it. Paula rested her elbows on the table and tented her fingers. If Viscount had left orbit for another star, they would have seen it go. I take it there have been expeditions to all the land masses on Bienvenido? Yes, Fergus confirmed. In the first couple of centuries, the Geographical Association sent expeditions to every landmass on the planet. They never found a crash site. It has always been assumed Viscount came down in water, Valeri said. Presumably the Eastath Ocean. It is the largest. No tsunami? And nothing ever washed ashore? Paula asked. Ever. If it broke up on impact, there would have been thousands of tons of debris that floated. If it didn't break up, the crew would have had time to escape. So where is it? Florian asked. There's only 2 places it can be, Paula said. One of the polar continents. Fergus and Valeri looked at each other, then at Cassandra. Logical, Fergus conceded. Which pole, though? An intrigued Rye asked. An image taken from the Captain's Cartography Institute slid up into Paula's exovision. The southern polar continent, Lucartica, is the larger. It also has an unmapped interior, so those ancient expeditions probably only charted the coastal areas. That makes it the more likely. Lucartica is unmapped because it's big and desolate, Cassandra said. If the Viscount did come down there over 3,000 years ago, it'll be underneath at least 50 metres of snow and ice by now. How are we going to find it? This is needle-in-a-haystack territory. Your semi-organic synthesizers can still produce G-eagles, Paula said. Fabricate a new batch with upgraded sensors and communications, and then take them to Lucartica. They'll find it. That's quite an expedition, Cassandra said with a sly smile growing on her lips. Too big for the sub. We'll need a proper ship, and I just happen to know an obliging captain. 3. Chang was surprised by how small Port Chana was, given how prominently it featured in his life, with the endless rumours of its status as the capital of radical eliter activity, the probable hometown of the warrior angel, and the final destination of the Underground Railway. He'd been expecting something altogether more grandiose. It wasn't big enough to warrant a tram network, and the buildings were made from thick granite blocks to withstand the winter winds blowing in off the sea, which made them imposing but hardly significant. Industry was mainly warehouse storage for all the farm produce harvested across the rich lands of the county to the west, and the docks, where bulk cargo ships competed with the rail freight companies to ship all that food out to the rest of Bienvenido. The PSR office was on Hagel Avenue,
a commercial street that ran back directly from the waterfront marina where all the smaller, more prestigious stores were clustered. Buses roared along it, belching out thick fumes, elbowing their way among the cars and vans. Unlicensed food stalls cluttered the pavement, tipping pedestrians over into the dedicated cycle lanes, creating a constant chorus of angry bells. The pace of life here was more like one of the larger cities, Chang decided, everybody busy and rushing. He made his way carefully across the pavement. Most people moved out of the way when they saw his uniform and crutch, but some had to be stared away. There were several youths strolling along in their outlandish clothes. He'd noticed them about the city, inevitably in their 20s, dressed like colourful tramps with long, unkempt hair, looking like they were high on Narnik half the time. Talk in the PSR office was that they did it in reaction to the strictness of their regiment service. Port Chana's temperature was lower than in Opal, so he'd felt the chill in his customised uniform with its thin cloth. Today, his third day, he'd worn a sweater under the jacket, which had to be cut to fit over the cast, but at least he'd finally got rid of the eye patch and dressing on his face. Decent vision allowed him to see the taxi with its green for-hire light on 60 metres away. He raised his crutch. The taxi shot over 2 lanes with other vehicles tooting angrily. It wasn't much bigger than an Opal tuk-tuk, but it had 4 wheels and 2 passengers could fit in the back. Just. Chang climbed in and told the young driver to take him to Impale Street. He couldn't drive himself, and he'd politely turned down all Director Husnan's offers of providing a car and driver. Officially, he had a room at the Lafayette Hotel on the waterfront, and he didn't want the local office knowing different. He spent most of the journey pulling on an ankle-length raincoat. As disguises went, it was pretty ineffectual for a man with an arm in a cast and using a crutch, but it would cover the fact that a PSR officer was going into a house on Impale Street every day. The Section 7 safe house was a typical Port Chana 2-story, 3-bedroom fisherman's cottage, one in a long row of similar homes with tiny backyards, making up the winding street that rose up a gentle slope. Chang paid off the taxi and waited until it had driven around the corner, before crossing the road and walking back 5 houses to number 37. Jennifer was in the ground-floor living room, jacket off, sleeves rolled up as she read through reports. The long table was covered in files, as were most of the chairs. "Good news," he said, and dropped the thick briefcase down on the table in front of her. "What?" "More reports." She gave him a sour look. "Funny." Under Stonell's direction, every PSR office on Lamoran was now running an investigative analysis operation, compiling reports of unusual commercial or engineering activity. Stonell was hunting any clue that might indicate the Commonwealth girl was building something. So far, a team of Port Chana investigators, working under Captain Feige, had found nothing. But that wasn't good enough for Stonell, so every evening Chang would bring back the team's reports, and he and Jennifer would go through them all again. In addition to that paperwork, Carilla was supplying them with any suspicious cargo invoices she could find from the railway yard, where she'd been placed in the handling office. "We're not getting anywhere, are we?" he said. "No. I just wish I could come up with a new angle." "Section 7 has been hunting the Warrior Angel since the Great Transition," she said. "We've been here 3 days." "I know, but the situation has changed now." "Are you going to tell me you can feel it?" Chang gave her an annoyed glance, wishing she'd keep barbs like that for the bedroom. "I'm acting on instinct and logic," he said patiently. "This is the most likely place she'll be." "Have you seen anything to suggest Stonell is right about the local office being compromised?" "No. Director Husnan doesn't like me being there, but that's to be expected. And Feige is a straight arrow. Her team is doing their best." Jennifer pushed the paper away and leaned back in the chair, yawning. "I don't like it here." "Take a break. I'll make some coffee. Then we can go through the rest of this crud together." "No." She stood up, stretching. "I'll get the coffee. I don't want you in the kitchen." "Okay." Chang couldn't judge the tone. Was she saying she didn't want him to risk a boiling water accident, because he had his arm in a cast, or that he couldn't make decent coffee. It was strange. Each night they went up to the bedroom and had the best sex ever, but the rest of the time it was almost as if she didn't like him. He was always slightly on edge around her, never forgetting her suspicions about the whole Castellito incident. While he was in the hospital, recovering from the explosion, he'd had the most vivid dream of her taunting him. The smart thing would have been to leave her behind in Opal, but he just couldn't bring himself to make the break. Chang shook his head to clear it. Just concentrate on getting the job done. He sat down at the table and opened the briefcase. 24 files spilled out. Florian had a fast shower in the small ensuite, then put on a toweling robe and went back out to the bedroom. It had been a long day, with the whole farmhouse a bustle of activity. He'd taken part, of course. The anadroids always found some task for him, though he suspected they could do it themselves in 1/10 of the time. Today they'd had him making up lists of food to take on the expedition. He'd quite enjoyed that, even though it wasn't fancy food. The farmhouse's smart core had catalogues of every supplier in the county on file, so after the lists were compiled, he'd gone on to place orders. They couldn't be large orders, nothing that could attract attention, and they had to be shipped to a warehouse company on the edge of Port Chana, sometimes via intermediaries. There were 12 different bank accounts, false invoices, different delivery firms, never the same route. The farmhouse had a secure cable down to the town's 3 telephone exchanges, wired in to circumvent PSR monitors. He'd thought about putting on different voices on the phone, but that was taking it a stage too far. Besides, his false accents were seriously cruddy. It had been a rewarding day. He'd achieved a lot. Probably not as much as everyone else, but they wouldn't starve on the trip. And now there was going to be sex. He hopped onto the bed and looked expectantly at the half-open door. Lots of sex. Great sex. Like every night since he'd arrived, and sometimes during the day, too. Cassandra was so utterly divine. He didn't even think about the risks facing them on the expedition, how the Faller apocalypse was going to come crashing down on them very soon now. Nor did he care that Captain Chang had arrived in town to continue his hunt. Those things were just intervals between his times with Cassandra, endured and enjoyed as much as filling in all those eternal Warden office reports. "Florian," Cassandra's voice called from the landing. He smiled in anticipation and rolled over on the bed, feeling his erection growing. "In here. I've got a surprise for you." "Is it that little black lace number, the one that makes you look really hot and dirty?"
Hello, Florian."
"Ma'am!" Florian yelped in horrified surprise as Castellito peered around the door.
"Oh, Gio, you really are here."
There were tears in her eyes. "Mum!" He hurried over and hugged her, still blushing furiously. He saw Cassandra standing on the landing, an unreadable expression on her face. Then her lips twitched, and she gave him a little finger wave. A link opened from her U-shadow.
"See you later,"
she told him. Then his mother was stroking his face, needing the reassurance of touch. He was surprised she was so anxious. She'd been such a force of stability and calm throughout his life, always supportive, always encouraging, understanding, and tolerant with his coding obsession. She hadn't even shown any disappointment at him signing up for the warden service, though he knew it was a bitter blow to her. She'd aged, too, which shocked him. It had only been 7 years. Guiltily he realized his letters home had gradually become fewer and fewer. "They told me the PSR had arrested you," he said.
"Captain Chang himself,"
she said, with what sounded suspiciously like pride.
"I was the one who gave him a black eye."
Florian remembered Chang walking toward them at Hawley Docks, wearing an eye patch.
"Really? That was you? I guess we've both surprised each other."
"I didn't visit you in Opal," he blurted. "I wanted to keep you safe from the PSR."
"I know. I guessed you'd be with Tyrannia."
"I was." They smashed up her club.
and they arrested her as well for a bit. I really messed up. Silly boy. You made it here. And you? He said in wonder. How are you here? Underground railway, of course. I've dispatched enough people along it. It was an interesting experience. Not exactly first class the whole way. You're safe. That's all that counts. Safe from the PSR, for now. From what I understand, that isn't going to last for long. No, it probably won't. The warrior angel said you'd tell me what's going on. Oh, did she? Yes. It was quite overwhelming, finally meeting her. Such a pretty girl, too. Florian gave his mother a curious look. She'd never used that teasing tone on him before. Yes, she certainly is. Well done, you. She pinched his cheek playfully. So what has been happening? Why was the entire PSR going crazy hunting you? Let's go downstairs. I'd like you to meet Paula. And you're going to need a drink. The log fire in the lounge was still blazing away, so they sat on the sofa and chatted away in a fashion that surprised Florian. He tried to tell his mother everything that had happened without bragging too much, but she seemed genuinely impressed by what he'd done. She actually stumbled over her words when he introduced her to Paula, which she never did. So, he said when his story was over, do you know where Lurgy is? They'll be looking for him now. Lurgy is fine, Castellito said. And you're an uncle, by the way. He has a daughter, Zoanne. She's 18 months old. Really? That's amazing. Yeah. He calmed down a lot after he left Opal. I think burning down the mayor's residence made him realize how he'd run too wild. He lives on a farm about 100 kilometers away. I'm going to visit him next. I want to see my grandchild before. She sucked on her lip. Not going to happen, he said, gripping her hand for emphasis. Paula is amazing, and the team here, equally cool. We'll find the Viscount, don't you worry. My son. She shook her head ruefully. Always the quiet ones. Tell Lurgy hello from me. Will do. And Mum. Who's my father? Oh, Florian. This is the end coming, Mum. Either we die in the fall or apocalypse, or the Rael would take us home to live in the Commonwealth, like we always dreamed of. Either way, I deserve to know. You do? Yes. His name is Salvatore. Florian was surprised by his own reaction. He felt nothing. The name was just some syllables. It didn't mean anything. He'd been expecting it to resonate somehow, to connect him. Thank you, Mum. Is he still alive? I honestly don't know. We agreed not to stay in contact, to protect you and Lurgy. When this is all over, I want to find him. You want to ask me why, don't you? Why we split up? Why I never told you? Why I never registered your father at the birth? Florian nodded meekly, keeping his gaze away from his mother's face. Well, don't worry. We weren't one of those couples who split up and are so bitter we can't stand each other afterward. It's actually rather special. You see, your father's grandmother was Dionyne. But there was only one person he knew called that, and he didn't need his secondary routines to run a file search for that either. I don't... No. Really? His heart was beating faster. The Dionyne? Castellito was smiling sheepishly. Yes, Florian, your great-grandmother is the youngest daughter of Captain Phileas. She escaped the revolution and Androsia's psychotic massacre of her family. That makes you and Lurgy the direct descendants of the captains of Bienvenido. The last of the line. Crudding Urarchus! Which means there are quite a few people, not just in the PSR, who would like to exterminate you simply because you exist. Florian started to chuckle, and it soon became a full laugh. What's so funny? Castellito asked curiously. You know, Rai Evine saved me. He snatched me and Paula away from Chang. Yes, You said.
Ray is related directly to Sylvester.
She grinned. I never knew Gio had such a sense of irony. Thank you for telling me, Mum. He embraced her. I missed you. If you'd asked me to stay, I would have. You know that, don't you? That's why I never did, darling. It's not easy being a mother. We all know we have to let go at some time. And you couldn't have stayed in Opal. You were so miserable it was killing me to see you like that. You had to leave to grow. And how you have grown. Florian was worried he was going to start crying. We're going to save Bienvenido. You'll see. I know, darling. She patted his leg. Just don't go thinking you're invincible. You're not. The Ancatra Café was at the western end of Port Chana's waterfront, with a hedge of bushy, heliotrope-shaded trasla trees, marking out a snug area for their pavement tables outside. Jennifer walked along the edge of the marina at midday, where the rigging poles slapped constantly on the masts of the yachts and yaigulls circled overhead, vigilant for unwary sightseers leaving their pasties or ice creams unguarded. Her legs still ached from last night's hot athleticisms. With Chang practically immobile, she had to exert her splendid body to thrilling extremes. In bed he was completely obedient, so much so she sometimes wondered if he did remember what she'd done to him in the Opal hospital. Uncertainty heightened the whole experience quite deliciously. She walked past the outside tables into the café. It was darker inside, with traditional Valseed oil lamps hanging from the beams, casting a shady jasmine illumination across the small black tables. Carilla was sitting in her usual corner, munching on an almond croissant, with a glass of hot chocolate with whipped cream in front of her. Jennifer sat opposite her, keeping her face rigid with disapproval. "Do you have anything for me?" she asked the Alita. Carilla shrugged pugnaciously. "Plenty. It's all crud, though." She slid a brown paper store bag out from under her seat. Jennifer dropped it into her own bigger woven shoulder bag. The weight of the dockets from the rail freight office meant a couple of extra hours tonight. She almost asked, "Then why do you bring it?" But that would have been an excuse for Carilla to start bitching. So instead she asked, "What are the Elitas talking about today?" "Same as yesterday. Everyone's worried about the Faller apocalypse. They know Opal Docks was important." "Did they say how it was important?" "No, just that the Warrior Angel wouldn't show herself unless something really heavy was going down. People are speculating about Florian." "In what way?" "Saying he has weapons." "Does he?" "No, he's a forest warden, for crud's sake." "Okay, no need to bite my head off. Are they saying anything about the Warrior Angel?" "Not much. No one knows if she can hold off the Fallers if they do overwhelm the rest of Lamaran. Talk is, probably not, unless we use nukes." "There's too much talk of the Faller apocalypse," Jennifer grunted disapprovingly. "Too much like traitor propaganda." Carilla rolled her eyes. "One day you'll learn. We're all in this together. The only people who discriminate between humans are you. What kind of person would ever ally themselves to Fallers?" The image that immediately dominated Jennifer's sight was the firefight outside Cameron's, where gangsters had fought alongside Fallers. "Bad ones," she said softly. "You're crazy. No human would do that. We'll be fighting against them just as hard as you, despite everything you've done to us. Faller apocalypse is just more Alita lies, like breeder Fallers and the Warrior Angel. So what was that attacking us in Frikal Alley?" "A cat." "Like bollocks, was it?" "You would be wise to focus on your job. I'm working 10-hour shifts in that cruddy office. Those are dockets that I thought you might want to see. It's not me that breaks deals." Jennifer picked up her shoulder bag and stood up. "I'll see you tomorrow. Already looking forward to it." Jennifer smiled thinly, imagining how Carilla would look, stripped naked and strapped to the frame in the safe-house interrogation cell. Not so smug, I'll bet. She wondered if Chang would agree to that. He'd enjoy watching. She'd make sure of that. And if you hear anything, emergency phone number memorized. Jennifer walked out and hailed a taxi. DeMarco Hotel, she told the driver. Nobody apart from her mother knew about the room she'd taken at the DeMarco, which was an easy 3-street walk from the safe house. She spent a couple of hours there every day, which was why she was always so far behind when Chang came back to the safe house at night. She spent those hours going through his old Portland case files, which Yaki had sent to her. The DeMarco was a lovely old 5-story building with an elegant interior that had remained in good condition. She walked through the lobby, heading for the broad, curving stairs. "Mom," the receptionist called. He had to call again before Jennifer even looked around, surprised to find he really was calling to her. Why? She felt a slight chill, her senses alert, hand at her side, resting close to the concealed pistol. "What?" she asked crisply as she reached the desk. The receptionist was intimidated by her attitude. He reached to the wall of pigeonholes behind him. Room 101, her room, had a folded sheet of hotel notepaper. He handed it to her and quickly looked away. It read, "Courtyard Bistro, Corporal. C." Jennifer took a good look around the lobby but couldn't see anything remotely suspicious. "Who gave you this?" she demanded. "It was given to Maribel. She was on duty this morning. I can ask when she comes back for the evening shift." "Never mind. Where's the Courtyard Bistro?" "Through the bar, ma'am." He pointed. As she went through the bar, she slipped the safety off her pistol. Calling it the Courtyard Bistro was somewhat aspirational for a paved area, 11 meters long and 3 wide, possessing 5 tables à deux under pergola beams draped with a vine. The ancient granite wall at the back had 2 narrow slit windows opening to the alley that ran behind the hotel. It was empty. Jennifer gave the kitchen doorway a suspicious look. She could hear the head chef shouting at his sous chef inside. "Over here, Corporal," a female voice said. Jennifer drew her pistol and walked to the back wall. "Who is it?" Castellito walked past one of the open slits. Jennifer ran forward and shoved her pistol through the gap. Castellito was out of sight, and she couldn't get any kind of angle up or down the alley. "Remove your hand or I'll smash an iron bar across it," Castellito said. "Crud!" Jennifer glanced up, but the granite wall was nearly 4 meters high. No way could she scramble up it. Bring one of the tables over? But the pergola beams formed an effective cage lid. Something slapped her hand firmly in warning. Furious, Jennifer withdrew the pistol. When the barrel was level with the slit, she had her widest angle, but Castellito remained out of sight. She was on the left, though. Jennifer was sure of that. "What do you want?" "I've got some information for you. It concerns your boss, Captain Chang. You know, the one who betrayed you back in Opal." Jennifer gritted her teeth and brought the pistol back through the slit. "What about him?" "Those old files you're looking through in your room upstairs. They're not going to tell you what you want to know." "How did you—" She cursed herself for playing Castellito's game. "Then what do I need to know?" "The 2 of you are alone in that PSR safe house every night." "Are you screwing him?" "I am going to come around there, and you'll be—" "He's one of us." "Us? What do you mean? A radical?" "Oh, no, little girlie." Castellito chuckled. "Think bigger." Jennifer slammed her fist against the stone slit. "Tell me!" "He's one of us. A filthy eliter. How do you think he managed to call the warrior angel to Xander Manor? How did she know he was heading for Hawley Docks?" "No. You're lying." "Oh, you'll rage and shout about it for a few minutes. Then you'll calm down and you'll know." "Goodbye." "Wait! If he was an eliter, there's no way you'd betray him to me." "This is personal now. He was going to catch Florian, my son. Prove to you all what a perfect little PSR bastard he is. Florian would have been tortured for weeks, and when you were through with him, you'd either murder him in your dungeons or send him to a yellow cake mine where the radiation would rot him to death. So yes, I'm betraying Comrade Chang, because I know what you'll do to him. My only regret is that I don't get to watch. How much has Chang told your people? Does the warrior angel know we're here? We want to talk to her. There was no answer. Jennifer shoved her face into the slit, but she still couldn't see along the alley. She knew it was empty, though. Castellito was gone. You fuck it!
4. The crypt after midnight always seemed to be quieter than during the day, which was ridiculous, Faustina acknowledged. The Advanced Science Division's machines still hummed and buzzed at the same volume. There weren't any technicians about, but that was the only physical difference. Yet somehow night's calm had descended to claim the big chamber. She often worked late into the night, but tonight was the first night since the Commonwealth space machine had arrived that her colleagues had finally packed in and gone home before 1 o'clock. They'd made some progress on various measurements, and they knew for sure that electric discharges couldn't penetrate the force field, nor could a thermal lens. For the last couple of days they'd been working on the maser device that had been brought out of storage. Faustina kept on reading the old reports for 20 minutes after the last technician left, then got up and stretched. She walked over to the bank of recording instruments that were focused on the big pearl-white cylinder and carefully unplugged the sensor components. That way the tapes would keep running, but record nothing. Her U-shadow opened a link. "Can you receive me?" "Oh, this is interesting," the machine replied. "That's a Commonwealth U-shadow format link you're using, but the same generation as my own routines. So I'm guessing you've not arrived here recently." "No, I'm one of the Warrior Angels team. 2 things. First, she thought you'd like to know that Paula is now safe and grown up." "Thank you. Which makes me curious what the second thing is." "Paula wants to know if you can get into space again. She needs you to fly some kind of survey mission of Valater." "What's a Valater?" "It's the gas giant planet, and if you can fly, you have to go into polar orbit around Bienvenido first to see if you can locate the Viscount. We think it crashed at the southern pole." "If I could fly properly, there's no way I'd be here. Sorry, my drive units took a pounding in the Quantum Buster blast." Faustina gave the cylinder a small smile. "I remember that. The light was brighter than 100 suns." "You remember it? Your advancer gene's age resistance is the best I've ever seen." "They're not. I've been rejuvenated a couple of times in Cassandra's medical module. Each time I come back with a new face and start to work my way back into government. It's my penance." "I'm starting to understand. I did wonder if you knew the connotations of your name. That must have been some original sin." "It was. I used to be called Bethanyve. I was at the heart of the revolution. I helped overthrow the captain. I believed in us back then. I believed we were ushering in an age of freedom and liberty. Then my husband took over. He was a monster, and I never saw that until it was too late." "We all have a bad morning after at some point in our lives." "You're a very strange machine. I know the anadroids, and they don't talk like this." "You'll have to forgive me. I'm somewhat hazy on recent local history. Are you talking about Nigel's anadroids?" "Yes. Do you know them?" "I have a file on them. This machine was a subsidiary component of Skylady, Nigel's starship. Is there any way you can be fixed to fly again?" "I have a couple of integral semi-organic synthesizers, but they don't add up to self-repair functionality. So unless you happen to have a lot of sophisticated manufacturing systems at hand, I've got all the flight characteristics of a brick." "Alas, that's our problem." "Please explain." "It's called the Faller Apocalypse." Faustina told her U-shadow to send over various files. "Those goddamn monsters," the machine exclaimed when the download finished. They're the ones that got me, right at the start. Got you? Yeah. I was on the Vermilion, or rather my original body was. I'm Joey Stein. I was part of Laura Brandt's Shuttle 14 mission into the forest. But these days, I'm just a backup memory waiting for a real-life clone, and that likelihood seems to be slipping farther and farther from reality. You're Joey Stein. Amazing, Faustina said. There were so many questions she wanted to ask, but none of them relevant to helping Paula and Cassandra. But if the Viscount survived, then Paula really may be able to do something, Joey said. Our cargo was deliberately built sturdy. Each of those colony ships was self-sustaining, in case we got separated by some freak accident. And you don't get more freaky than the Void. In theory, you should be able to rebuild an entire Commonwealth-level society with just half the systems carried on one ship. You can. A lot of ifs in there, my new friend, including the biggest ask of all, time. And from what you've shown me in those files, time is getting kinda critical. It is. All right. So we have to do what we can. You said you can't fly again. That's not the kind of help I was thinking of. Our people, Paula and the Elitas, part of their plan is to open this wormhole, right? Faustina's gaze lifted to the enigmatic gateway at the back of the crypt. At the same time, her U-Shadow reported the space machine was transmitting a torrent of link files. She held her breath, fascinated to see if the Guardian force field would finally switch off. Bollocks, Joey said. Laura knew what she was doing when she code-locked that. Paula might be able to crack it, but I can't. I see. That was 5 seconds of trying. You're not going to quit on me just with that, are you? Of course not. She grinned, glad to hear it. So if we can't go down the physical route, this city, Varlan, right? This is the capital? Yes. So we've got all the top politicians here? Quite literally. This palace is still the seat of government. They're sitting 6 levels above us. She gave the cylinder a thoughtful look. How does that help? We arrange for Paula to have political cover. How is that possible? Politicians in a one-party state are paranoid little shits, always looking to do a deal to put themselves on top. At least that's how it used to be on old Earth. I take it that hasn't changed? Her grin faded. It hasn't. So we make them an offer they can't refuse, especially if we can make them think they're making the offer to me.
Jennifer sat in the safe house's living room and dialed the direct number. A loud 2-tone whistle sounded in the headset, and she dialed another 4 numbers. A small blue light came on, confirming the link was scrambled and secure.
Hello, dear,
Yaki said.
What have you got for me? I found it, she said, so excited there was a tremor in her voice. I know his secret. Superb. What is it?
He's an Elita.
Chang? Not possible. It would be on his file. Like Lorraine, you mean? This makes perfect sense. How else did the warrior angel show up at Xander Manor at the right time? And Hawley Docks? He must have called her with a link. How did you find this out? Castellito told me. Castellito? I didn't know she'd been captured.
Jennifer was glad Yaki was more than 1,000 kilometers away, couldn't see her, clenching her jaw.
I didn't capture her. She came to me. You didn't interrogate her then? She volunteered that information? Yes. You've been played, dear. They found out you're in Port Chana and want to break your operation apart. But at least it confirms you're getting close. Chang is an Elita, Jennifer said stubbornly. He's always been cozy with that gorilla. Give me one reason why they would expose one of their own to you. Castellita wasn't acting for the radicals. This was personal. She wants revenge for Florian. We would have tortured him to death. You know that. You probably would.
Jennifer said nothing. Waited.
All right, Yaki said eventually. I admit that was quite a coincidence. The warrior angel showing up each time, but that doesn't give you enough to arrest him. I wasn't going to. This is a Section 7 safe house. I can go to work on him here. The interrogation room in the basement is fully equipped. I can break him before the local PSR office even realizes he's gone. He'll confess, I swear.
She licked the sweat that had started to bead on her upper lip.
And without him, your investigation to find the Commonwealth girl will slow. It's too convenient. Mother, this is what you wanted. No, it's better. Stonewall personally recruited an eliter into Section 7. He'll be ruined, and you can bring it to the attention of the Security Cabinet. All right. Forget Chang's old case files. I'm going to send you a link detector. A what? A gadget Section 7 have developed. It detects eliter transmissions, and it's small enough to fit your pocket, so carry it with you at all times. Suppose he doesn't, for God's sake, do me the courtesy of trying to think like a PSR officer. It'll be with you by tomorrow evening. Once you have it, feed him some information that any eliter would have to tell his fellow radicals about. See if the device lights up. Of course. Yes.
The blue light went off. Jennifer stared at the dead handset for a long moment before replacing it in the cradle.
Crud!
Chang got back to the safe house an hour after sunset. The wind from the sea had been constant all day, and now clouds were scudding in, blocking any view of the ring glinting across the night sky. He found Jennifer sitting at her usual chair, the living room illuminated by 5 wall lights that seemed dimmer than usual, casting long shadows off the piles of paperwork. For once, she wasn't reading through files. He took one look at her pensive expression. Most people wouldn't be able to tell, but he knew her well enough to see the burning anger held back like a beast in a cage.
"What's wrong?"
he asked. I found something today, sir. It might be our first lead.
"Excellent."
He slung the briefcase on the table and sat beside her.
"Show me."
Reluctantly, she handed over a slim folder. There were only 4 sheets of paper inside, a ship's manifest. He skimmed through the typed lines, shrugged.
"Looks okay to me."
Does it, sir?
The tone was pure aggression.
"Is there a problem?"
His leg had been aching all day. The painkillers were making him feel queasy, and the sense of frustration from the going-nowhere investigation was turning him tired and short-tempered. What he wanted was a rest, a quiet meal, and a decent sleep.
I don't know, Captain, she replied levelly. Read it again, please.
To duck out of an argument, he glanced at the file again. The manifest was for the Gothora 3, which had just arrived in the harbour, a small independent ship that carried cargo up and down the coast, with agents in every port pushing their contracts for consignments. One of hundreds of small, similar ships, whose captain owners were up to their eyeballs in debt and struggling to pay the State Maritime Enterprise Office its percentage. Gothora 3 had arrived from Helston, delivering crates of spare parts to several port charter companies that specialized in servicing agricultural vehicles. It was due to depart in a few days for Perranporth, after taking on supplies and a new cargo.
"I still don't see anything wrong," he told her.
The cargo has been changed, she said.
Another glance at the papers, exasperation building now.
"Yeah, it was due to take timber along to Linton. The agent switched it. Perfectly normal for this kind of small-time operation. Someone undercut them, or the Perranporth contract pays better."
The Economic Investigation Team at the PSR office is supposed to be on the lookout for change.
"Something out of the ordinary is their actual brief."
Which is why they singled this out in the first place. An unexplained change.
"And why they haven't followed it up. It's perfectly normal."
It's the only one.
"What do you mean?"
I've looked through hundreds of transactions, every type of company for 50 kilometres, chemicals, ores, engineering, agricultural, electrical, cars, trucks, haulage firms, train freight, even banks. All the abnormal orders and cancellations and changes. Thousands of the cradding things. This is the only ship that's changed everything. You're quite right. Other ships have added to their cargo. They've had orders withdrawn and given to other captains. It happens all the time. But the Gathora 3's entire cargo has been changed, along with its destination, all in the last 3 days.
Chang frowned, his finger tracing down the manifest. Engineering supplies for Rodriguez tooling, and Katina precision milling. Type not listed. The order was put together by South Coast Wide Shipping.
He glanced up at Jennifer.
Are they legitimate?
I checked with the State Enterprise Register. South Coast Wide is over 40 years old, founded and owned by someone called Lubica. Employs 9 people in its office. All perfectly normal.
Well, there would have to be, Chang murmured.
So?
Unusual,
Chang agreed. He opened the bottle of painkillers and popped a couple of pills.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. If it is something the Warrior Angel is involved with, I don't want to warn them off, so we don't tell Director Husnan's people.
You want to keep it from the PSR?
I want to keep it from the Warrior Angel. That's why you and I are here, boring ourselves stupid with this cruddy paperwork. Stonewall doesn't trust the Port China PSR, remember? Tomorrow we make some quiet inquiries. We'll need the Gathora 3's registry documents from the Marine Registry, and a listing for Rodriguez Tooling and Katina Precision Milling from the State Enterprise Office. I also want PSR files on the crew.
If they have any,
Jennifer said. Route that request through Section 7 in Varlan. They can pull the information from their central records. That way no one else will know we're asking.
All right.
Then first thing tomorrow, you and I are going down to the docks and taking a look at the Gathora 3 for ourselves.
Tomorrow?
Yes.
So we're not doing anything tonight?
No more paperwork. No.
He unbuttoned his uniform jacket and slipped it off. The painkillers were dulling the ache in his leg, and interest in the Gathora 3 had banished his lethargy.
But you and I are going to draw up a strategy to monitor this curious ship, and then we're going to bed, so I can thank you properly.
He knew he was playing with fire, but he just couldn't stop. Jennifer bit back on her impatience as they climbed the eternal spiral stairs up the inside of the lighthouse that perched on the end of Port Chana's harbour wall. When they'd arrived at the docks that morning, they'd quickly identified 3 decent observation points. 2 of them they ruled out on grounds of practicality. Both were in wharf-side buildings with a lot of people. Chang would always draw attention. So, the lighthouse it was. The keeper was startled when Chang showed his PSR badge, but smart enough not to complain. As Chang pointed out, he was the only person who knew they were here, so if that knowledge leaked, there would only be one arrest. Chang took the stairs cradding slowly, his crutch clattering on the stone steps, and he had to stop for a rest every couple of circuits. They reached the lantern room 7 minutes after they started up. Jennifer shrugged out of her backpack and started setting up the tripod. Chang opened a window and trained a powerful pair of binoculars on the Gathora 3, which was berthed 2 wharves down the harbour from their position.
"I am cradding shattered,"
he complained. Jennifer nodded as if being sympathetic. She was pleased with herself for containing her hatred last night, but her strength had allowed her to overcome any emotional weakness, so she held her tongue, biding her time as they worked out how best to mount an observation on the Gathora 3. Thanks to Yaki's skepticism, she still wasn't 100% certain about his heritage, which was deeply frustrating. Part of her was so sure. She needed absolute proof, though. It was a real shame the link detector wasn't going to arrive until tonight. Her discovery of the Gathora 3 was exactly the kind of thing he would warn the Warrior Angel about. She'd even considered holding off telling him, but that was an outright dereliction of duty. She fixed the camera with its huge telephoto lens onto the tripod and focused it on the Gathora 3. The mid-deck cranes were offloading its cargo
winching the heavy wooden crates onto waiting flatbed trucks. She zoomed in on the crew members standing around the open holds and waited patiently until they were facing her before snapping off several shots.
"Looking pretty normal,"
she muttered. "Our targets aren't going to march on board in broad daylight."
"You think they're already there?"
"I don't know. I doubt it, though. Not enough escape routes if we do raid the ship."
"So they'll come aboard last minute?"
"Impossible to say. You told me they all just vanished after Hawley docks. That kind of target is hard to capture."
"Then we just give up?"
she taunted. "Not at all. Once we understand them, we'll know how to approach. They must know the PSR is hunting them." Jennifer was glad he was still peering through the binoculars, so he couldn't see her guilty flush. Castellito had clearly known every aspect of their mission.
"But he must know that, so he's playing a double bluff, right?" "You're probably correct, but you and I are still one step ahead." She waited for him to respond. When she looked up from the camera, she saw his back was rigid. His binoculars weren't pointing at the Gathora 3 anymore, either. "Chang?"
"We're not alone." It was the dead tone he used that sent a chill down her limbs.
"What?"
"Warehouse 5. Remember it. The one with the offices along the front. We considered it when we arrived." He handed her the binoculars. "Good vantage point, but too many people would have seen me struggling up to the 5th floor. Take a look." With a growing sense of trepidation, she swung the binoculars around to Warehouse 5, concentrating on the highest row of windows. It was a big building with granite walls and a curving, corrugated iron roof. A huge, sliding doorway dominated the end, with flatbed trucks and forklifts moving in and out constantly. The opening was framed by offices. She could see through the windows on the 3 lower floors. People were sitting at desks, answering telephones, calling to one another, hurrying out to the warehouse floor carrying batches of urgent papers. The 4th floor windows were grimy, the rooms inside given over to storage of some kind, while the 5th was practically deserted. She almost missed it. A single, small pane had been removed from one of the iron-framed windows on the 5th floor. Someone was inside, standing a meter or so away from the gap, a pair of binoculars pressed to his face.
"Cradding Urarchus!"
she hissed. She took a step back, filled with a horrible vision of the other watcher taking a photo of her face. "So," Chang said, "either Section 7 is running another dark operation just like ours that they haven't told me about, or the Fallers are also curious about the Gathora 3. And I don't think it's Section 7. Captain Fudge's office was on the 3rd floor of the PSR offices. Naturally, Chang thought petulantly as he wheezed his way up the final flight of stairs. He'd taken some painkillers on the taxi ride back from the harbour. They didn't seem to make much difference. Fudge looked up as he limped in. She didn't even bother to put on a pleased-to-see-you expression. Chang used his crutch to push the door shut, then sank into the chair. "We have a problem," he said.
"My team is working as hard as they can, comrade," Fadja said defensively. "You can't expect instant results, not with this much paperwork involved. They're dedicated people."
"I'm sure they are," Chang said. He took out his small Section 7 badge and pinned it to his lapel. Fadja stiffened.
"I did wonder,"
she said sullenly. "Relax. I'm not here to deliver a reprimand."
"Yeah, right."
"So much cynicism. I need you to arrange a new squad for me."
"What's the operation?"
"No operation. We're not having this conversation. There is no paperwork. Do not use the telephones to call people."
"You want me to run a dark operation?"
"Crud, Chang. I've got to clear it with Director Husnan. Answer me this. How many nests are active in Port Chana right now?"
"None. We have a good record on that front, at least."
"Wrong answer. I've just encountered one."
"You can't—"
She looked seriously worried.
"There's a nest?"
"Yes. And for one to exist without this office even picking up a hint is something I find deeply disturbing.
Right.
So no Director Husnan. You will handpick 5 of your people that you personally can vouch for, and allocate them some aspect of the current investigation that requires them to be reassigned outside this building. We will convene in the Decru Cafe in 2 hours, and I will brief them. We're going to run an observation on the nest, follow its members, find out where they're based. Then they will be taken out. I'm calling my director to get a detachment of Marines down here.
Yes, sir, Fadja said. You can depend on me.
Lights are dimming, windows shake, whispers echo, hearts that ache. All the laughter slips away, now the night swallows the day. Oh, the party's over now, time to make a graceful bow. Empty bottles, memories, all that's left are scattered keys. Time ends, you know. Oh, the party's over now, time to make a graceful bow. Empty bottles, memories, all that's left are scattered keys. On the wall, feet are dragging heavy, slow. Shadows whisper, time to go. Oh, the party's over now, time to make a graceful bow. Empty bottles, memories, all that's left are scattered keys.
Five. Stonell was hoping for something impressive when he walked into the crypt. New computators, their magnetic spools spinning fast. Big exotic instruments clustered around the Commonwealth machine. Dramatic, dynamic progress. Faustina had certainly sounded animated enough on the phone. Instead, there was the maser, which looked like a fat telescope fixed to the end of a hospital X-ray machine. It wasn't even plugged in. Big coils of cable lay on the floor next to its pedestal. Apart from that, all he could see was a small table with what looked like a home-built radio sitting on it. There was no casing, just a metal frame supporting naked electrical circuit boards and glowing cathode tubes. Faustina was standing beside it. She was the only person in the crypt. "Where is everyone?" he asked. The Advanced Science Division normally had about 20 technicians and researchers in the crypt. "I have them working in our other laboratories this morning. And the reason for that is for security," she said, as if trying out the word for the first time. "This is possibly a little sensitive. Politically, that is. I may be wrong, of course." Now Stonell was deeply curious. Faustina simply didn't do political at any level. When you called me, you said you'd made progress. I said there had been a development, she countered. Please, no semantics. What's happened? We were calibrating the maser when I noticed some interference. From the machine? Yes. The emissions were very fast and very regular, operating in the microwave band, not the link frequencies the elites use, which is what we'd expect from Commonwealth technology. I had a theory. She rested her hand on the newly assembled radio apparatus. With a rather too knowing smile, she flicked a toggle switch, cleared her throat portentously, and picked up a microphone. Are you receiving me? I can hear you, a voice replied from the circular speaker fixed to the contraption's frame. Stonell gave the Commonwealth machine a shocked look. Is that? Faustina nodded, her smile insufferably proud. Oh, yes. She held out the microphone. Try it. He took the microphone. Hello. Greetings, human. We come in peace. Take me to your leader so I may serve you. What? Fried or baked? Ah. Serve. Get it? That's a first contact joke. Mind you, it is several thousand years old, and probably wasn't all that funny back then either, so I guess the old ones aren't always the best ones after all. Stonell gave Faustina a bewildered glance. This was so not part of any scenario he'd rehearsed in his mind. She just shrugged. Think of it as a very smart and precocious 13-year-old. I heard that. He brought the microphone up to his lips. What are you? You're looking at a custom-built life support pod with enhanced medical capabilities. In other words, I keep people alive in space emergencies. Custom-built? In the human Commonwealth? Correct. Eurakis. That's your local bad god, right? Eurakis was a dangerous part of the void. Well, thank crap we're not there anymore, huh? Are you alive? Ah, a philosophical question. Okay. I was born human. My thoughts were placed in this machine for safekeeping after my body started to be exhumed. So you tell me if I'm a living thing. Personally, I think I'd pass the Turing test with ease. The what? It's a test to examine an entity for sentience. Wait. You were exhumed? Yes. All of us were. Except for Laura, of course. Nigel managed to rescue her. You knew Mother Laura, he whispered in awe. Who are you? Joey Stein, hyperspace theorist, at your service. You were one of Laura's companions in the forest. Is there an echo in here? Yes. I was trapped in a time loop for 3 millennia, then jailbreaked just in time to get the shit kicked out of me by the Quantum Buster. If there are any media companies still active back in the Commonwealth, they're gonna be bidding trillions for my story. So you've been watching us from space since the Great Transition? As best I could. Plenty of my sensors were damaged in the blast. Plus, I collided with a tree and stuck to it. 3788D, Stonell said quickly. That's the one. It was you. You diverted the Liberty missile. Yep. Got it to strike where it would do the most good. Smash that fucker apart like it was made of glass. And flew down to Bienvenido afterward. Flew is a bit of an exaggeration. Plummet is closer. I had a tiny bit of thrust left, so the impact didn't break me apart. And you brought her with you, Stonell said coldly. The wily friendliness of the machine was starting to annoy him. Yes, to subvert our whole society. I should have you dropped into the deepest ocean or buried at the bottom of a mine shaft. Whoa there, big fella. Nobody's subverting anything. I exist to sustain my cargo's life, period. You gave her to an elita. You mean young Florian. He was the only human answering my distress beacon. He said this government was a dictatorship, that you persecute anyone with functioning macrocellular clusters. We do not persecute them. We have laws that they constantly challenge. They claim they are better than us. If we drop our guard, they would rule us like the captains of old. Bad history, huh? Very. Who did you bring to this world? What is her purpose in coming here? Paula? She's a high-ranking Commonwealth diplomat from the Alien Contact Bureau. Nigel brought her along in case he needed her to negotiate with the local government. A diplomat? He should have brought her to life while he was here. His legacy is not favourable. Got you out of the void, didn't he? Not everyone would agree that is a good thing. You and I are going to have to differ on that. What will she do? Help you. Without prejudice. That bothers me. Can you contact her? She should help the legitimate government, not elites. They are radicals. If you took me up to the roof and she was in the city, I could link to her. But apart from that, no. Then what use are you? From a practical standpoint, none at all. However, I do have lots of technical information in my memory. That should be useful to someone. Weapons, you mean? Yes, but I would need guarantees that you'd only use them against fallers. There are ethical issues to consider before I hand over weapons of mass destruction to people I can't veto. The weapons we have kill fallers quite effectively already, thank you. Glad to hear it. And congratulations on nuking the trees. Your spaceships are doing a fine job there. Stonal narrowed his eyes to regard the machine thoughtfully. I have trouble believing you. You have an answer for everything. You are too glib. Listen, pal. I've waited 257 years. I can wait another 250, no sweat. This isn't a biological body. I have no time imperative. That means what, exactly? I don't get bored. I am curious now. What are you waiting for? You keep this society static, right? You and your government pals. That makes it easy to control, to maintain your own status. Stonal glanced at Faustina, who was frowning as if that was not something she'd considered before. Our society has evolved to stability, he said genially. I believe that to be an achievement that should not be cast aside. But it will be. When all the trees are gone, blown up by your liberty missions, you will be free of the fallers, and that will trigger massive change. Trust me, history is littered with revolutionary transformation mechanisms. I can give you the cultural anthropology lectures if you like. No, thank you. Please explain how this will affect you. You are a machine that has fulfilled its function. My primary function, yes. But once Bienvenido regains contact with the Commonwealth, these memories will be re-lifed. What do you mean, re-lifed? They'll grow me a new body and download my memories into it. I'll be born again. Re-lifed. Great Jew, Faustina whispered. I'd do it myself, the machine continued, except I haven't got my own genome in store. But there are copies back on Earth. You await life, then? Stonal asked. I'm talking to an embryo? Interesting angle, but I'll go with it. And it will happen. After the fallers are gone, your socio-economic development will continue along more normal lines. It may take a couple of centuries, but you will have Starflight again. Hell, I can even supply you with the blueprints. I have all that Commonwealth scientific knowledge in my memory. Hyperdrive, immortality, fusion power, neural processors, everything. I can cut the development time from Liberty rockets to transgalactic starships down to a few decades. Stonal turned to Faustina. Please leave. What? Leave. He didn't elaborate, merely waited for compliance. She gave him an annoyed glance, then walked out.
He waited until the door was closed behind her before bringing the microphone up to his face again. "We're not going to win." "Excuse me. Against the Fallers. We are not going to win. The trees are irrelevant now. The nests are too well established down here, and multiplying. You will not be relifed in the Commonwealth. Indeed, once they have devoured us, they may break you open and learn how to build your precious starships. They will be able to fly to every galaxy, including the Commonwealth. Nothing can get through this force field. Indeed. But how long will it last? Another 1,000 years? And after that, what then? I'm a machine. I lack the biological imperative to survive. How nice for you. What does that mean? If it comes to that, I can self-destruct without a qualm. They will never retro-engineer me, or gain access to my files. So you have failed your own Turing test, then? You are content to abandon us while we are overrun by aliens. That is not a human trait. No, damn it, that's not what I said. We need help, machine. Joey, whatever you truly are. Urgent help. Paula's arrival may well have triggered our downfall. And I can give you that help. Hell, Paula will be delighted to help you. But it must be on our terms. You want to try that Turing test yourself, buddy? I propose an exchange. You tell me what you want, and I'll provide it. In return, you give me access to Commonwealth technology to identify and kill Fallers. But the detector mechanism must be one all humans can use, not just elites. What I want is for humans to win. To achieve that, you're going to have to compromise. In what fashion? The kind of sensors you're talking about require knowledge and manufacturing systems that can lead to other devices being built by the same methods. Once the information gets out there, you can't bring it back. Universal law. Data wants to be free. Spin-offs, Stonell said in disapproval. You got it. So you're going to have to allow your citizens a little taste of freedom in order for any of you to survive. Best I got. How radical would a viable Faller detector be? I'm not sure. I'd need to give all the data to a group of your scientists and see what actually works in the field. Research and development, we call it. How many scientists? Scientists and the technicians who'd build the equipment. 12 or so at least, for a pilot project. Do you have that many you can trust? Possibly. Stonell let his gaze wander around the crypt with its plethora of ancient Commonwealth machines. The Advanced Science Division had worked out a great many aspects of the technology inside each gadget, and none of their results had ever gotten out. I need to raise this with the Prime Minister before we proceed any further. So you've managed to keep Buck passing alive these last 3,000 years. Well done, you. The safe house's living room table had been cleared of all the paperwork from the PSR office. Now it just held files relating to the Gothora 3, more than 100 of them, ranging from a 4-centimeter thick folder of official certification from the State Maritime Office down to single invoices. Chang read through them stoically. His eye must be playing up again, because he was having to squint at a lot of the pages. Food, Jennifer said in a confident tone. What about it? They're taking too much. She patted a pile of files. Crew of 14, right? The amount they've ordered for this voyage will last them a couple of years. Chang stopped trying to read a PSR file on Dransol, the Gothora 3's engineering chief. How far can they travel in that time? Anywhere, she replied simply. They normally have enough supplies on board for about a month's sailing, and then top up at each port. Sometimes they go as far west as Varlan, though it's rare. Eastward, they don't go beyond Carrolltown. They're strictly south coast. So someone's going to join them. That's why they need more food. Where in Unarcus are they planning on going? And why? Hey, where was the Gothora when we were on Hawley Docks? Already thought of that, she said with a smirk. They had just left Prawl, so no, they didn't ferry the Warrior Angel out of Opal. Still,
We need to put another watcher team together, see when Florian goes on board."
"We can't do it," he said reluctantly. "It was tough enough for Fadja to get 5 officers out of the building without Director Husnan realizing. If we mount another observation, the PSR office will find out. That'll tip off the elitas, possibly even the fallers. Then we'll never know."
"Get a Section 7 team down from Varlen."
"I can ask, but Cathora 3 is due to leave at the end of the week."
"Stonewall will fly them in. This is important."
"Right."
He looked over at her, but she was already busy with more paperwork. She was in a strange mood, which piqued his interest. Admittedly, she had stranger moods, but the last couple of days had seen her wired even tighter than usual.
"We do need to check out the ship."
Now she gave him her full attention. "You're talking about me checking it out, aren't you?"
"I can't go, and you're fully trained to infiltrate."
"Active infiltration has a minimum of 3 in the lead agent's backup team."
"Finessed infiltration, yes. This is the Warrior Angel. She'll get cross, but she won't eat you."
"Big comfort."
"I'll set up a sniper rifle on the lighthouse. Give you covering fire if it goes hot."
"You?"
"I got my marksman grade. Don't worry. I can do this."
"Is your eye better? You still use drops every night?"
"I have 2 eyes, and both are just fine. We just have to work on giving you a plausible cover story."
"Crud." She picked up an invoice and waved it at him. "There's another stores delivery scheduled for this afternoon."
"Good idea. You're too small for a stevedore, but I suppose you could pass as a supply company employee."
The look she gave him was toxic. The Decru Cafe was halfway along the glass-roofed Maidstone Arcade, where Port Chana's more elegant and pricey shops were congregated. It was a long room with tiled walls and a single row of tables partitioned off from one another by tall wood panelling. Chang ordered a hot chocolate from the counter at the front, then walked past the tables carrying a leather case that contained the sniper rifle. Jennifer was due to launch her infiltration attempt in another 90 minutes. Captain Fadja was sitting at the 3rd table from the end, sipping peppermint tea from a glass cup. Chang eased himself in opposite her. "We found their base," Fadja said in a low, troubled tone. "Number 46, Larynx Street."
"Good work."
"It wasn't too difficult. We just followed the faller from Warehouse 5. Fadja slid a folder across the table. "Photos of the ones we've identified. I didn't realize." She broke off as the waiter delivered Chang's hot chocolate. Chang smiled up at the lad and tipped him.
"Realize what?"
he asked mildly, stirring the pink and green marshmallows into the foam. "There's at least 9 of them at that house." 9! And that's just from one night's observation. How could we have missed them? And what's on that ship, Cathora 3, the one the Nest's watching from the warehouse? Is it bringing more fallers? Or their food?"
"Listen to me carefully. You are not to show any interest in the Cathora 3. Understand? Don't send any of your team to look it over. Don't request paperwork. Nothing."
Fadja leaned across the table, lowering her voice. "It's the Warrior Angel, isn't it? You found her."
"Drop it."
"Okay, comrade, but I think I deserve a little appreciation for the help I've been giving you. When you go on board, I want to be part of your team." Chang nodded as if he were actually considering.
"If and when, I'll take you with me."
"That's all I'm asking, comrade." She sat up again and gave him a nod. "I'll get back to my people. We can't keep track of all of them, you know. Only 2 at the most."
"I know. Do the best you can."
"How much longer? Husnan will start asking questions soon."
"Couple of days, probably. No more than 3.
"All right." She got up and left. Chang sat there finishing his hot chocolate. It was a 5-minute taxi ride to the harbour, 20 minutes from there to the top of the lighthouse. He'd be properly established by the time Jennifer arrived with the Marine Supply Company. She was due to attempt her infiltration mission in 32 minutes. He opened the folder and looked at the first black-and-white photo. A girl slid onto the bench seat opposite, carrying a tall glass of iced peach tea. One of Port Chana's ditzy youths, wearing a long, cobalt blue skirt and a sleeveless white blouse, several buttons open at the front to show off a lot of cleavage, which was all Chang focused on for a couple of seconds. Then he looked up. Her long red hair was woven through with small purple flowers. A lot of kids were following that style, boys and girls. They all listened to that modern electric band music rubbish too.
Don't sit there.
He stopped. The floral hair arrangement had fooled him for a moment.
What kind of welcome is that, Captain?
The warrior angel asked with a taunting smile.
You.
Were you expecting someone else? A fellow officer, perhaps?
He desperately wanted to know if she'd overheard him and Fadja.
Why are you here?
Because we need to talk.
Where's the girl? Essie.
She's called Paula.
The warrior angel took a sip of her peach tea.
And she's doing everything she can to help this world.
You mean cause chaos?
Don't be so childish,
the warrior angel snapped.
We're long past point scoring.
Chang was abruptly intimidated by just how much antagonism was being directed at him. That pretty, youthful face was the flimsiest facade for the ancient personality it contained.
Sorry,
he mumbled,
but you have to tell me what's happening.
We both know the Fallers are about to begin their apocalypse. Paula and I are going to do what we can to stop them, but it might not be enough.
Crudding your Arcus.
He knew his anger was just a cover for fear. Having her confirm the apocalypse was close was something he didn't want to hear.
Grow a pair, she said. Worst case scenario, if they are going to win, Paula can open the wormhole.
What wormhole?
The wormhole under the palace, the one Laura Brent used to reach Ursel. It's still fully operational.
It is.
He wanted to know how she knew that. There'd never been so much as a hint in any PSR office he'd ever been assigned to.
Yes, Laura code-locked it, but Paula can probably open it. We can evacuate a group of children.
To Bayern. That he did know about.
No, Bayern is a cruddy alternative.
If your dumb-ass Operation Reclaim nukes Lamaran enough to wipe out the Fallers, it will poison all of Bienvenido. You'll turn this planet into another macule.
Where, then, can we go?
Aqueous.
You're crudding kidding me,
he exclaimed.
I wish I was. It's not like we've got much choice. It's the only planet left capable of supporting human life. So that's the deal. We save a core group of human children, both normal and Elita, and a few of you government people.
I'll think about it.
No, you won't. You'll call Stonewall and tell him. People in authority will make the decision.
He glared at her.
You could walk into the palace if you wanted to. I know that. I've seen what you can do.
Yes, I can do that, but it would be easier with your cooperation. And we're going to be busy defending Bienvenido.
He nodded, knowing he had no choice. In fact, he almost played his full hand. It would be so easy to say, "Did you know the Fallers are watching Gathora 3? Gain her trust, maybe even her sympathy, enough sympathy to be included in the evacuation. But he just couldn't bring himself to do that. He was PSR, and that had to mean something, even now. Besides, if the Gathora 3 was alerted, they might spot Jennifer.
All right. I'll call Stonewall.
How strange. This is what Stonewall wanted too.
Good. I need someone who'll actually listen.
How are you going to defend us?
As best I can.
That enchanting girly smile returned.
How's the leg? I can detect the metal pins they put in. Must be painful. Would you like me to cure it?
Oh, crud. Yes, yes, yes.
I'm fine.
Thank you.
That's my captain, she chuckled, stupidly stubborn to the end. So here's my parting gift. Don't trust the people you think you can trust.
What does that mean?
It means watch your back.
I don't trust you. She got up and winked.
Yes, but you never have.
If Stonewall has an answer, how do I get in touch?
Give me your hand.
What?
Hand.
Very reluctantly, he held out his good hand. She took it and pressed a small rectangle of what looked like clear cellophane to the skin. It fluoresced with minute green lines for a couple of seconds, then faded away. Chang could have sworn they sank into his skin. "Your own personal telephone line to me," the warrior angel said as she peeled the rectangle off. "To activate, press your thumb on the knuckle of your index finger. I'll get to you as soon as I can." He held his hand up in alarm, trying to see the green lines. "What is that? What have you done? I'm not an Elita, I told you that." "Chill out, Captain. It's just a monofunction OC tattoo." "I don't know what that is." "Organic circuitry tattoo. It's like having a little radio in your flesh." "Crud. Get Stonewall to agree to talk. It's important." And with that, she was gone, striding down the line of tables to be swallowed up by the mid-afternoon glare outside. Hot, intense sunlight was streaming in through the big windows of the state office, like the start of some kind of invasion. Stonewall walked through the thick beams, trying not to squint each time. Overhead, the fan blades were a blur as they tried to stir some freshness into the stifling air. Adolphus was waiting behind the desk, his suit jacket draped over the back of his chair and his shirt collar undone. There was no sign of Therese. "I appreciate you seeing me on short notice," Stonewall said. "It'd be a fool who doesn't listen to his security chief," Adolphus grunted, waving him into a chair. "What is it?" "I've just come from the Advanced Science Division. They've made progress with the machine, sir." "Really? That's not something I expected to hear. Those crudding Commonwealth relics are adept at keeping their secrets." "Yes, but up till now, we haven't had one that's alive." The Prime Minister's bushy eyebrows shot up. "Alive?" "It claims not, but it's sentient. I have talked to it." "What did it say?" "First, the Commonwealth woman is called Paula. She's some kind of diplomat. Nigel brought her along in case he needed a skilled envoy to negotiate with whatever government he found in the void. Pity he didn't use her." "Quite. However, the machine believes she will help Bienvenido, without prejudice." "What does that mean?" "She'll treat everyone equally, including the Elitas." Adolphus scowled. "Oh, will she now?" "Equality is the goal of Commonwealth society. We've always known that." "Very worthy. Someone should tell the Elitas. So how big a danger is this machine?" "In itself, not at all. How we use it, however, is a different matter. It describes itself as a life support package with a built-in medical system, which was part of Nigel's mission. And it also claims to be storing the memories of Joey Stein." "Is that a joke?" "No, sir. From what we know of Commonwealth technology, it may well be possible." "A medical system? Like the captains used to have?" "I don't know, but it certainly kept Paula in suspension as an infant for 250 years. But it contains a huge amount of knowledge about Commonwealth technology. It even knows how to build starships, it says." "I don't want starships. I just want something that'll kill the crudding fallers." "It can give us that, too," Stonewall said. "That's why I came to you. It's offered to teach our Advanced Science Division people how to build faller detectors. That would give us a phenomenal advantage. If our regiment troops can identify fallers at a distance, we can wipe them out once and for all." "What does it want in return?" Adolphus asked suspiciously. "It wants to survive long enough to see us contact the Commonwealth. That way Joey Stein can be brought back to life." "Can we build enough of these detectors in time, do you think?" "We'd need thousands, and we don't know what time we have left," Stonewall answered equitably. "And by releasing Commonwealth technology, we will be instigating change. That is inevitable." "Yes, of course." Adolphus leaned back, staring at the ceiling with unfocused eyes. "But Paula is going to bring change anyway. And if an innovation like this were to work, we would be Bienvenido's saviors, not her." As always, Stonewall managed to maintain a neutral expression in the face of raw political greed. "Yes, sir." "Society will change once we're rid of the fallers. Everybody knows and accepts that."
I just never thought it would be an issue for my premiership. But if we can control the factors that bring change—"
The doors behind Adolphus swung open, and 5 palace guard officers ran in. "Sir," the chief protection officer called breathlessly, "you must come with us. We're initiating a full security lockdown."
"What's happening?"
Adolphus said. Several telephones on his desk had started to ring, their red lights flashing.
"Is it the space machine?"
Stonal snapped. The chief gave him an annoyed look. "No, Prime Minister, we have to get you to the palace secure bunker right away."
"The bunker?"
Adolphus blurted.
"Why? We're under attack, sir."
The taxi took Chang directly from the cafe to Impale Street. By the time he got there were only 19 minutes left until Jennifer was due to try to scout around on board the Gathora 3. There should be time for him to make the phone call and get to the harbour in time, but not reach the top of the lighthouse. She can handle herself. With only a mild sensation of guilt, he checked the external safeguards to make sure no one had sneaked into the secure house. Has the warrior angel actually been inside? She could probably walk straight through without tripping them. The safeguards were intact, so he unlocked the door and went in. He dialed the number and waited for the 2-tone connection whistle, then dialed the numbers of the scramble code. The phone's blue light came on. "This is Captain Chang. Please connect me to Director Stonal. Top priority." "Captain Chang, this is the Section 7 Communications Office Duty Officer. Director Stonal is out of contact." "Then find him. I have to talk to him." "Chang, I am officially informing you. The Joint Regimental Council Command have issued a Code Red 1 alert." A Code Red 1? Not possible." "Yes. Confirm that now, please." Yes, I confirm. I've received code status. Report to your combat duty posting immediately. The code is currently being issued to all PSR officers." The phone went dead, and Chang stared at the handset in mortification. Code Red 1. Nuclear attack.